Hi there, y'all. I'm gonna work on my game today. Yeah, I come here every week and I work on this game. Usually, I do it publicly. Wednesdays and Thursdays, I take every third week off. But other than that, I'm here. So hit that subscribe button if you're new around here, because you might want to know that I'm doing stuff. Mondays, I do for members specifically of this channel a devlog that is focused on like visual stuff. That's where I made these shotguns. These shotguns are pretty low poly, and that's intentional because they're going to be seen from far away. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. This is like more what they're going to look like. And I want to really focus on that today because today I want to get the guns that our little human NPCs hold. And I'd love for them to actually shoot. I'd love for the enemy NPCs to actually like appear in places that they're supposed to appear and look the way they're supposed to look. These aren't quite the textures they're supposed to have, so there's going to be some various things to work on. It's going to be kind of all over the place, but around the idea of enemies. So let's do that. Let's take a look at where we're at. First of all, I need to set this animation. These are things I set up yesterday, was this like armature and things like that, and this whole animation node blend tree situation, which lets me switch between the different gun poses. So that's like the rocket launcher pose. This is the pistol pose. Yeah, that helmet, Frank, is not even gonna be the color that it will be. And that's the kind of stuff I do want to work on today as well. It's like the sniper position. So we got all of those positions ready to go. Now, if I come in here and we play the game, I mean, you're gonna, it's not set up exactly the way it's supposed to be yet. So that's something I do want to get worked on. For those who are not aware, this game is about you being an alien and you are invading Earth, and you, as said alien, are tasked with harvesting humans, hence the name of the game, Harvest Earth. And these humans will give you limbs if you eat them, because you, as the type of alien you are not graced with limbs. You are a limbless creature, and that's who you are. But if you eat a human, you'll gain limbs, and that will give you some more ability. Now, those limbs are very fragile, which kind of gives you like the main gameplay of the gameplay mechanic in this game. So you can see these aliens don't have limbs. They're all just kind of stubby things, but we can make them stronger. And then your goal is to abduct as many humans as possible to send them into the space planet place, so that way all the aliens back home can also have limbs and stuff like that. That's like the general concept. So here you are starting out without any limbs, and if I eat one of these humans who are all headless, I might add, wow, let's make sure they have a head. Okay, so those are the kind of things we need to work on there. So right now they all are holding guns, so you can just kind of get a sense of like what it looks like for the guns to be held. But ultimately, these are not the humans that are supposed to be holding all of the guns. But you can kind of see what they all look like. So there's the rocket launcher, there's a pistol, there's the assault rifle, this is the semi-automatic, and that's actually the double shotgun, but you can't really tell. Or maybe this is the double shotgun? Yeah, I don't know. One of them's a double shotgun. One of them's a single shotgun. This is a taser, and that's a sniper rifle. Now, they're probably mostly going to be seen facing forward, not off to the side. I had them off to the side for debug purposes. Yeah, they look cool with their whole weapons. Nice. So, you know, we want them facing forward, and they all are going to have different types of projectiles, so I would love to try to set that up today. That'd be a lot of fun. All right, so the player won't be able to pause the game like this, but I'm able to. Now, you might be wondering, what's going on back here? What are all these dialogues? That's part of the empathy system. So you can gain empathy in this game, which means you will kind of get some advantages if you're higher empathy. If you're lower empathy or evil, you're going to have some disadvantages in your gameplay. And these are actually innocent humans. They wouldn't normally be armed. Maybe. If you're evil, they will be armed. But I want to make sure that the only enemy that's here right now would be this one. You can see it has a little camo on it. I actually want that sleeve to to be camo. It's currently not. That's a mistake. I want their legs to be camo. I just want them to be camo. They're not gonna have socks, all right? I want them to have the army helmet. So I need to get that set up. And the idea is that the player is gonna be met with this choice in level 1 to either rescue this innocent human or attack the evil human. And if you attack the evil human, your empathy is actually gonna go up, and you'll get this little heart in the center of your chest. And so you can see my limb just broke off. You gain limbs when you eat a human, but again, they're very fragile, so you have to be careful not to break into things. And everything is destructible in this game. You can see those corns, for example. All of these like solar panels are destructible. I've been meaning to change like the hit points of a lot of the obstacles, but they do function as they're supposed to and break apart and stuff. I just broke off all my limbs. So I'm gonna be a little evil, and I'm gonna they're still headless. I don't know why they're headless. We got bugs on bugs. I'm gonna be a little evil. I'm gonna try to eat an innocent human. It's not as easy as it looks. Okay, there we go. Bam. So you can see my heart went away and the empathy went down. Now, I'm not straight up evil yet, but if I eat one more innocent human, now we're evil. They're still spawning in headless. Yeah, we got to deal with that. If I dunk it up here in the top, you'll see that our abductions goes up, and if you meet that minimum number of abductions, you will move on to the next level. And that's pretty much how you play the game. There's going to be power-ups, so if I artificially increase my level up here, most of these are placeholders. We did get one that's actually real for now. They are all figured out, but they haven't all been implemented yet. So you'll pick your power up. In this case, this spawns a drone. This model is not yet finished. It's just a little prism, but you can see it shoots out bullets. Ideally, those bullets would be targeted at enemies. We can spawn helicopters. So this is another form of enemies. They're obviously up in the air and they are shooting you, and they drop out a parachuting enemy. You can't really tell because, well, it's a little too easy. I really want to fix that. It's a little too easy to accidentally grab it in the air, and they're also headless, even if you die. So there's some, there's a lot to do in the game, right? There's just little things, but a lot of it's kind of broken right now because I'm working on the enemies and revamping the humans a bit, so we'll get to that today. But there's also a lot of the game I still have to make. So at the end, even if you die, you're gonna get a little progress, and that's how many abductions you got. And when this progress bar fills up, you unlock skins. And that's different ways that your alien can look. There's a lot more skins than we currently have unlocked, but you can see there's an orange one, there's some blue ones, there's a gray one, stuff like that. So there's a lot more fun ones with crazy, like, patterns and headpieces and things and ears and whatnot. But for now, that's what I've unlocked. So yeah, so that's some stuff. Wait, is that just me, or is that menu way too far over to the right? Maybe it's because I resized it. I probably just resized it. Okay. So that's that. I'm gonna get started, just start working on stuff. Feel free to skip around if you're watching it after the live stream, because this is gonna be 8 to 11 hours. Yeah, it's gonna be a big chunky boy. So no pressure to watch along, but I am gonna try to be engaging and stay engaged with it myself, so I hope you'll stick around if you want to. So yeah, Frank says, if soldiers have different weapons, they may have different damages. Exactly. Pistol might be the lowest damage due to the alien being a giant. Yeah. I was thinking that their bullets might do the same amount of damage, but there's gonna be more or less bullets. So, for example, the semi-auto rifle will shoot 3 at a time. So 3 in a straight line, just like, and so you have the chance of getting hit 1, 2, 3, right? The assault rifle will shoot, I don't know, a whole bunch at once, right? Maybe 6 or 12 or something, like a ton. So yeah, you'll be able to take a lot more damage from that. The sniper rifle, I'm thinking the sniper rifle will still do 1 damage, but it's gonna always target your head, which is the most valuable thing. That's how you die, is if your head goes down. And they'll just be like highly accurate. They'll never miss. And then the rocket launcher is still going to do like 1 damage, but it's going to do area damage. So that means it could hit both an arm and a leg and the head potentially. So that would be devastating in its own way. And then the shotgun is going to shoot out 3 like in a spray pattern, in a spread, right? And then double shotgun, that would be then 6 that it would shoot out. So yeah, so they do different damages. Yeah, the bullet itself isn't doing different damage. Oh, and the stun gun isn't going to do any damage at all, but it's going to stop you in your tracks, which means other enemies who are shooting are going to be able to just get hits in on you really easily. So yeah, and then the pistol, right? The pistol will just do one single shot once in a while. So it's definitely the least dangerous. Snipers are accurate. I hope they're accurate. All right, well, actually, I don't know that I hope, but they should be if they're snipers. Okay, so let's puzzle some things out. First of all, I don't actually want all of these humans to be armed. I certainly don't want them to be friggin' headless. That is a silly one. Shotgun is used for close range. That's true. That's true, because I would like it to spread out, so the further away the enemy is from you, the less likely it is to hit you. Absolutely. Agreed. Yeah, and you know, I don't really have like much of a framework for the humans as enemies spawning in. I would like to. So that might be something we get to today. I'm not entirely sure. I'll play some music while I get started. Get into working on things. Nice. Okay. And then that's the empathy event. Now over here we have all these humans now have heads, which is nice. Although it's the same head, which is not as nice. I don't actually want them all to be armed. Actually, none of them should be armed. The only situation that innocent humans or non-military humans should be armed is if you're super evil. If you're super evil, then innocent humans will have a good chance of being armed. A lot of that isn't set up yet, but we could always try it too today. We'll see. It's tough because I don't have a lot of the enemy behavior. Like, they don't like run around or chase you or take cover or anything like that. But it would be nice to have things like that implemented at some point soon. An evil alien, absolutely. Okay, so now these aren't armed anymore. And the empathy event, I'm gonna say that's my first task because that's gonna actually take me to a lot of different tasks. This is what the player stumbles on in level 1. If you're on level 1, if you haven't been evil yet, and you haven't gotten full empathy already, then you're gonna get this empathy event, which is 2 humans facing each other arguing, and one of them is evil and one of them isn't, and the player has to decide which one to kill. Or neither. Then you just lose out on the opportunity to get empathy, which is gonna have benefits. So yeah. Okay. Well, so what I want is I want to make sure that the one that is military actually looks military. So we're going to have to dig into the code a bit. So I'm going to set my task as setting up the empathy event or empathy. Oh, that's going to be confusing for people who don't know what's going on. We're just going to say humans have the right clothes. It's kind of funny and it's like pretty clear. Okay, so humans have the right clothes. So right now, I don't think that's where we need to really do it. I think that's going to be on the abductee script. So on the abductee script, there is this human variety function. And in here, we set up every limb, the left arm, the right arm, the body, the left leg, and the right leg. We also, that's exactly correct, Frank. We also set up the various heads. I want a lot of head variation. Right now, there's only 3 variants: the army head, the long hair, and the afro. I want to add more, but for now, that's it. I'd love to get skin tone in today. That would be nice. And maybe add some more colors as well. So we create an array with all the different heads in it. Now this one is the innocent array. So the army head is actually quite different, and I'd even want to like maybe separate that a little so it just like looks more like that's together. So these go together. These are the options this should be the options that randomly the innocent humans will have. So innocent human might have an afro, might have long hair, whatever's in this array. Currently that doesn't work, and there's a reason for that, but we're gonna make it fixed. And then the army helmet, that would only be if it's military. So if should randomize, this is based on this, which whenever this is called. So basically, if it's military, it's a very good idea. If it's military, then it shouldn't be called as randomizing, basically. Interesting that we say if should randomize and then if is I'm a little confused by that. Let me see where this is called. Human variety. Immediately, I'm very confused. Very good idea. I appreciate you, Frank. I appreciate you coming through and making me smile. So we call this from the camera. There it's false, where we say don't randomize. Oh, so in this case, we're already setting icy. So it's more so that at this point, what's happening is remember when I was grabbing the humans and they were headless, even though they had heads in there? And when I picked them up, whenever the alien picks up a human, it actually spawns a new human. That's for like object pooling purposes and stuff like that. So that new human just copies the data of the human that is being picked up. And so when it's going to run human variety, what it's saying is make sure to set the human that's in the hand to the settings from the previous human and don't randomize it. We don't want it to be randomized. So that's why that's saying false there. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So it can well be should randomize, and then it will check if it is military, and if it is military, then it's basically not going to randomize it, which makes that a little bit of a strange thing there. So if it's not, like, maybe it shouldn't be called should randomize, but maybe we'll have, maybe we can have some random, no, we'll have skin tone. We'll have different skin tones for the army people. So you know what? No, it should randomize. But for now it doesn't. So if it is not military, it is then going to pick a random legs material, which has a different, we could, but like, I don't particularly want all the possible shirt colors to be pants colors. I kind of want to make everything look as normal as possible. So, I don't want to have like hot pink magenta pants or something. I would want the humans to have, khaki or denim or maybe black or something like that. There could be a couple other fun colors, but they wouldn't be too fun. It'd be somewhat human style tasteful. And then clothing top, again, just like top colors are going to be different than what the bottom colors are. So it's going to pick a random one of those. Now you see there's no head thing. There is a commented out head array thing here, so that's something to think about. We'll try to get that back in. Yeah, we're going to try to get a little colorful today. I want to add more, just like 2 different tops colors. There's green and white, and there's currently 1 bottoms color. So, I'd love to add some more variety in today. So now down here is where it actually sets the clothing materials. And that runs whether we're randomizing or not. That's why we call it back when we grab a fresh one and it knows what it's copying. It's running this function to be absolutely sure that it is applying the things that we're setting. So yeah, green and white. That's all we got right now. Hey, what's up, Dungeon Martian? Welcome. Dungeon Martian, your emoji should be on the screen. We have a special emoji wall for members. But the chat app that I use that also puts the emojis on screen, currently updated with a bug that makes moderators who are also members not get their emojis on screen. But I did message the person who's maintaining that project, and hopefully they will fix it. They've been trying to fix it because it's either that moderators who are not members get chat member benefits, or it's that members who are also moderators don't get member benefits. It's always like one or the other, which is super annoying. Yeah, the flying emoji are awesome. So if you're a member of this channel and not a moderator, make sure you're using those flying emojis so at the very least Frank can appreciate it. But what I can give you, Dungeon Martian, is a song. I can give you a song because that is what we do for members. And let's see, can I sing to this? It's about over. I don't think it's one of my approved songs that I know I can sing to, but I think it could be. Let's give it a chance. Oh, this is one of the approved ones. All right, great, let's go. All right, here we go. This is for you, Dungeon Martian. Thank you for supporting the channel in the ways that you do. From the dungeon, oh yeah, from the dungeon where the Martian landed. From the dungeon where the Martian landed. Dungeon Martian moderates the stream. Dungeon Martian supports the channel. From the dungeon where the Martian landed. Dungeon Martian's taking care of hyper game dev. Oh yeah. From the dungeon where the Martian landed. Alright, so I'm sorry everybody. I apologize. Also, thank you, Dungeon Martian, for supporting the stream in all the great ways that you do. And I'm sorry about the flying emoji. We'll get that fixed hopefully soon. Alright. That's, look, I don't care if it's embarrassing. We do what we have to do. I apologize to everybody's ears as well. Okay, so what's next? So we want to make sure, now you'll notice, remember that sleeve isn't getting anything applied to it, and I think that must be an error in here. I must be missing something. So we have arm left material 0, arm right material 0, but I see the mistake already. There's 2 materials on here. And so that needs to be resolved, because the idea is that, and this is where it gets really complex. This is where it gets very, very complex, because the humans are going to either have short sleeves or long sleeves, right? So on the arm here, oh, it's still loud from the member song. On the arms here, oh, it has 3 on it. Oh, because of the hand, right. So the hand is the skin tone, so very, very simple. So it needs to, it could be simple. So it needs to know, did the top part of the arm roll as skin, or is it supposed to be a sleeve, right? So like, here you can see, oh, that was the wrong one. Here you can see that material is like halfway on the arm, right? So that could easily just be a skin tone. So we could get human skin brown, right? And now it's got a short sleeve. So I want that, I don't want it to just be like a possible random, it could just be, no, I don't think that makes, I mean, we could, well, the problem with that is it needs to match, right? We wouldn't want to have a blue one down here and a green one up there. We'd want to make sure that they were the same color. So I would need to like say that this material only gets set to either skin or the same color as the top sleeve has. Now that doesn't necessarily have to match the shirt, but I'd kind of rather it. Like, obviously there's like baseball tees, right? Where like the shirt color is different than the sleeves, but I feel like that's not gonna be as common. So that also raises the question is, do I wanna say that sometimes it rolls whether or not the shirt color is gonna be different in the sleeves? So that's tough. And then there's also how long is the shirt? Like this is kind of, you know, a high-waisted pant, right? And so if we say on the torso that one of these, see how that's right down there? You could easily just make that part of the shirt. So it's like a long shirt. The pants are like low rise. So there's a few like parameters that need to be kind of understood before it's like the ideal randomness that I'm hoping for. There's not only that, but there's the legs, right? We have the same kind of thing. Shorts versus long pants. Socks or no socks. So it's going to be some effort. So I just want to kind of do simple things first and then build up to some of the more complex ideas. So for now, we definitely need the arm to be showing, and this is going to apply to enemies as well as innocent humans. Okay, so let's get that fixed there. So that should look much better. We have the same problem on the legs, right? The legs need to have an extra material on here. We'll have jackets, although that might just add another thing to the humans. Yeah, exactly. No jackets. You'll just like imagine that there's a jacket. It's not. Nah. That's too much. The only way that would be possible, and it is possible, is if we had we had some exception that said that the shirt, like the center, could have like a texture on it, and then we could put like the texture of a jacket on there. That would be possible. I think to me that's if I feel like it's missing. You knew it felt like too much. If we get all that set up and I'm like, you know what it needs? It needs jackets. Then we'll have jackets, but you know, for the sake of it just being like cool, I don't think it's worth it. But it would be cool. It absolutely would be cool. No doubt about that. I like your idea. I guess I should give you a credit, because what if I change my mind and I decide to add it in there? And I had never given you a credit. So we're gonna have to give you something for that. Absolutely. Where are you on here, Frank? Oh, we gotta do Control F. Come on now. You know better than that. You know better than that. This credit entitles you to no compensation, of course. But it does entitle you to a credit in the game. Which I think is pretty cool. Alright. So now we should have the bottom part of the leg and the bottom part of the arms appearing, which is good progress. So I just want to keep it real simple right now. So that's what we're gonna check. I just want to see that one thing at a time. I think I'm gonna do the heads next. Skin tone stuff would be nice, but I think the heads are really important because it's going to be one of the key identifiers for the player of who's the military enemy and who's not. But it's just going to take a little effort. The main effort comes with the spawning of a new one in the alien's hand. Something that I've considered repeatedly is refactoring the way the humans spawn in the alien's hand. That terrifies me. Because right now, it's just like a gargantuan, chaotic if statement. And it's getting ridiculous with its indentations and whatnot. Alright. So this looks better already. Yes. Okay, let's move forward. It's going to be tough. That looks good. We still have the socks on the military, which is not going to work for me. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense. If anything, it should be shoes color, right? So it looks like combat boots or something like that. So, yeah. But the arms are now textured. The legs are now textured all the way on both of them. So this is progress. That's progress. It's a little thing, but it's nice to start with little things. Okay, we gotta deal with those socks, though. So this would really only be if military, because otherwise we wouldn't necessarily want that. So that's a little tricky. The aliens may look cute without limbs, but a giant alien still looks cute and terrifying. I know it. I know it. Don't I know it? I really gotta think about how this is gonna be structured. It's starting to seem, cause I mean, well, whatever, we can always deal with it. It's just feeling messy, cause like right here, I could say if it's military, then add leg 3 into here and make it clothing bottom. But I bet there's an easier way to do it. Dungeon says, I think refactoring it would probably be the right move. It's not going to get less complex as you keep going, and you're going to forget how parts at work every once in a while. Yeah, that's a fair argument. That's a fair argument. I'm going to give you accountability credit for that. I'm going to give you an accountability credit for that. You know, my first reaction is like, of course, no, it's gonna be more work, but I'm leaning towards it more and more, just because, yeah, you're right, like, I keep adding more complexity onto the humans, and that means there's more considerations for picking things up. Yeah, probably should refact. The problem is that's gonna be hours. It's gonna be so much effort. I took a look at Stardew Valley's code, and every NPC is in one class that morphs one generic NPC into the desired one with a massive if match. Well, and that's the other part, right? Like, sometimes you just gotta do what's gonna get it done, right? As opposed to refactoring. Like, refactoring is controversial because it can slow things down. It can mess up other things. It can lead to tons more work than was ever imagined. That's fascinating. Get your best possible code that you have capacity for, concerned ape. It's completely unreadable though, and if one NPC gets renamed, the entire thing will break. I love it. I love it. I think that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful because, yeah, obviously, you know, it's flimsy, but you know who knew that really well? Concerned Ape. Concerned Ape was so familiar with that code and probably would maybe break it once in a while, but it wasn't as fragile as it would be if somebody wasn't familiar with that code. And when you're a solo dev, that can be okay. That can be okay. With that said, I do kind of think maybe I should refactor this. Really interesting about Stardew Valley. So here, I'm gonna just add the if statement for now. It concerns me, but I'm adding it. If military, then we need to add in number 2, which will be the socks, I would presume. If is military, pardon me. So let's just make sure that works. It's gonna be complicated. So yeah, I mean, but wow. I mean, it's really complicated though. Like, I do have to say, the picking up code, it's complicated. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. But I have to agree that it is looking like it's gonna be helpful. Like, I'm not even sure how to make it better. I think it's just gonna be differently messy. Like, instead of being indented, it's just gonna be chunked up into functions. Which is better, Alright, there we go. Oh, mistake though. Because I wanted it to be like boots, right? I actually don't have a shoes color material. I might have a shoes color material, actually. Speaking of clothes, remember decals, the thing you can project textures that might work as a t-shirt. Oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. I would worry about the performance cost of that, and like having to implement, like, whereas we have like materials already implemented as a way, as something that appears on the chest, whereas a decal would be like an extra thing that I would have to write extra code and extra instructions and make extra nodes for it to be able to figure out how to put that on. But it might not be that bad. I think that's a good suggestion, potentially. It's definitely something to think about, Frank. Froggy has an idea. Maybe the big bad in the end, it can be the president, like the final boss. You know, I thought about that, but what I didn't like about that was it was going, it would, I feel like it would be a little more like location centric, like either, I mean, if it's a president, right, like that's like the United States or wherever else has presidents, or if it's a prime minister, now it's like what, it's like Canada, it's like England, you know, I don't know, it felt like it felt like that would, you know, it would start to imply, like, the lore would have to, I would have to, like, create, like, my own, like, world for that. And then the other thing is, like, presidents are usually not, like, actually, like, dangerous, you know? They're just, like, old people. So, I don't know. I thought about that. And I also asked myself, why would the aliens go there? You know, because the aliens are looking to get more human bodies to harvest, and is going to where the president is going to get them the maximum amount of bodies. So something, I think it's a cool idea. Definitely something I thought about, but and abstain, Craig. Something I thought about, but ultimately, it just seemed, but who knows, you know, I think what it's going to be like a military general, like the head of the military, because that way it's like actual, like a threat, you know, even though you could say like going to the president is a threat, but again, I just like aesthetically, it just feels like fraught and complicated, and like it's gonna make political commentary that's beyond the scope of the game. Like, yes, there's a fascistic government taking over and you're fighting it, but it's still very vague, you know? It's not specific, and I feel when we start getting into like a world leader, it gets more specific. I don't know, that's just my take, but it's a cool idea. I like that you have cool ideas, Froggy. Yeah, that's Froggy. Aliens will be voting. Yes, you're a member now. That's true. Froggy, I see that you're a member. Oh, wait. Why did your messages disappear from my thing? Why would that happen? Why in the world would your messages disappear? What? What? Did I block you on here? Uh-oh. How do I unblock somebody on here? Oh, I've never done that before. Like, you're not blocked on my other chat, but on here, I think I blocked you. I hate that. I hate that blocking is so easy sometimes. Maybe if I, okay, hold on. Hold on, I think I need to try to unblock you real quick. Hold on a second. Hold up. But yeah, someone gifted you a membership yesterday, Froggy. That's how you got to be a member. No, you're still here. Oh, okay. Weird. No, I know you're still here. It was like somewhere else. That was so weird. I guess it just glitched. It just has to have been like a random glitch. It's so weird. All right. Well, as long as you're still here. All right, we're good. But yes, you remember now. Welcome to the membership. That means I gotta give Froggy a song, y'all. Let's sing a song for Froggy. Okay. Can I sing to this one? I don't know if this one, I haven't vetted this one. Let's give it a try and see if it passes the song test. So, no, I don't think this one counts. It loses the rhythm. I don't like beats drop. I like it when beats drop. I don't like it when the beats drop out. All right, let's give you this one. Oh Froggy, oh Froggy got gifted a membership. Thank you for being here and being engaged. That you would get gifted a membership. Oh Froggy is an OG, is an Augie. Froggy is an Augie or an OG for being here all the time. I appreciate you, Froggy. Froggy is not very soggy. Froggy is not very soggy. They're crisp. They're crisp. Froggy is not very soggy. Froggy is not very soggy. They're crisp. They're crisp. I said Froggy is not very soggy. Oh no, Froggy is not very froggy. No! Oh Froggy. Oh Froggy, thanks for not being soggy, 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 soggy. I'm really sorry. But also, thank you for being engaged enough that you would get gifted a membership. And I'm glad you're a member now. Hopefully we'll get your member songs to be a little better next time. Shout out to Froggy not being soggy! I gotta come up with some better rhymes with Froggy than soggy. We could have done a lot of things. Walking, that's kind of you could stretch that into a rhyme. Next time. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy the songs, and the Monday member stream. And welcome, I. Wow. Alright, so I do want there to actually be like socks. Not socks, but like boots on there. It's such a stretch, I know. They're crispy, you like it? Well, as long as you like it. Froggy's so crispy. That's one way to compliment somebody. So, I mean, I don't even know where the boots material, the shoes material. I mean, I guess, okay, all right, here's what I'm gonna do. I mean, for the military, we don't really want variety in their shoes. They're gonna have like a fixed shoe, you know? It's tough, because there's just like a lot of different things to do. I just gotta like pick one and make it happen. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just set it up. Is it a fried froggy? Hey, what's up, Sean? Yes, I think it might be, but in a good way. Like frog legs? Oh no! Was I implying that we're eating froggy? Yeah, maybe. We gotta get Sean a member song too. The member songs aren't done yet! I'm gonna set up a special variable for the military boots real quick. So we do have that, but it's just like one color right now. I'm not even sure what it's called. Not soggy because it was cooked thoroughly, but not too thoroughly. Just right. Human shoes brown. So I mean, it literally is just brown shoes. There's nothing. Oh, and it has to be one on each leg because it's number 3. So it doesn't even look different than the standard. It's just like a little softer. All right. So we're gonna say variable. I'm just gonna call it military boot, and that's gonna be a material, standard material 3D. And then we'll go find the shoes, and then we'll give Sean the member song. Shoes. Probably should do it differently than that, right? Do I need to do that? Probably not. Stu Lab gifting a membership to Gab Games. Oh, we got songs to do today, y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my friggin' goodness. Hold up. We better catch up. We better catch up. Congrats, Gab Games, on getting the gifted membership. Oh my gosh. You deserve it. I tell you what. Gab Games is hanging out with us, always being supportive. If anybody deserves it, it's Gab Games. Okay, let me make sure I got one that's like long. Should really write down which ones the long ones are. But I'm not quite sure which one that is. Is it this one? That one's very long. Okay. That way we can be safe. Alright, who do we got? We got a list now. We gotta do Sean, S, and Stulab. Stulab, we're doing a ×2 because it's not just that you're here, but you also gave a gift. So we gotta make yours a little longer. This one picks up. Give it a second. Give it a second. Sean, this is Sean's song. Oh, this is Sean's song. If you're wondering what that stands for, it stands for song. 'Cause this is Sean's song. This is Sean's song. If you're wondering what the S stands for, it stands for song. Sean's song. Thank you, Sean, for earning a song. Stulab, I think you're fab. Stulab's so fab because they're coming through here and they're being absolutely kind and generous. Oh, Stulab, you're fab, I think absolutely. Stulab, absolutely, you fab, coming through and being so generous. Stulab, you fab, absolutely, you're being so very generous. Stulab, you're absolutely fab. Oh, Stulab, you so fab, absolutely. Stulab, you so fab, absolutely fab is Stulab, lab. Alright guys, these are your songs. Gab Games, if you're here, I'll give you one too. I'm really sorry everybody. I'm so sorry. But also thank you guys for supporting the channel. Thank you for giving gifts. Like, it really helps so much and it means more people can access the extra content that we have for members. So yeah, appreciate it. And all right, let's get back to work. Unless a member wants to come through, I'll sing you a song. I don't care. I'll sing you a song. Am I a good singer? No. But do I do it? Yeah. So just saying. All right. I think I set up the military boot. And let's make it make sense. So then down here we say if is military. We're gonna add an extra leg on here. That's gonna be on 3, and this time we just want it to be military boot. And I actually want that as well on, let's put it on all of them. I should just do them all. Let's put this here. Every single one of these will be military boot. That way it's tall. One thing at a time. There's so many things right now. I'm a little overwhelmed. Just gonna slowly build. That might mean taking some of those pieces and rearranging them, putting them back together again in some other configuration. I know it. That's okay. Show me the boots. Hopefully I set up that material variable correctly. I may or may not have. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's very hard to tell, but it's there, because it's so dark, but I think that's fine. We know it's there. I think it works. So, I think I'm gonna, I don't know, do I want to do the helmet? So we were able to get, if I just comment, let's try it. If I just comment this stuff back in, that's not how you comment things in. If I just comment this stuff in, I'm curious, is that enough to make them appear correctly? I think the only hiccup is going to be when we pick up. But let me just make sure that that's true. So we should see the helmet. I don't think the materials are set correctly on the helmet though. So I should do that. I should definitely do that. Yeah, I don't think we set that, because there's no reason for it to change like in the code. Oh, that's so many things. Okay, let's do this. That's exactly right, Frank. That's exactly what we're doing. I think we're gonna use... I think we just use the human clothes camo. Yeah, that's the one. That's the face. These are all face stuff. Maybe it's the last two? There we go. And this has a special material. I believe it's that one. Because this is also used on an alien skin. Okay, and then that was the buckles, which are in the back. Set those as well. A little horrifying. Oh my god. Dear god. It's a little like tendrils. It's looking like Andros. It's inner eyeball tails. Hey, what's up, Jose? Welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? Hope we're doing great. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart it to test that, I'm pretty sure. Exactly, Frank. Except actually more horrifying. Yeah, I could be wrong. There might have been like another problem with the head setting. But hopefully it's just the picking up part, where basically they won't have the head that they had on the ground. I think. I have a feeling there's actually something more complicated going on. This should make it clear quickly. Alright, oh, and we missed it. Looking for that empathy event. There we go. Alright, so it looks good. It seems to be... Wait, not good. This one has an afro and an army helmet. which is concerning and incorrect. But this one only has an army helmet, which is good. How did this one even get it? Was it because... Is it because that was what was visible here? Now it just has no head. Okay. Doing good, working on a game. Nice. Nice. That's the best. Let's go. I love it. I love working on games. Thanks for co-working alongside me. I like when y'all do that. I also like when you guys press the like button. It really helps a lot. So if you're watching the stream right now and you haven't, hyper smash the thumbs up button, either right under here or right on top of me. I really appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up button. Like this stream. It means more people will see it now and in the future. So thank you if you're willing to do it. I really appreciate it. Hit that like button. Get those likes up. Let's see if we can get those likes up. Yeah. We got 8 people here right now, and I see 6 likes. Let's see if we can get those likes up. Okay, we got 7 people and now 7 likes. Okay, well now it makes sense. And still, you may have forgotten. So hit that thumbs up button just in case. Alright, so something weird is happening where the helmet keeps coming. So we're gonna have to sort that out. Let me refresh it. I wonder, now it's just headless, which is not great. Not my favorite. But I just don't, I don't know if it's, I don't think we have any code that's like hiding the existing head. It would be nice if the human wasn't headless. So normally what I'll do is I'll just write some code that makes sure that those things are all invisible by default as soon as the game starts. That way I can keep it previewable in the editor. And there's still other code that's gonna make it visible. Okay, that looks better. 1 head per person. Military. Definitely getting better. I haven't set up collision on that barn yet. Let's check some others. So we can see there's some overlap. Oh yeah, that's still happening. Some of them have 2 heads, or 2 hairs really. So why is that happening? I don't know that I actually understand why that's happening. So we have more problems than simply the pickup ones aren't gonna match. We got a few more problems than that. Because it seems to be willing to add up to 2. I wonder if that code is running twice. I need to get rid of some of these outputs. I think it's time to get some information about what's going on here. That's what I think. So if I pick these up, they're probably gonna be headless as soon as I do. Yeah. And that's because there's no head being set when we pick them up. So the ones that come out of the helicopter have helmets. Yes, and then we pick them up and they're headless. Okay, so we got some problems. We got some things to deal with here. I'm gonna have in here, well, it's a little tough. It's a little tough, because that means I gotta set up all the variables for every head, which kind of sucks. There's a reason why we don't put this in the ready function. And I often forget what that reason is. But there's a reason. Well, what you could do, here, let's put this back down here, actually. This is kind of tough. This is kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie. Can we just pick like a... I don't know, I'm having some trouble. There's another head that I want to put in here. I might just have to have them headless. really want to know the reason why we don't put him in the ready function. I know there's a reason. I just always forget it. I should really add it as like commented code. Because I know that there's... Don't add on readies because of herbivore. Oh, so we were probably getting the error because of like cows. I see. And then herbivore is, yeah. So herbivore means that plants are going to potentially also be abductees, which means that it's going to try to unready things that aren't on plants. I see. Oh, there we go. I did add a comment about it. But I realized there's also something I want to do, which is add the bald head in there. Yeah, so many humans can be bald. Why not? Okay, that's... Oh, and I did the wrong thing. Oh, we still have all that old crap on here we don't need. We don't need any of that crap. Can we delete all that, please? Is there like an easy way to just like... That's some Auto Rig Pro crap. But I don't know if it has a way to just remove things easily. You can probably look in the documentation. Did that do it? Did that remove all that stuff? Wait, why is there extra stuff? I'm just a little confused right now. Is any of this necessary? Yes, it has everything in it. Okay. Yes, it's very necessary, actually. There's those high quality arms, which, like, do I really care about hanging on to the high quality arms? Not really. Can we just delete this? Sorry, I'm just realizing that there's some messiness in here, which could, like, slow down loading times, which is not necessary. But I don't think any of these vertex groups are, like, necessary right now, but they're all here. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. I'm gonna choose not to worry about that. Alright, anyway, so there is this blank head right here. I think some of them could be bald. There's nothing wrong with that. So I just want, that's all I meant to do, was come in here and save that as such. I just kind of want to pick like a default head. That seems like probably the best default head. So I'm gonna copy this. We're just gonna call this regular head. Really, it's bald, but we can add that into the list of heads as well. It bothers me that these are in different orders than the variables are declared in. And then what I'm gonna say is head visible equals false. Okay. So now if I come into here, where is it? Did I open the wrong human? Oh, wait. Oh, this is the wrong, dang it. This is the wrong one. This is the old one. I forgot. We're on human 3. This is that's. Oh, dude, I was. Oh my god. I was so confused. I was like, I thought we got rid of all this. We did get rid of all that. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. Wow. Everything makes sense now. Oh man. Oh god. I just opened the old. Yesterday I made a new human. We need to get rid of this in GitHub. Wow. Wild. This blend file, do not update. Do not update it. Discard. Get out. No thank you. This is the one that I meant to do that on. So we want to take the blank head, remove no import, and save that. And you can also get rid of the high quality ones, by the way. I don't think those are necessary. Sure, they're not being imported, but they're just irritating me. Okay, save it. Oh, that was wild. Wow. Human 3. We're on human 3. Mark 3. Hopefully Godot is cool with all that I just did. It's taking its sweet time. We really are waiting for Godot this time. Alright. Ah! Oh! There he goes, as soon as I pull it out. Now we have the bald head. I don't know why it's funny. It's just different. Maybe, I don't know. So I don't mean to say bald is funny. It's just something about it was funny. Okay, so that's good. And then we're just gonna make sure that becomes invisible. Which does mean that we'll have headless ones when we pick them up. But we shouldn't have doubles. Although to be fair, if anything is okay to double, it's the heads. Because they're exactly the same right on top of each other. Like, obviously there's potentially the issue of like Z fighting. But it probably won't be that bad. Okay. So what's next? What's next? Heads. Okay. Oh god, not the refactoring. Oh god, not the refactoring. Oh, no, I need to figure out why sometimes 2 heads are appearing. So we have this, okay, we need to look at this code. We have this head array, right? And the head array, it's supposed to be picking 1. I think, oh, okay, god, I'm getting so confused. I need to remove all these prints. We have tons and tons and tons of print statements happening right now related to something else. And I need to get rid of them. So we're gonna let those run out here or print out so I know which ones to go remove, and we need to add in some new ones because I think what might be happening is this code is running twice, and that's maybe why it's adding 2 heads on there if I were to guess. So we could also, I mean, I don't really necessarily care that it's running twice, but it would be really helpful to know. Okay, so I think everything is, so it's printing all of the dialogue that's being spoken. This was all for empathy event debug. That pretty much all it needs to go. So let's deal with that. I'm gonna come in here. I'm just gonna comment it out. I could see myself wanting it later, but I'm probably just littering the code if we're being honest. All right, come down there. Just all of these prints. Don't need them. Now I think there's more prints than that. There's also empathy event spawned. That's somewhere else. Empathy event spawned on here. And then when it's gotten rid of, there's also a check for that. Most of these I probably don't need to keep. Oh well. Okay, any others? let's let them, there's also for like when it gets removed, I think. So let's let it run through. We're still getting double heads, yeah? Actually, I didn't get any double heads, but you can see, dang it, I died. Crap. Dang it, I died. But there were some bald heads that came in, so it did correctly pull from the array the next head type. So that's good. That's very good. I can't help but think that's just a lot of bald heads. Like, I'm not saying there aren't a lot of bald people, but proportionately, it just seems like too much. Okay, I want to make sure the empathy event gets removed. Yes, so there. Those are the prints I wanted to catch. Node freed. I thought we talked about that already. Didn't we already get rid of that? Yeah, so why would that appear? Oh, because we restarted and maybe didn't save the code yet. Empathy event removed. That's over here. And then we also have should spawn soon. Or something. Empathy event should happen again soon. Alright. Comment all those out. So hopefully it should be a little less chaotic the next time we start it up. And then, so actually none of these appeared bald. And none of them are doubled. Wait, why are they not doubled now? Why were they doubled before? What happened? There was a bald one. A little confused. Ah, there's a double right there. Double. So I'm not exactly sure why that's happening, and I'm about to get killed. But the way I'm gonna check this, at least, it's gonna be tough because it's gonna print it for every single human, which is actually not good. That's actually very bad. So that's gonna be kind of hard to test. Let's just look at the code and see if it makes sense why it would be loading 2 heads on. We know that it has no head to start off with. So we take all of the heads and we put them into the head array. I think I'll go back to separating this again. Chaos, I know. If it's military, we just make the army head visible. If it's not military, we pick one randomly and we say visible equals true. So probably the easiest way to check this, and it's gonna be a lot of prints, would be to have, so the name of the node, and then head is, and then we're gonna have head array. Well, we don't wanna say head array. We'd wanna make this like a variable or something. Variable random head equals head array pick random. And then we would say random head visible true. Then we could say random head in here. Probably a better way to do that anyway. This, I'm not sure why 2 heads would appear. Again, unless that code is running twice. So if you print all these, we should be able to see if the same human got 2 different heads. It's gonna be a lot of prints. There's gotta be, I don't know, 50 to 100 humans? Probably not, but I think that was more when we had all the cows in there, with the abductees were printing so much. But it's still not gonna be a small number. Should pop up pretty soon here. Actually, I don't think it will be that many. Oh, wow. Great, we just got 1, which is strange, because there's 2 humans who were loaded in. So what's that about? Human left head is human head long hair. Okay. Good. Can you, is it possible to do like a name on something like that? I don't know if that'll work. That might be an error, but I'm just kind of curious. Oh, nice, good. So it's much more truncated. There's all the bunch of them. Okay, good, good, good. So these look good, those look fine. Let's see what we got up here. I don't see any doubles on this one, so nothing to check. Let's see if we got any doubles this time. I wonder if it's like the same humans and their heads not being removed before new ones are added on top. I wonder if that's what it is. That must be what's happening. So we have one that has double here. That one. But I don't think it's being applied 2 times. I think that would make more sense, that because these sections, they come around again. So this is actually the same section as before. It just cycled around. I don't think their heads are being hidden when they recycle. And so if they roll a different head, they still have the same one plus the new one. I think that must be it. You know, it does mean I have to figure out how to recycle the heads. But let's double check. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't see any repeats. Oh wait, 0, look. But is that the same? Wait, but look. I actually did run one twice. It's kind of hard to tell. So the question will be if human 210 is this one. That's how we would know. So I'm gonna come over here. I think we should be able to just tell. If I just search human 02010. Oh, but it's not that one. That's not that one. That one is 07. And you can see 7 runs 1 time. Zero got afro and long hair though. And that's this one in the front, but it looks fine. So maybe that was somewhere else that happened. That may not be the same area. But 7 before got long hair, and this time 7 got afro. So it does kind of make sense. All the other ones, so 4 got afro, and then 4 got human head. So that's not going to appear because the human head just looks the same. There's no extra hair on there. 2 got long hair, and 2 got long hair. 1 got afro, 1 got afro. So yeah, I think that's got to be what's happening. So we need to just tell them to disappear. And that'd be good. Great, that was easy. Well, seems easy, I should say. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna make sure. I think the problem is it's just like kind of a lot of effort. We'll just have it iterate through the array. That's all you gotta do. You don't even have to say this visible. Oh, I dropped some food. You don't even have to say that. You like it? You hungry, microphone? We don't even have to say that the plain head becomes invisible. We can just have it iterate through that array and make each one invisible. And just make sure the army head is never the one that is visible in the editor. Then we can make any of them visible in the editor if we want. So I'm gonna say for head in head array keys, right? Does keys run on arrays, or am I bugging? That's a dictionary. I think you want to say, what do I want to say? What do I want to say? I think we just can say the array. I don't think you have to add anything at the end, right? Forgive me for not knowing that off the top of my head. Yeah, I think you can just do the array and it will know. For head in array, oh, there's already a variable. For head mesh in array, head mesh visible false. So they all just become invisible. That way, every single time, whatever head that it had before gets hidden before it picks the new head down here. That should fix that. In theory. Right? Right. Okay, so far so good. Don't die, please. Okay, so the first round, they're all different, which makes sense, because it's when it comes back again that the heads start building up. Alright, they're all unique, or at least they're all single-headed. They're all single-headed. Good. Nice, and we're seeing a lot more bald ones, because before the bald ones were getting like sort of crowded out because the hair would be on top. Perfect. Total fix. All right, now this is where there's the issue, right? So if I try to pick one up, well, now we're in trouble. Now we're in a bit of trouble, because as soon as we pick it up, headless, and that's gonna be true for all of them. So if I want them to have heads, that's when we have to get interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a GitHub commit now. I'm gonna say improved material and head appearance on humans, and we're just gonna commit that. I am going to seriously look into refactoring that. I am afraid, I am scared, I am concerned, I am not sure, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Goddess help me. I'm gonna say refactoring human spawn on grab. A little confusing, but you know, sometimes we have to be confusing. And we're gonna add a question mark. I'm still not sure that I'm gonna do that. Alright, so let's check it out. I'm gonna head over to the camera script where this lives. That's because that's where the raycast is. Since the raycast comes from the center of the camera. So this is the monstrosity of the if statement. It's not that bad, but it is that bad. It is and it isn't. I find it frustrating, and I would like it to frustrate me less. So we do have this prevent attacking. I don't know that we need this prevent attacking, by the way. When does prevent attacking? Okay, so we gotta look into this deep here. Prevent attacking gets changed. So this is when the power-up menu happens, to make sure that you're not able to play the game as much while you're... It basically isolates to just the power-up ray. So, okay, what if we try this? I've had some success doing this, just saying like, if something, then return, so that way it doesn't do the rest of the script. I think that might be a useful thing here. So if it's game over, obviously you're not able to do anything. If the viewport doesn't exist, you're not able to do anything. Let's try if prevent attacking, then oh, and power up selectable. Then we want to run the power up ray. Otherwise, return. That doesn't make sense. That's incorrect. You want to say this, return. If prevent attacking, return. That's what you want to say. And then otherwise, the else is just it moving on past this. I think that's what we want. I could be really wrong there. So I'm gonna need to test that just to make sure. Now wait a minute, Lise. You just deleted everything, which is not acceptable. So please don't do that. Yes, I'm refactoring it, but we're not destroying it. So let's... can get rid of all this, sure. And in theory, we'd get rid of that. And then this would be indented. Now, again, I'm trying to avoid all of this chaotic indentation, but I'm very afraid of that. So here's what we're gonna say too. We're gonna say print attacking prevented, and if it goes past it, we're gonna say all raycasts allowed. Attacking prevented, power up raycast only, something like that. Well, actually, this would be no raycasts. This would be all raycasts disallowed. And then here, we're just gonna, well, we have a print already. Power up ray is happening. Okay. So I just want to make sure that that much is working, because there's just a lot of these little things that I just need to ensure are good and correct. That's what's going to make this so challenging, is it's just like every little step of the way. I got to make sure it's not broken yet. All raycasts allowed. Right, because we don't have prevent attacking, which means this is going to print hundreds and then thousands of times. So that's obviously gonna mess up frame rate and stuff, but that's okay. It's fine. Okay. You know you're drinking a drug when you have to like look back in your cup to make sure it's empty? Are we sure there's not a little more caffeine? Okay. So the raycasts are allowed. We can do everything. All is well. No problems. Yes, we're going to have some lag and things. Okay, so let's bring up the power-ups. That's going to happen when I get all the abductions. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I can go to. Power-up ray is happening. All raycasts disallowed. Okay, except for the power-up one. Good. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. That's not how it's supposed to go. They're not all supposed to be bouncing like that. What's up with that? I kind of like that they're bouncing, but they're technically not supposed to. I actually love it. But they're really not supposed to be doing that. Because then you lose all the feedback. The idea is that that's feedback to know if you're hovering over it. So that's a bug. Okay, so now the raycasts are back. Let me pull that up again. So if I even hovered over any, it's not going. If I hover over one, boop, it just keeps bouncing. And it's staying hovered. That's weird. I feel like it's creating multiple, it must be just creating like tons and tons of raycasts. It has to be what it is. Like in the process function, it's just making so many. We only wanted to make one. But instead, because prevent attacking is true, power up selectable true, and so it's just constantly looping through here and creating just tons and tons and tons and tons of raycasts. I think. To me, that has to be what it is. Alright, if power up selectable and raycast and power up ray and is power up ray, I guess. So we're gonna say up here, it's a lot of booleans. I'm not a big fan of all these booleans, if I'm being honest. Variable is power up ray. Boolean false. Where is it? I'm lost in the code. Okay, there we are. If and is not power up ray. It's not, I don't really like using is that way, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna say power up ray active. I have some questions about a lot of these booleans, especially prevent attacking, especially the name, but that's okay. Power up ray active will become true, and then we need to obviously make it false again. Probably in the same place that prevent attacking gets set. It's a little ridiculous. Again, I have some problems with all this, but kind of just trying to move on. Get this. This isn't really my main task, is to fix this, but this is why refactoring this is so difficult, because it's embedded into so many different systems. So I'm still keeping the question mark there, because I'm not sure that I wanna deal with this. So prevent attacking. Well, when we actually check it, if attacking is being prevented, it runs this. So as soon as prevent attacking becomes false on power up chosen, we'd also want to say power up ray active false. Also, on eating finished, prevent attacking. So this is actually a very different prevent attacking. That's a totally different situation. Now, that's not gonna run the power-up ray because we don't have power-up selectable Boolean true. So I think that might be sufficient. But again, I don't know. That could mess. I gotta check. Now I gotta make sure eating works okay, like after you eat. Ugh. Oof. It's messy in here. It's messy in this script. Because just the raycasts are so central to like everything you do in this game. And so they all have to like interact with each other, or at least communicate with each other about which ones are allowed when, often based on each other. And that just gets a little messy. So the eating finished is just kind of saying like, well, you're in the middle eating, so you can't like do stuff because your arms are busy. So I mean, that seemed okay, as far as I can tell. I can't click. Now I can. It was a little hard to tell because there was nothing available. Okay, clicking, 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 nothing. Clicking, 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 then it comes back. All right, let's level up and see if that's functioning better now. Ah, it's not functioning at all now. Now it's doing nothing. Right, we do need a raycast to keep going every frame. That's how a raycast works. It has to be every frame. Okay, so that was useless. So then why is it still bouncing? See, that makes me think that I had that set up that way for a reason, right? Oh God, this refactor gets nuts. I mean, I genuinely don't even understand what the heck's going on. I'm starting to want to go back on this refactor, man. It's gonna take hours on hours on hours to do this. Oh, it makes me mad. My anger is rising. So power up rate not active. We don't actually want any of that crap because then it's gonna keep it from working, which is incorrect. So I'm just not sure. Well, look what you're doing when you return. You're also messing with you're resetting the mouse position. But that should be fine. Right? Maybe? Yeah, I think that's fine. This is hard. I genuinely just don't understand what's going on. Why would that make the bubbles keep bouncing? As opposed to before, it was if prevent attacking. Really, it was an else statement that would then run the raycast. The big difference is the return. But yet, that it just has a completely different result. It's so different. So actually, just by changing that code, now we see the problem again. See? They're only supposed to be hovered like that. So I mean, obviously, I have to go and look at the hovering. It's just like so annoying. All right, so that is handled where exactly? Power up ray. Power up hovered, emit 1. If raycast result is not empty, if raycast result is type, collider is type, power up orb is type. So it's saying if it's orb 1 that you're hovering, emit that you're hovering orb 1. Hey, what's up, Jonas? How you doing? Are you still working on the gift campaign? Oh yeah, so that's gonna be only on vertical live streams. That only works on vertical live streams, and that's gonna be every Sunday that I do that one. Yeah, so Jonas is talking about a this bonus that YouTube is giving the channel, $1,000 if 3 times in 1 month across 3 separate... Okay, it's kind of confusing. If the channel gets 1 gift, it's a special new monetization feature YouTube has. If the channel gets 1 gift during a vertical live stream 3 times in a month... It's so confusing. There has to be... Okay. So basically, I have to do 3 vertical live streams and get 1 gift at least on each of those live streams within a month. And if that happens, YouTube will give the channel $1,000, which is super awesome. And so on Sundays, we're doing that. So this coming Sunday, we'll do the next one. And it has to be on vertical live streams. At least 1 gift per stream for at least 3 vertical streams. Yes. Yes. Within a month. Exactly. Well said, Jonas. At least 1 gift per stream for at least 3 vertical streams. Per month. Until February. Then it ends. So we can get up to $3,000 for the channel. But yeah, that's going to be Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's when I'll do those vertical live streams. Thanks for checking about it, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, I figured I'd use it as an opportunity to do something different, too. I am debating whether I'm going to be doing this refactoring. I'm leaning towards not doing it because it's just like... I'm trying to do, like, the clothes of NPCs, but that, unfortunately... has a lot of crossover with raycast stuff, and the raycasts affect literally everything in the game, and so refactoring that is forcing me to have to refactor a lot of other things, which really sucks, and I'm getting really upset about it. So I don't know, I'm keeping the question mark there, because I'm not sure if I'm actually going to refactor all of that. I'm sort of getting a sense of how bad it's going to be, and so far it's pretty bad. But I'm unfortunately just kind of having to dig around and find stuff and see where the problems are, and it's annoying. But yeah, I'm doing that. Ideally, I want to get humans in the game to have clothes appearing in certain ways that I want them to appear, and enemies. I'd like to make enemies shooting bullets today and stuff like that. So there's a bunch I want to do, and this is kind of getting in the way of it a little bit. So we'll see if I actually move forward, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it a chance to maybe happen. Yeah. All right. So the hovering is emitted as saying which orb is being hovered when the raycast detects that there's something in there. It's going to make sure that what that something is either orb 1, orb 2, or orb 3, and then it will emit the signal that says power up 1, 2, or 3 is emitted. So we got to look at where that gets connected. Power up, hovered, connect. A couple places in the HUD and on the orb. Now we know it's giving... I remember this problem, and I remember not being able to solve it except by organizing the code in that very specific way. I do remember having this problem and spending hours not knowing how to resolve it. So I do have a feeling that we need to give up on this. And it's kind of that if it's not broke, don't fix it situation. But yeah, so because so the HUD determines what text shows up. The power-up orb script determines the throbbing. And again, I really distinctly remember having this same problem. I really very much do. So it checks to see if the orb that's hovered is the one that it currently is. So this is on each individual orb that this code runs. So it says, am I the one that's hovered? If I am the one that's hovered, I'm going to play the animation. Animation should be right now playing. Yeah, that would actually be a very interesting print right now. So you can see that when I hover over it, hey Froggy, you can see that when I hover over it, if you look right there, you can see that that number increases as I hover over it. So the animation is playing. Now this animation, is it a loop? It should be a loop, but it should only, I mean, we really want to say when it's not hovered anymore, it should stop playing the animation, actually. That would be, but the thing is why should I have to do that? I didn't have to do it before, but now I suddenly do. It's just kind of silly. Here's animation stop. This is if anything else is seen. So that makes sense because this raycast is currently not active. We're turning it off. So it's never seeing that it's time to stop it. I have a suggestion for an ability that could be called remote play. It could slow down time for 3 seconds if you don't want to lose a limb or take damage. Yeah, so we do have a power-up like that. So all the power-ups are already decided. That could change someday, but right now we have them all sorted out. So that one is called tense legs, and it lets you slow down. Is exactly, we're great minds. We already got that one. Tense legs can slow down movement for a short time. We got it, Froggy. Thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate it. But we already got it. So, great minds, Frank. Great minds. God, I hate this. I really don't know if I want to do this. If target has method power up hovered. So that is to say, if we hover over another orb, it's going to just stop the animation. Oh, that's saying if we don't hover, wait. Oh, right, if we hover over an orb that isn't the same as the current one. If we hover over a... Now I'm actually confused, wait a minute. Is orb... Keep trying, don't give up. Don't give up! Oh, thanks, Froggy. Okay. Okay, moral support credit. That's some moral support credit. Thanks for that. You're right. You're right. Thanks, Froggy. We got you on here, right? H. Froggy, you don't have any credits. Congratulations. You now have your first credit. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game. So you've made it into the game, Froggy. Thanks for keeping me motivated. Oh god. Alright, so if target collider has method on power up hovered, that is to say, is a if you're seeing another orb, but if it's not an orb, how would that even happen? Where it has power up hover, but it's not an orb. That would only happen if it was the HUD. The HUD is the only, but you can't collide with the HUD. So I don't actually understand what that's doing. Then we say, if that's not the case, animation stop and HUD on power up hovered. What? What is this? So, man, I really don't want to be doing this at all. I'm so not interested in this. It's just, it feels like a waste of time, if I'm being honest. I feel like, in some ways, I'm giving up by doing this. I have a question. When their species were born, did they go to war or no? I don't think so. I don't think they did. So they live on, they have their own planet where they all are. Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they have war. Here we're gonna print, I don't know what to even say here. We're gonna say anything else, anything if. I don't even know what to call this chaos. But I know that I put it here for some reason. So none of this should even be working because we don't have, and I think that that's what's stopping the animation. So clearly what the problem here is that we actually don't want this raycast to be turned off. We want that on, which is really strange. Like, why was that one still coming on before? That really confuses me. So that's the general ray. All right, so I guess we want the general ray to be before that statement, which is really confusing. Very confused. So I guess we put this right here and save it. And then they stop. There you go. There it is. All right, and nothing else happens? Okay. We'll spawn a helicopter, see if that does anything. No, not really. Okay. All right. Okay. That seems to be fixed. That wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. My anger has diminished. I am no longer angry, but I'm still concerned. Good question. But how do they start without limbs? How do they start without limbs? They don't need them on their planet, but they realize they want them. They just don't need them. It'd be funny if I put a frog as an Easter egg. Just for you. Sounds like a lot of work. Your credit is your Easter egg. Yeah, I hear ya. I want to say, back on the orb script, do not print all this stuff. Thank you. All right, so that wasn't too bad. Though I panicked. So now this hopefully, probably, maybe works. I'm gonna get these prints out of here. And then we should get rid of that Boolean that was created. That ended up not being necessary. Okay. All right. So all of this is just to refactor that big if statement, and this was woven into that if statement. So this is good. I'm going to commit it at this point. So we're going to say prevent attacking is no longer untangled with untangled from attack ray. Because this is actually not just preventing attacking. It's actually preventing everything else as well. It's preventing hovering over the player. It's preventing score dunk. It's preventing cursor position. Is this anything? It's preventing the abduct ray. It's preventing the main menu ray. Oh, we might have some problems. Hold on a second. First of all, what the heck is cursor ray? Hold on. I think we have a problem here. I think none of these were intended to be blocked from prevent attacking. I think that's why we had the problem with the hovering. What is cursor ray doing? That's what the player head follows. Oh. All right, hold on a second. So everything may seem okay, but I've actually potentially broken other things. So it's gonna be fine normally. The head is moving, all good. Very nice. But now if we go into, there's only a couple situations where prevent attacking happens. So like right now, look, the head isn't following anymore. You can see that pretty clearly. So that's not too bad, but it's not intended. So we don't really want that to be that way. What else? Abduct ray, we don't need to be abducting anything. It's not really cursor position implementation. This is head look at point. I'm pretty sure that's all that does. But I could be wrong. We could search for where mouse position 3D is red. That might be useful in other places, I don't know. It's only on the player that it's used. It's for look at, rotate head. That's all it's for, is for rotating the head. So yeah, so that's all that does. So instead of, we could, it is technically the cursor array, but we could even be more specific potentially if we wanted to. Score dunk ray, we're not using the score dunk here, so that's something to think about. Player hover, I don't really even think we need that. I feel like that's really only used right now for eating things. So I think we really definitely don't need that and potentially don't want that. It's a little tough, but the head looking we do want. So I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna make sure that that's happening before prevent attacking. So if I save that, we should have the head looking again. There it goes. Now it's following. What other code is out here? Let me do stuff. Why is it loading? What are you loading? Oh my god. Of course I accidentally zoomed. It's okay, I'm fine. If menu pickable, oh, main menu. So what if I was waiting, Frank. What if I pause it? Yeah. Oh no, it still works. Nice. Oh, it's not good. Whoa. That's actually an entire bug right there because it puts us into play. Wow. Well, there's something I didn't know before. Oh, and look at that. The info is above the menu. Well, we got all kinds of problems, don't we? Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Jesus. So I need the pause menu canvas layer to be higher so I can actually, I don't even know how high we need to put it. There you go. So that's underneath. You can see it's underneath. But we have this huge problem where it's making us move. That's not supposed to be play. That's supposed to be, I don't even know if that's a different state. I'm not sure that we have a power-up state. Let's see. We should have a power-up state, but we actually don't. But when we hit pause, really, it is paused, but is it? I mean, what if there's an enemy? Actually, we should consider having the power up menu be a pause state. Now that I think about it. See, this is just such, there's so many things. I mean, you know, technically this is, really I'm just discovering a problem that needs to be dealt with. Oh, dang it, I miss the human. More so than this is literally part of the refactor. I can't reach the copter because I don't have limbs. Dude, why do I keep missing it? Oh my god. I swear, there's something weird. Dude, what? I keep... Oh, because the raycast isn't there. Oh god, I'm so irritated. Okay. Because we could say that the pause menu just doesn't happen when the power-ups are up. That's gonna have some issues. Oh man. So it's almost like you kind of are paused and you can't pause it if the power-up menu is there. But if you think about it, right, like the helicopter shouldn't be able to shoot you. That's not good. If you're, they still walk in the pause menu. Dude, everything is so hard. What if we get the helicopter here and we pause it? So there's the bullet frozen in time, which is good. There's so many bugs. There's so much jank just everywhere. If menu pickable, main menu. If the power-ups are active, when the pause menu closes, if event action released pause, if unpause is pressed, it's going to just make the game not be paused anymore. So it doesn't even do anything else. I wonder why that makes you start moving. All that it's doing is it's literally unpausing the game. So why would that interrupt player movement? I don't understand that. So here we are on here. If I pause it on here and I press continue, we start moving, which is not good. If I fill this up again, what if I pause it and immediately unpause it? It still does it, just like makes it start moving, which is not supposed to. So that makes me think that this could be a pause, but if we do that, then the power-ups have to, and the HUD, have to be unpausable. So the power-up menu, we'd want to set its process mode to always be available, even if the game is paused. I don't think that's gonna just work. And then, does that happen here too? Yeah, it does. And then the HUD also needs to be always, which it is. So we'd want to make sure that when power-up menu begins and ends, I'm not really sure where that happens. Power-up menu begin, okay. And then I think chosen is when it ends. We would want to make sure that we indeed pause it. And then when one is chosen, we unpause it. I have a bad feeling about this myself. And we are waiting on Godot. Oh. Freaking trackpad life, always accidentally zooming. Can't stop, won't stop. Alright, so when it's chosen, it's gonna do a whole bunch of stuff, and then finally, we want it to unpause it. This seems risky to me, but I'm curious. Uh-oh. Internal error setting property. Yikes. Uh-oh. Yeah, I have a, dude, I have a bad feeling. Especially if we have like animations playing and awaits and stuff, and then you're pausing the game. This is no bueno. This is not gonna work. So at this point, I'm just again, discovering things that need to be dealt with. And I could just skip it for now, but it's really hard for me to skip like bugs and problems that I find because I got ADHD. I don't do a good job at making a list and coming back to that thing someday later. I just make the list and ignore it and never go back to it. So like when I stumble on a bug or a problem, I'm like, I need to resolve this right now. Okay, but that's not always ideal. Okay, so level up. So it's paused, and you can see that it's paused because nothing is happening. Because for things to happen, it depends on things not being paused. And now I have no way to unpause. And so the game just soft locks. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh wait, why did I put pause so far up? Why do I always do that? This needs to be all the way down here. But you can see the cursor isn't even working anymore. So I would need to make sure that the cursor is set up correctly as well to be usable all the time. We have to say the crosshair thing is always crosshair, always. There's probably other things too. I mean, you definitely want the camera to be always. I don't know what unforeseen consequences this is gonna have. Probably a lot. Because now you're gonna be able to do stuff. This is concerning. I'm getting involved in some mess. I'm getting involved in some mess, y'all. I mean, it would be nice to have this all make sense. I probably a path of least resistance is just you. Well, number one, you can't pause while the power menu is up. I have a feeling there's going to be other problems that end up potentially triggering the movement while you're in the power-up menu. But we have another problem, which is that if there's enemies, they're going to keep shooting at you if you're trying to pick a power-up, which is not good. Let me just pause it so you can see I can still interact with everything. I can still play the game through the pause menu, which is not good. Kinda. Sorta. It's kind of hard to tell because everything is like right underneath, which makes this really hard to test. Yeah, I'm still able to do stuff through the pause menu, which is not good. Deep cheese. Absolute cheese, right? Because the helicopter is shooting me. And in theory, if I could reach the helicopter, I'd be able to shoot it. or kill it, right? So I can just pause the game, kill the enemy, and then unpause it. So that's a problem. We'd want to add in the prevent attacking thing. But that's assuming this even works when we get all the abductions. Yeah, it doesn't. So this is not acceptable. And now, unfortunately, I've done a lot of crap that I have to, like, track back and redo. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. We do not want the camera to always be available. I would say the cursor being always available is probably fine. As long as the raycast isn't available, it won't be able to do stuff that we don't want it to do. The orbs, it kind of doesn't matter. But let's make sure the power-up menu is also not set to always. And we absolutely do not want to be pausing the entire game at that moment, because that's a disaster. However, we do have to ensure that you cannot pause while the power-up menu is open, which is kind of sucks. I have no idea how to figure out why we're moving when it's unpaused. I don't have a clue why that would happen. We do switch to the pause state, so it could have something to do with leaving the pause state and starting the play state, right? So if we go to game states and we look for the play state, pause menu visible, movement start. I mean, that would be why. That would be the reason. So I guess what we would want to say is we'd want to make sure that the power-up menu is not currently active. I don't know if I have a check for that. I hope I do. Let's find out. I don't know that we do. When we have power-up selectable on the camera, right? What is that? When power-up menu begins, power-up selectable true. And when one's chosen, it goes to false. So we could do that. The only trouble with that is we need to be able to access that node, which means setting it up. Oh, the camera's already here? Great. Excellent. All right, let's try this. We're gonna say, it's crazy when I'm just like, there's no way to solve this. How am I gonna solve this? And then it's like, oh, I've actually left myself all the tools to solve it. But it's easy to forget that. Okay, we're gonna say camera. Power-ups selectable. Is that correct? Power-up selectable. If camera power-ups not selectable, start the movement. See what that does. I swear to God, if that just fixes it, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. A bug was found and squashed. Now, that does not mean that helicopters and enemies will stop shooting you in the power-ups menu, because they will keep shooting you in the power-ups menu. I guarantee it. That's something that'll have to be fixed at some point. And it's something that I'm gonna stumble on. Like, I'm gonna be testing the game, and I'm gonna notice that happens. So I'm not too worried about dealing with that right now. The menu thing I felt like is gonna be sneaking by a little bit. So I wanted to make sure I dealt with that as soon as possible. All right, bring out the power-ups. So if I pause it and unpause it, nice. No more movement problem. Although the 20 keeps bouncing. Why? What is that bug? What in the actual world? That is so weird. If I just sit here, that doesn't play. But if I pause it, and then unpause it, it plays it. Why? Why would you do that? Why is everything so weird? On gameplay, because the gameplay state happens. That's why. And so when the gameplay, because when you unpause it, we go to state play. We go to state play, it runs score minimum text update, score minimum play animation, container score visible true. Really, that's only supposed to happen the first time we go to play. Not every single time we go to the play state. Because I think that's gonna happen every time we pause and unpause the game forever. Like on some level, it's like, I guess that's nice to remind the player of their goal, but it's a bug. And so I guess that play animation thing, that is going to run in different times. So I think we can just say that it only does that on the gameplay state once, which is like kind of silly. I feel like we should make that be a different... This should be different. I'm gonna come to the game states. See, we're just discovering, so it gets so deep. So many layers of things. We're gonna say variable. And it's also like, what if there's the retry menu, right? So there's a button that's going to potentially exist that lets you retry the game, which is going to... I almost feel like we need a state for this. Like a begin play state. You know, or what I was gonna do, which is set this variable that just says, if it plays the first time, never do some of these things again. But then on retry, that has to actually reset. So I would have to set that up. Okay, why don't I do that on globals? Why don't we do that on globals? There's a lot going on in globals. We're just gonna put it up here. I'm gonna say variable run begun. It's gonna be a boolean that equals false. And then we want to make sure that that gets reset to false on retry. Retry also runs on restart, by the way. Although the restart has... There are some special things. If it's not restart, it's going to do special things. Okay, so we want to say that run begun becomes false. Then we come to game states and we say This does give quite an interesting perspective on how the whole game works. I will say that. Oh man. I just can't stop zooming. Pause menu visible false. Gameplay emit. If camera power up selectable. If it's not selectable, then start the movement. I'm also gonna say if globals run begun, run not begun, we should say. If the run hasn't begun yet, we want globals run begun to become true. And we want to emit it's tough because there's game begin. So we're just gonna say game run begun and emit that. Okay. Then I gotta go create that signal. It's not really a state, but it's state-ish. Game run begun. This is level 1 first, level 1 begun / retried. Then we can come to the HUD, and instead of on gameplay, this is going to be on game run begun. And we'll have to come up here and refactor that. On game run begun. Okay. All of that just to ensure that the score minimum text doesn't start bouncing after we unpause the game. At least, I mean, you know, having this framework here is going to be potentially very useful, you know, because it means that in the future, if there's something I need to happen only when a run begins, I now have a place for that. Now, I'm probably going to forget that I have that set up, and I'm going to have to go through rigmarole to actually notice it, but oh, wait, it's still happening. No, I'm confused. On game run begun. Oh, I see why. Do you see why? It's because I didn't actually change the signal. I only changed the callable. Game run begun. There we go. It's definitely possible that I forget that I set this up, and I'll probably realize it. But it's nice to have the framework there. And hopefully I can get back to refactoring that human pickup code. It's just, it leads to so many other things. Which, to be fair, is kind of justifying working on this. Because it's improving the game across the board. Potentially breaking things too. But, you know, it's leading to everything being better. Oh. We can move. This is actually a recently added bug. We don't want the player to be able to pause it and readjust themselves. That's not good. That's not good. So we need controls to be locked on pause. That's actually something I have set up somewhere in the code. I'm not sure where or how. Movement stop. Lock controls, true or false. Oh. Well, that's lovely of me to put that in there. That's so helpful. All right, so when we pull up the pause menu, we'll come back in here. Movement start false. Well, that's when we play. So obviously we don't want to lock the controls there. But when we press pause, yeah, we definitely want the controls to be locked. I mean, amazingly, that's not even stopping the movement, which is concerning. That must be happening somewhere else. So if I search for game state pause connect, there's probably one. Sorry, game pause connect. There's probably one on the terrain controller. Just the camera. I guess the terrain controller is getting paused, hence why we don't bother stopping the movement. But we do want to stop the movement because it comes with this bonus thing of locking the controls. So we're gonna stop the movement. Heck, that might have even helped resolve the unpause problem if we had just stopped the movement. We're starting it, but we never stopped it? What? I don't know. It's all wild. I guess because the play was not necessarily put with unpause in mind. It was created with beginning the game, at which time you do want the level to start moving. Just wild. All right, so I'm gonna go back to game states, and we want to say that when it pauses, please also stop the movement. Movement stop, emit true. True meaning do not keep moving. Now, I don't know if that's unlock. Is that the same thing? When we play, movement start, what is that? So I did not comment what that true or false is. So what is that true or false? It is unlock controls. So we want to put that here as well. So this is actually unlock controls, true or false. So I would think, yes, true. We do want to unlock the controls. So we got to come back to game states and have this be true. Whew. All right. It was actually the other day that I implemented the player still being active when the game was paused. And that was because when you get a game over, when you die, the game pauses. But when you die, your head is supposed to disappear. But if the player paused when you died, then you wouldn't see your head disappear, and it wouldn't look like anything happened when you got a game over. When in fact, I think the player needs to know, oh hey, look, something happened. I got killed. All right, pause, unpause. No more bouncing. I can't move around. I'm trying, but it's not working, which is good. The player is stopped. The movement is stopped. All is well, as far as I can tell. Besides any unforeseen things that one day we'll discover and have to deal with. For now, it's pretty good. Let's pull up the power-ups again just to check everything. Pause, unpause, no problems. Looks good. Whew. Wow. All right. I don't even know what to type here. Power up and pause menu improvements. Created a run begun variable on globals that is reset on retry and set to true by game state play. Pausing, or we should say unpausing, no longer sets off the score min animation due to the new signal game run begun, which is emitted on game state play if run globals run begun is false. Pausing no longer allows player movement via movement stop true, locking the controls. The play state now unlocks controls on movement start, which only fires anyway, which only fires if the, which now only fires if the player is not in the power-up menu. Okay. Very good. Now I shall return to my task of refactoring human spawn on grab. So, camera 3D. This is the dreaded if statement that needs to be dealt with. It has been a little bit dealt with now. Just a bit. I've moved prevent attacking to not be tangled up in the attack ray. Now the attack ray is just after power-ups and prevent attacking are not true because it won't return anymore. So it'll keep us going down here and allow the attack ray to happen. Okay. What is this? If it's null, if it's not null, and if it's an abductee, it'll, so this is just like a little extra help to like see. I'm gonna, this is kind of useful sometimes, but I'm gonna just get rid of it because we're trying to clean things up. So this actually creates, how does that even, so it creates a variable called attack ray. Oh, a variable called raycast result that's based on attack ray. That's pretty terrible. What is attack ray now? Detects obstacles, NPCs, and meet/abductee, emits attack target to hit points, and returns attack target to meet/abductee within the script. So whatever the attack ray sees gets set to this global variable attack ray, or attack target, sorry. And that's the raycast result. It just makes sure that it's not empty. It makes sure that it's only seeing things on these layers. It also emits the attack target in addition to making sure it's accessible locally on the script. Okay. And we're creating another raycast result here. And where do we use raycast result? Right there? I think this should just be an attack ray. Right? if we grab something within the attack, well, really just any time. This is actually any time. This isn't, as long as attacking isn't prevented, then clicking is going to hide any arrow that is hovering. No matter what. That's always going to happen. It has nothing to do even with the attack rate. This is just like a general thing. All the time. So, I mean, I could make this a function. We could say hide arrow. Grab that. Oh, but input grab also applies to all of this. Well, okay, so how about this? Instead of that, why don't we call it on grab or on click? Or on, because it's not necessarily going to be a click. If you're on gamepad, it's like you're pressing a button. So but I don't like it that it's called grab, because grabbing should mean something else. Even though I already have the input factored as grab, which I don't like in general, truth be told. So what's another word for click that isn't limited to like clicking? Pressing, selecting, option A, input A, button. Because there's like different kinds of presses, right? How is this one specific? Let's say on action pressed, which is kind of funny because that's just is action pressed. We're going to call it action button. I'm going to call this action button pressed. I have a crazy idea. I kind of want to refactor grab. It shouldn't be that hard. I should just be able to find everywhere grab is referenced, and we just literally update that. It's not that hard. So let's do it. Find grab, replace with action. Do it. Do it, Walter. Do I want to save all those other ones? They all look saved. Okay. Replace grab with action. What? Did it already do it on the other scripts? Why is it not showing up on the other scripts? Now I'm very confused. Wait, it was just showing so many different scripts, but now it's only showing one. But I know for a fact that there's others. What is happening? What has just happened? What has just occurred? Okay, what if I just search for grab everywhere? What? Like, I already know grab exists here. I just found it. Godot, what are you talking about? What are you doing? Close it. I don't understand. That's a bug, right? I searched it one time and it had hits from all over. I searched it a second time and suddenly it didn't. Like, that has to be a bug. Like, I want to make sure we're actually refactoring it everywhere. This should be like lickety-splickety behavior. Rename it, move on. Don't make this complicated. Godot. I love you, Godot. Right, are we waiting for Godot? Are we waiting for Godot? Oh! Never takes long. Okay. This time, when I search grab, you're gonna find a lot. What is going on? Okay, now I just have to rewind the stream, because I don't understand. I don't understand what was fundamentally different about the last time I searched it and this time that I just searched it. Like, what was different? I mean, literally nothing. Okay, so I searched it. I searched grab. And I decided not to replace anything. I opted to replace nothing. It found 10 matches in 4 files. As it should have. And then I just clicked around and looked at some things. I ran the exact same search again. And then that time it was gone. Godot, find files, not finding everything. Search all files keyword. I have issues when I use it. Not all files are searched. I don't know if that's exactly it. I didn't uncheck any of those. This was apparently updated in 4.3 this year. But, like, what's happening? I have the filters checked on. I'm searching grab. I know with certainty that there's more files. With absolute certainty. What if I just search grab without the quotes? Well, yeah, now it finds a whole bunch. But it's still not finding those particular ones. It's almost like it's just ignoring those files. But, like, those files are still there. Like, the game still works. Dude, what is this? What is this? Why? Why? Whoa, that's a bug. What is that bug? Did something get refactored? I mean, look at that. When I hover over them... Okay, clearly something horrible happened. Input mat action does... It did refactor it! It's not a bug. It comes back to something that I've repeatedly had a problem with, which is that menu that pops up that says... Like, so, okay, so if I come through here and I search for grab, I don't know if it's gonna work this time. We want to replace it with action. We hit replace. We replace with no undos this. This right here. Okay? This is crap. This dialog box is confusing. It doesn't make sense, and I hate it. I thought that when this comes up, it's at least confirming, are you sure that you want to do the thing? Remember this had like a bunch of scripts on it, right? And I chose cancel. That's what I clicked on. But it still changed them in all of them except for one. How is that clear from this dialogue? All right, discard it. Refresh, no more grab. All right, now we gotta come in here. I'm just so utterly confused, but fine, it's fine. At least we're moving forward. I'm fine today. I'm totally fine. Just sometimes I look, I'm enjoying myself because I get to feel a sense of accomplishment, and I get to see my game get better. So like, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying myself, but along that path, there just are like these frustrating roadblocks. And to me, that's like part of it. That's part of what makes it so rewarding, is like feeling that frustration and experiencing the relief of it being resolved. But that don't make it not an emotional roller coaster of a sort. All right, so I want to find grab in here. And we just have to change that right here to action. And now the game will not be broken. And I can feel better about my refactoring. This is part of what refactoring is, right? I mean, granted, this isn't solely implementing the human spawn on grab functionality differently, but it is making that functionality more clear, more logical, and hopefully more accessible when I need to make changes. Whoa. Cat cam got... Okay, hopefully that's the right spot for the cat cam. It might be a little further over than it needs to be, but that's okay. Okay, make sure all grabbing is functional. It looks good. I can't imagine that would have caused a problem, but it's good to double check, make sure. All right, seems fine. Great, so now I'm just gonna save that, or commit that. So we're gonna say grab refactored to action. Commit it, push it. Now we're gonna come back to the camera script. We're so barely into this function. But, you know, that's what I knew I was getting into today. Action button pressed. Okay, so this is the new function that I'm creating. And it's going to have a bunch of different things happen. We could... Let's do that. Let's say that if input action pressed, then action button pressed runs. I think that makes some sense. I don't even know that I want attack ray to exist here, truth be told. So we need to unindent a bunch of all this, which is how we know we're successfully refactoring, as if we are bumping this indent in. Action press does not exist. We want that to do a bunch of other things. So let's create that function. Function input event, that's if any button is pressed. Oh, that's for movement of the mouse. I'm just gonna say mouse or cursor movement detection stuff. It's not really just detection, but that's okay. Function action button pressed. Okay. So there's a lot of things we want to do here, including hiding an arrow. So I'm going to make a new function for that. Force hide arrows, we'll call it. Func force hide arrows. That is what all of this does. Pull that out. Drop that in. If raycast result, so this is all supposed to happen on the action press, so we need to move all of this into there. We still want to make that stuff smaller, but actually you need to also include the raycast result into that. You know, we're just moving it at this point. But this is definitely still a step in the right direction. Alright, hop in here. Okay. So in theory, this should all be functioning exactly the same. I might as well test it at this point, just to make sure that that's true. Make sure I'm operating from a place of truth. But I'm pretty sure that nothing should be different. It may well be different. But in theory, nothing should be different. Let us find out how true or untrue that is. It's gonna be a big job today. Big job. That's all right. So we're gonna test this by making sure things are still clickable. They are. So that's quite good. Big test is gonna be on the humans though. The humans still edible. It does overheal, unfortunately. That is another bug that does happen. The grabbing still works. Yep, all is the same. Okay. So to me, a lot of this could just be in the attack ray instead of being on action button pressed. Then we don't have to declare this raycast result. Now again, we're just moving it around, but that's okay for right now. So that's gonna force hide arrows, and it's gonna run attack ray. Now on attack ray, this is actually applying to a lot of different things. Obstacles, NPCs, meat, and abductee. Right, that's a lot of stuff. So we want something specific for meat/abductee. So let's do that. Return attack target. Now I don't know if we actually need to return attack target anymore. I think that was only relevant for all that big block of code that we have. So we might not even need that anymore. I would say we certainly don't, which is good. We are gonna still emit it. That's definitely still very valuable. So we're gonna say, instead of returning anything, we're gonna say abductee grabbed. And we want that to call with the attack target. So func abductee grabbed target. Now there's actually a little more I want to add in there before we run that function, but for now we're going to do this. So actually, instead of raycast result, we want this all to be target. So that's a lot of refactoring. But we actually want this to be back here. We want to say if raycast result is abductee, then we run attack target. And instead of raycast result, we're going to say attack target. If attack target is in group abductee, run abductee grabbed attack target. So now we have abductee grabbed and our target. So we don't need to check if it's null anymore, because that's not going to happen if it's not null. That's all being checked over here if it's not empty, for example. And the null was also when attack target was a global variable up here, which started out as null, but we don't need that anymore. So we're going to get that out. So we're actually going to be creating the variable attack target and setting it to be the collider. And then we emit it. If it's in the group abductee, we send that out. Okay. Now, abductee grabbed target. Obviously, our indentation here gets to come in, which means we are refactoring well. That is an excellent sign. We're getting there little by little. So instead of raycast result, this becomes target. Now, I have wanted to change this from meat to abductee for a long time. We'll see if I get to do that this time. All right, so variable abductee equals target. If the abductee original is a clone, is not a clone, now what this means is that when we pick up a human that is not a clone, okay, it's going to create a clone. And then we can drop that clone and potentially pick up the clone. And in that case, we don't want to create another clone. That's what this is. The cloning thing is a way to help with object pooling. I would like to refactor this a little differently, if I'm being honest. I would rather have this be if abductee original clone. Well, it's a little tricky. So you want to select all of this. I would rather, I don't really like starting with not if there's an else. I just find that unnecessarily confusing. So I'm gonna fix that while we're here cleaning this all up. Although now I'm just confused. This is very confusing. Okay, I think I see the problem. Let's just grab it from here. Then we paste that down there. Grab that. Now we say, if abductee original is a clone, add abductee original to the group grabbed. So don't worry about spawning a new one if it's a clone. Just automatically have it be grabbed. But if it is not a clone, so this else, abductee is not a clone, then we need to be working on spawning a new one. Okay, so now we say if meet original, which we're refactoring to abductee original, has method spawn me. I don't feel like that's necessary, but I'm gonna leave it because I kind of trust myself that that's there for probably some good reason. So we're gonna say, if abductee original has method spawn me, because like at this point, if it's an abduct, well, actually, wait. No, that is necessary, because there is going to be the herbivore power-up. And the herbivore power-up means that plants, like trees, can be grabbed and picked up just like humans. So if I don't have that, then it's going to potentially find plants. Now I could also say, instead of has method spawn me, we could say is a human. That would be another one to do. But you know what? We'll just leave it like that for now, and we'll cross that bridge when the herbivore time comes. So if it has the method spawn me and is not, and we're not currently attempting a grab, so this is a script local variable, script wide variable. If it's not a head grab and the arm, so if the head is grabbing, we know the head is grabbing. If the head hasn't started grabbing yet, and the arms have no hit points, then head grab becomes true. So we could add a function. I really wish I understood this spawn me thing. Because again, if I wanted to clean this up a little bit, I might say that this becomes its own function. This whole everything in here. Maybe. Because what we were doing here is checking to see if the head is grabbing. And if so, there's special things that pertain to the head grabbing an abductee. So like, abductee grabbed by head could be the function. Basically. But I don't know that that's totally necessary. You know, this isn't that bad of an indentation at the end of the day. We've got some pretty terrible indentations. This one is not the worst as far as they go. Like, I think we can leave some of that in there. But I don't know. Because, you know, I guess I worry about, like, separating this out so much that it gets a little confusing. Is it? No, anyway. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually... I really want to find out what spawn me is. What is spawn me? So that's on abductees. And spawn me is what chooses. So nothing else has spawn me except abductees. period. Any abductee, even our plant ones. Why do we have that check? All right, I'm gonna do something. I'm going to refactor all the I was gonna wait to change every meat original to abductee, but I kind of want to check to see where we're at and make sure everything is functioning correctly. And then I'm gonna try removing the spawn meat check. Again, look, if we're refactoring it, I want to make sure it's all good, but I need to make sure every instance of meat is replaced with abductee. The last time I tried to replace meat with abductee, the game broke, and I didn't really know why. So I'm a little concerned about, I kind of wanted to do it one line at a time to see if maybe it would be like obvious why that happened last time. But if I do that, then I can't test it along the way, and that's concerning. Anywhere else in the project, I need to make sure we're not checking that stuff. Here, we gotta save this script first. Save this, refresh. So it says 75 matched. If I refresh it, now it's 51. On the messenger, it's just some signals. On the copter, it doesn't appear to be referencing the camera and checking for any meat, which I mean, why would it, you know? So I'm just gonna test it, and we're gonna see if functionality has been preserved despite all of that. I really wanted to do more enemy stuff. It's tough. Sometimes I know when I start the stream what we're gonna get into. Most of the time I don't. It's tough. Because it just, you know, with there's being so many working parts to this, it's hard to, or moving parts, it's hard to really predict where the focus is gonna end up being. Okay, let's see if our grab functionality has been compromised. Well, I missed the grab there. I don't know if that was me or it's broken. It's broken. So I'm clicking, but nothing is happening. Oh! Able to access a property or key, abductee objects on a base object type of node. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Here we go. Here we go. Buckle up. Invalid access to property or key, abductee objects on a base object of type node globals.gd. Ah. Because on globals, that's still called meat. That's why. Now the problem with refactoring that is I gotta make sure we refactor that everywhere meat objects is referenced. Which amazingly was only there. Alright. Do it again. I have a feeling that's not the only problem, though. Because the grab still should have worked. So I'm a little confused. What that was about. You know, I could stop refactoring it at this point if I wanted to. It's better than it was. It's already better than it was. Not sure if I missed it there or if it was broken. All right, we got it. I just missed it. All right. Grabbing looks functional. As far as I can tell. You know, there's quirks, like if I pick up one and drop it again, it's not supposed to spawn multiple. It's supposed to be doing the same one. You know, little stuff like that. We just gotta kind of hope is not broken. Interesting, I'm actually not able to grab this one anymore. It's like I picked it up and dropped it so many times that it stopped being grabbable. I can't pick up that one. That's a bug. It's not supposed to happen. It would seem, I don't know if that's a new bug or an old bug or what. There, this one just got bricked. I can't click it anymore. So there's definitely something going on here. I don't know if this worked normally before. This, a habit I need to get into when refactoring is building the game before I start refactoring. So that way I know if a bug was already present or if it's been introduced. So I can go back and test that version. That would be very wise. Wait, where's the mouse on here? I'm confused. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, I didn't know he had like a mouse that showed the direction that it thinks it's pointing. Oh, it's kind of broken though. Oh, I see. We just chopped it off the side? Okay, wait a minute. I'm very confused. There we go. Okay. Anyway, I was trying to show you that if I click on these, nothing happens. Which is not a bug I knew existed. Is it after a certain amount of times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I don't know which one I had now. Dang it. I knew I should have been careful. Okay, let's try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I can't even make it happen. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Seems to not be an issue now. 27, 28, 29, 30, because I don't think I did it that many times. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. What if I pick up a different 40? Pick this up, put that down. Nope, that didn't do it either. How did that bug even happen? Oh wait, this one got bricked. So it's not how many times. It's probably some Boolean getting set when it's not supposed to get set, or not getting unset when it's supposed to get unset. Would be really nice to know if this bug was present before or not. This one is bricked. That one is bricked. All three of these are bricked. I mean, I do have a previous build, possibly that could... I'm not entirely sure if that bug would have been present at that point. The last build was a month ago. And I mean, we were testing skins at this time. So who knows? Oh, I was trying to test like which skins took up more performance than others. We got the game music in there. So let's see if that bug might be there. Okay, so we're just gonna try picking them up. Interesting, the drifting bug isn't there anymore, where they slowly skate backwards. That one is fixed here. Oh. They're also stacking on top of each other, which is something I feel like isn't happening. Wait, they're bricked. That's an old bug. That bug has been there. Interesting. So that was not introduced by the refactoring. That was an existing bug that I think it must be swapping between grabbing them a bunch. It somehow sets one as ungrabbable. So many bugs. Oh my gosh. And that stuff, is that within the scope of today's refactor? You know? I mean, refactoring it might help resolve that. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs with grabbing that I haven't looked into. So am I correct that they don't stack on each other anymore? No, they still do. It's just now that they move out of the way, you can't tell that they're like stacking on each other because they separate a bit. It's so weird that the drifting isn't there on this one. That's wild. So I mean, that would be as simple as just really comparing each script side by side. There, I've bricked these. So it seems like rapidly switching between them. Yes, freeze, guns that shoot. That is what the title says right now, although it's probably going to change after the stream ends. But I came to realize that I need to refactor some other code. Although technically I could just move to that task anyway if I really wanted to. But it just sort of became necessary to consider refactoring some things. So unfortunately, I'm not quite working on that right now. But we do have guns, they just don't shoot. And I would like to make them shoot. And part of that was also setting up, you can see that the humans are showing up headless right now. Hey, what's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Oh, it looks like the YouTube algorithm decided to start promoting the stream again. Sometimes it does that, doesn't like waves. So if you just got here and you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button yet, consider liking the stream. Get those thumbs up because it helps that algorithmic moment occur. So thank you, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for hitting that thumb up. Yeah, so I'm having to refactor. So what I wanted to do was not only get the you woke up and saw it in your subscription. All right, very well. Well, that's just it, right? It was in your subscription feed. Do you know what I'm saying? And then here's the other thing. YouTube knows your behavior. They know when you tend to watch YouTube. And they also know when you're likely, you just got on lunch break. They know, so two things. They know when you're likely to fire up YouTube. They know when you're most likely to click on a particular channel's live streams, right? So they're saying these folks tend to watch Hyper Game Dev at this time of day, or something like that. And so, indeed, YouTube is putting out a wave that seems to coincide, but perhaps with Insane Alpha Beta's wake and sleep schedule and with Freeze's work schedule. I'm just saying, YouTube be tracking us. I'm just saying. And I'm glad for whatever made all that happen. So interesting. Thank you guys for the feedback. It's interesting to know like what's going on. I wasn't sure. Sometimes it's that they're putting it in suggested. Sometimes it's that there's maybe a certain time of day that folks tend to be popping in here, and YouTube is like, this is that time. So yeah, so what I wanted to do was make sure that the humans' heads randomize, because I'm trying to set up so that the thing that shoots guns right now is enemies, which are usually the military humans. And those humans appear as enemies that attack you, but they also appear in an empathy event that happens to help you gain morality in the game. And I wanted to make sure that the military characters looked like military characters, and that the textures were appearing on their arms and their legs in the right places, and also that they had their army helmet. And that led me to realizing that if I want the enemies to look like enemies, in addition to shooting bullets like enemies, I was going to need to refactor some code. And so I'm currently in the middle of doing that. So this is that empathy event, and luckily they are showing up nicely as enemy looking things, that is to say the military character, which is good. And then we have a randomized head here, but you may have noticed a problem that when I picked them up, they were headless. So that's not great. And that's because I'm refactoring the code that would become relevant for. And that code is also going to help with the guns, because it needs, that same code needs to check to see what gun was that enemy holding when you picked it up. So this code that I'm refactoring applies to all of it, but unfortunately it doesn't lead me to the same exciting moment right now of making the bullets actually shoot. There's so many other things I gotta do to get to that point. But yeah, so if I eat this human, we will get our limbs, and now you're gonna see the problem, one of the problems. So if I pick up this human, they don't have a head. I would like them to have a head, and I'm just refactoring some code to try to make sure that, you know, they do have a head. So we'll see. I learned I'm always being listened to the moment I saw a video of someone testing Google and them talking into their microphone about dog food. They don't have a dog, and then they get dog food ads on sites. Amazing. I mean, not amazing, but amazing that they caught it. Yeah, they're listening and they're tracking in so many different ways on so many different levels. Yeah. And there is so much we can do, but only so much. All right, so I'm on this camera script and we're refactoring this. Things are good so far. Spawn me. So now I want to try to remove this spawn me, because I'm having a hard time believing that that's necessary. So I'm gonna remove it and we're gonna try it. I may very much regret that. But that's why I want to test it. This is the code that I'm refactoring, because right now it's already better, but it was just this horrible giant if statement that was indented all the way over, and it's just really hard to go in there and insert the new gun code, insert the new head code. I don't want to deal with that. So I'm trying to make it neater, and one part of that is removing things that turn out to not be very necessary. Including but not limited to this a little bit. But maybe it is necessary. I have to ask myself, why is it necessary? And is that the best way to achieve it? I don't know. So we're gonna do a little test here. Okay, so that was just a little gobble down, so that's fine. But let's try some picking up. picks up very well, just good, no problem. Put it down. Looks like the right colors. Obviously the head is missing, but I'm not seeing any issues here. So I don't think it needs to check for the function spawn me. I think that that is very, very unnecessary. That's my opinion. Okay, it looks unnecessary to me. Everything's fine. Maybe I'll run into a problem later and be like, ah, that's why I needed that. But as of now, I see no need for it. So I will keep it out. Yeah, I've had that too in St. Alpha Beta. Weird ads pop up, and I was like, did I search for that? When did that happen? Super weird. Even though it's like, wait, but I was talking about that. Just double, triple checking, everything is normal. I keep missing those grabs. I don't know if it's because I'm not clicking at the right time or it's broken. I think I'm just not clicking at the right time. It's very hard to grab when you're running at full speed. But that's intentional. Alright, I think we're good. Okay. So, I'm deeming that unnecessary, and we're gonna move on. So, if is not attempting grab, do we have an else for that? We don't. Well, I don't think there's really any getting around it being written that way. I mean, where do we say is attempting grab? When does that become true? Attempting grab true. This one place. In this arms are grabbing else statement. Why does it not get set to true here? That's confusing. I guess because you're not holding anything. I find that a little confusing. I don't really logically understand it, but it seems to work, so whatever. If it's not a head grab, so this is checking to make sure the head is grabbing. I'm thinking this becomes its own function right here. I really wish this was something better. And then this is all head grab stuff. I mean, this is everything. It's just everything. If it's not attempting grab, everything happens. So is putting this in another function really logical? I don't know that I think so. I mean, what you could do is you could have it be, it could be calling, it could be a call or an argument on a function. It could be function attempt grab, and then have a true or false boolean based on this. And then it runs all of that stuff. It'd still be kind of the same thing though, at the end of the day. So that's the thing, is it like, what actually makes it simpler? I think that's kind of hard to tell sometimes. But I think all this head grab stuff we could deal with. So let's deal with it. I am gonna say this becomes a new function. We're gonna say abductee grabbed by head. We're obviously gonna want to pass the attack target into it. Then we create a new function, abductee grabbed by head. Then we would paste all this in there. We'd also need to put abductee original in that, if that's gonna work. And all this stuff now doesn't make any sense. So I'm just gonna put this on my clipboard. Probably be better if we just call this attack target. Wait, why are you calling that attack target? Just call it target. Call that target. That comes in here. Function abductee grab by head. Oh, did I type it wrong? Abductee. Adbuctee. Abductee grab by head target. Abductee grab by head target. Good, good, good. Abductee original. It's going to have to call with that. Which I guess is like the target, really. Abductee original. I think that becomes our target. So then we'll pass target into here, and we'll pass target onto there. Okay. So if it is the head, we're gonna run abductee grab by head. And then it's gonna run this code. If it's not grabbed by the head, we want to say abductee grabbed by arms. And that probably at least needs to also call with abductee original. So let's add that function in here. Function abductee grabbed by arms. That will call with a target, which is our abductee original in this case. We don't need an else statement anymore. Instead of abductee original, all of that is going to get changed to target. So I need to find and replace that. So we're going to say find abductee original and replace it with target. So yes, replace that one. Replace, 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 replace. Okay, that's it. Don't replace any of the other ones, please. Okay, good. Great. So, abductee grab by arms. If the target is available, set the false. Great. So this is already better looking. Abductee grabbed. Whenever we first grab an abductee, we set this up in the attack ray. And this is this based on input at all? Where is this based on input? Ah, right here. So we have now this action button pressed function. So if input is action pressed, this is in the process, then it's gonna run action button pressed. When action button pressed runs, it's gonna force hide arrows and it's gonna run the attack ray. The attack ray then checks to see, is the thing that's being attacked an abductee? If so, then we're gonna run abductee grabbed and it's gonna call with the attack target. It is then going to assign to target something called abductee original, which is kind of not as necessary to say. It used to make more sense to say abductee original. It's kind of less useful here, but whatever. Abductee original equals target. If abductee original is clone, add it to the group grabbed. I have to wonder if we even need to say that. It might even be better if we just say, like, instead of abductee original, like, grabbed abductee or something. You know? So I'm gonna say find abductee original and let's replace it with grabbed abductee. Just so it, like, you know, makes more sense, like, readability wise, at least to me. Grab abductee, if it's a clone, add it to group grabbed. If it's not a clone, and we're not attempting grab, check to see if the abductee is grabbed by head or if it's grabbed by arms. If it's grabbed by head, it's gonna do head stuff, and that's totally great and fine, no problem. Now it's being called target. I don't love that we're calling it target. I'll be honest with you. It's kind of bothering me. Because I feel like it doesn't like flow continuity-wise. And it just like, it confuses me. And I don't want to be confused. So I'm going to refactor this to attack target, since that's what this is. And then we're going to call that attack target. And that's what the grabbed abductee becomes. And then here, instead of target, let's just call this grabbed abductee, right? Again, this is also confusing because it makes it look like this is some kind of variable. That's okay. Change that to grabbed abductee. I think this is way more helpful this way, which is what we're all about here, helping it be easier to understand. Head grab true, it admits that something was attacked, and then it's the grabbed abductee. It waits for the attack to end, and then grabbed abductee becomes no longer available to grab. And then it also lets something know that the player head has been hovered with some stuff that I don't understand, but it's fine. Great, so if it wasn't the head, then it's going to run abductee grab by arms, which is most of the time what's going to happen when playing the game. So abductee grab by arms, it's kind of a lot to refactor, but that's okay. We're going to find target here, and we're also going to call this grabbed abductee. We could say head grabbed abductee, right? If I really wanted that to be like more clear, but I just think that's getting a little ridiculous. Okay, so we're going to replace that with grabbed abductee, that abductee, 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 abductee. Okay, leave it. No more. Not that one. Please don't replace that one. Let me make sure that didn't go somewhere I didn't mean it to. Sometimes it's a little confusing how it's written. Grab by arms, grab by arms, grab by arms. Make sure nothing is true past grab by arms. They were creating it in the abduct ray. Was that recently refactored, or was that always grabbed abductees? I guess that, I mean, that makes sense too. That's an array. Yeah, that makes sense that would be that. That's fine. I'm okay with that. All right, I think we're all right. Hey, what's up, Gamer Therapy? Welcome. We got a member in the house. That means I gotta sing you a member song. Hope your after birthday is doing well. Whatever that means. Your time after your birthday. I hope it's nice. Good to see you, Gamer Therapy. Can I sing to this one? I don't think this is a pre-approved song to sing to. And Precipier! We got 2 members here. That's a double member song. Double member song. So we need one for Gamer Therapy and one for Precipier. I know, this one's got a lot going on that I feel like, and I feel like this one gets quiet at some point. Right there. Yeah, I don't like that. This is not an approved member song. Let's get one that is. All right. Do you need some therapy? Are you feeling kinda down and not happy? Do you need some therapy? Are you feeling down and not that happy? If you need some therapy, go play some games like Gamer Therapy would tell you to do, would tell you to do, would tell you to do, would tell you to do. Do you need some therapy? Are you not that happy? Are you needing therapy? And are you not happy? Play some games, that's what gamer therapy would have you do. I'm pretty sure because their name says that that is what you should do. Gamer therapy, go get you some gamer therapy. And when you do, you'll be taking life by the horns and feeling better. You'll be on fire. You'll be on fire. Accomplishing things in life and things will be quite good, cause you're on fire like Pressy Pyre. Oh yeah. You're on fire like Pressy, but on fire in a good way, okay? You're not on fire in a bad way, because Pressy is keeping on and doing things better and better every time. That's why we say Pressy on fire. Oh yeah, Pressy, you're on fire, always doing things well. Pressy, you're on fire, you're always doing things okay. Pressy, you're on fire, and I mean that in a good way, cause you're doing good things and you're doing it okay. Pressy, you're on fire, you're on fire, you're on fire, you're on fire. This is your member songs, guys. I'm really sorry, but also you're welcome, and thank you for supporting the channel, both of y'all. It means a lot. Really, really appreciate you. Hope you both are doing good today. I have been doing some refactoring, which wasn't my intention, but it became necessary. My intention has been to make guns that shoot, to make the things that shoot guns, enemies, look a certain way, and that be a good way. But, you know, there were just some problems. The code that has humans get picked up or grabbed by the alien, you don't pick up the thing that's on the ground, right? It's like if you pick up a human that's on the ground, it actually is gonna spawn a new one. Poor Pikachu. It's gonna spawn a new one, and it's gonna try to copy the values of the original. But unfortunately, that code is not set up to handle different head types, and it's not set up to handle guns and stuff. And it's getting that code that handles what the new thing that spawns looks like is getting ridiculous. So I'm trying to refactor that code so it's a little neater, so that way I can more easily add in the head data and the gun data without losing my own head. Pressy has once again been wreathed in flame in a good way. In a good way. It's either precipitation or fire. That's where I tend to go with your name. I think I did precipice for a while, but it didn't stick. So everything seems good right now, so let me just remind myself where we're at again. So when this was all in one hideous if statement, now it's not. So if you press the action button, then it's gonna run this function, action button pressed. It is then gonna force hide arrows, and it's gonna run attack ray. When attack ray runs, it's gonna be detecting different things, but right now we're looking at specifically if it sees that it attacked an abductee, it is then gonna run abductee grabbed, because we're grabbing it when we try to attack a human. Now, it's gonna set attack target that it called with to grabbed abductee. So if the grabbed abductee is a clone, that is to say we pick it up and it makes a new one, that's a clone. So if it is a clone, then it is going to just go ahead and add it to the group grab, because we don't need to make another clone on top of a clone. And so if it's not a clone, we need to also check to make sure that we're not already attempting grab, apparently. I'm not exactly sure I understand why we don't check this here. That seems wrong, right? We do have that bug where if I keep clicking on them over and over again, maybe that's where that bug is coming from. Because shouldn't it be checking if it's not attempting grab either way? I would even say that this function shouldn't even run. What if we just mess with that? Now, we might have a problem because it's not necessarily becoming true everywhere. But what if we just, this is supposed to be a refactor. So what if we put that right here? If it's in the group abductee and we're not already attempting a grab. What about that? Then this runs. Now, that means that if it's a clone, it just adds it to the group grabbed, right? And I think we want to say is attempting grab becomes true. Where does is attempting grab become false? When a grab ends. So that should happen no matter what. That'll be interesting to get. We haven't gotten to that point yet where this function runs. Although I think that that's built into like the abductee. So I think this will be fine. I think if we just add this, it'll be totally fine. But we still need it to become true. So where does it become true elsewise? Where it becomes true elsewise is at the end of this is the leftover of the chaos that I'm still currently combing through. So just to get through it before we circle back to this is not attempting grab. So if attack target is in group abductee and we're not already attempting a grab, then it's going to run abductee grabbed and it's going to call it the attack target. We're going to declare attack target as grabbed abductee. We're going to check to see if that grabbed abductee is a clone. If it is, then we're going to add it to the group grabbed. If it's not a clone, then we're going to check to make sure that we're grabbing with the head. If we are grabbing with the head, we're going to run abductee grabbed by head. The only way we're grabbing with the head is if a head grab is not already started and our arms are broken. Then it's going to be the head. So that's why that's what that is for checking that. If it is not the head, then it is going to be running the arms function. So here we have abductee grab by head. Both of them call with the grab abductee. We're going to pass it in the same way. And we're going to say that head grab becomes true. And then we're going to emit something attacked with the grabbed abductee. This is just something that is set up in the code generally, and it's fine, and it's not a problem. So we're gonna leave that alone. And then when that happens, we wait for the attack duration to finish. So the arm to reach out and do the grab and be holding it. That's the attack duration. Grab abductee available false. So if it's available, that means you can grab it. That could also be where that bug is happening, where if I click them a bunch of times, it sets the abductee to say, you can't grab it again right now because it is currently being grabbed. So why would it need to be grabbed again? It's grabbed. So it's going to set that to false, that it's available. And then it's going to emit player head hover. What this says is it's going to just eat it, basically, because it's player head hover happens with the arms. If you grab something and hover that something over the face, it's going to eat it. And so this is just saying go ahead and run player head hover, which could be refactored to make more sense, but essentially it's going to run the same code that happens if you were to hold it over your face, except now it is but it is, technically you are hovering over it because your entire head is going to chomp it. So it is hovering it in a sense. All right, so now if it was grabbed by the arms, it's going to ensure that it becomes not available, and it's going to assign abductee new. So really this is clone, right? We should kind of call it clone, since we're already saying that it is or isn't a clone, right? Like, that would make sense. Where do we mark is clone down there? I'm gonna refactor that. This abductee new made more sense at one point. I don't think that point is here anymore. So I'm gonna change abductee new. Again, with the way that it used to be, that made more sense. We're going to refactor that to clone. I could say abductee clone. You know, can we just say clone? Right? Okay, I'll say abductee clone. I kind of hate it. We can also say grabbed clone, but it's not necessarily going to be grabbed because we can put it down. And then that doesn't come back up here. I'm starting to kind of like abductee new. No, we should do clone. We should do clone. I kind of want to say cloned. Like it was just cloned. I know, that's just something really terrible about that. It's also very long, which is not desirable. I'm gonna do it. This is abductee cloned, abductee clone, 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 cloned. It just is more consistent with the language that's already being used. That also makes me want to set the is clone to just be a little sooner, so it all just kind of makes more sense. Hopefully I don't regret doing that. All right, so is clone becomes true because it is cloned. Abductee cloned is empathy event. Okay, so we instantiate it, right? We instantiate the new one. Abductee clone equals global's abductee objects. Grabbed abductee is type instantiate. What does that mean? Is type? That should be human, right? So it's looking at the thing that you grabbed. What is its type? That's what you're going to make be the clone, is the thing. So if it's a, there is another type, there's plants. So if you grab a plant and it's an abductee, it's going to make sure it checks that and creates the correct one. If it's a human, it's going to make sure that's correct and it's going to create the new one. I see. All right, and it's going to instantiate it. It adds it into our special spawned node, and then it's adding it as abductee cloned. So this is kind of like separate, maybe. I don't know. I'm just going to do it like that. All right, so we add the clone. We instantiate it here. I'm just going to kind of separate these. Okay. Maybe we could do it like this. Let's do it like that. So it instantiates it, it adds it, and then it sets it to be a clone. Then it makes sure that the empathy event matches the original grabbed abductee's empathy event. So maybe we do want to have abductee old and new. Original. It's very confusing. Because that's like the originally grabbed one, and we're saying that the clone needs to match. It's very confusing. Like, do I want to say originally grabbed abductee? That's so long. That's so long. I could do OG, right? It's not really relevant here. It's only relevant on this one. Because we're not dealing with clones here. They just get eaten. There's no clone that needs to happen. Again, I'm just trying to make this more readable for myself, really. And potentially anyone else. I think I'm making some strange choices here. It's kind of like pointless. It's just like, why refactor that? I don't know. OG grab abductee, available false. Abductee cloned. Takes the OG grab abductee type. I think this is actually kind of fine. Abductee clone is empathy event. We want to make sure that's set to the same one here. So, like, do I want to have this be its own, like, function? I think this could be its own function right here. And what this is doing is it's making sure that the correct things match. So here we'd want to make sure that the heads match. So that would be a new one to add in. We'd be checking to see what is the head that is visible on the abductee clone, or the abductee original, and making sure that that matches what the clone has. right? Same with the gun. Which gun did that one hold? Make sure it matches. That's another question. Do I even want it to be holding a gun when you pick it up? Does it drop the gun? Right? Is it like, or is it like shooting more? That's kind of a tough one. You know, if you're holding something that's shooting you, that is a lot of pressure to put on the player. Because you can't dodge it. It's moving. If you move out of the way, I mean, you kind of can dodge it, actually. But that's too cool to not keep. No, we have to say that if you're holding something that's shooting, it's still shooting you, because that's awesome. like, cause then you're like, whoa, 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 hey, stop it. I love that. Actually, that's a good thing. So we are gonna want to check the gun. I think that'll be excellent. All right, cool. Abductee clone human variety false. So this is a function that chooses the clothes, and that I don't know what the false does. What does that do? I don't know. I gotta go find it. Human variety. What is that about? Should randomize. So don't randomize it. Of course not. So we're gonna say false. Or we'll say bool is should random. See if I can get on the right row. Is should randomize. Obviously here, we don't want to randomize it. Is available true. Oh, the cloned becomes available. Right, because that makes it like visible and all that stuff. I guess I'm a little confused with the order. Like, is it really important? I don't know, like, I just feel like we're mixing in different things, and that makes it confusing. We add it to the group grabbed, and we set is attempting grab to true. That probably makes sense to put that after. I mean, I guess, does it really matter? Here, this only runs if is attempting grab is false. Then we run abductee grabbed. Why not put it here? Well, I mean, if it's the head, technically we're not grabbing if it's the head. Technically, that's just eating. But we wouldn't want that to happen if we were grabbing. So actually, that should be on arms, which it is. But I don't know, I kind of would like to try that up here. But I'm a little concerned that that's going to break it. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I think that'll be fine. So we want to say right away that we are now attempting a grab. It might be, you know what might be better is if you put that here, right? In this else statement. So once it allows this to happen, it'll then immediately set grabbing to true. I mean, I almost want to say that that happens before it runs this. Is that so bad? Just a curiosity. We'll see if things are broken. OG grab abductee is available false. Abductee cloned, we set that. And then here we change, this is like matching. We're matching everything that's relevant to the original to the clone. And then what this is doing is this is kind of setting it in stone. It's saying all of these things that we just said be apply over here. This is when we're saying apply it is on human variety. And then we're adding it to the group grabbed. I feel like we should do that sooner. It just, again, logically just makes a little more sense to me if that's sooner. I think this could be its own function, in my opinion. So I'm gonna say this is clone abductee cloned abductee like appearance, aspects, properties. Set cloned abductee properties. That's what we're gonna call it. Function set cloned abductee properties. That probably needs to call with something. We'll find out in a second here. Abductee cloned. So that needs to call with both abductee cloned and with OG grabbed abductee. Right. And then we could even apply this right here sooner. Could put that right there, or not sooner, but then it's outside of this. Again, just like kind of cleaning things up and making it a little more organized. Okay. Abductee cloned, OG grabbed abductee. We could even, you know, we could simplify it here. We could make this clone, and we could just say clone and OG. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's probably fine. I even wonder if there isn't some other way we could write this. You know? Oh, I didn't have to do that. It's okay. Like a match statement? Could this be a match statement? Somehow? Like like match clone. I don't know. Like I could say match clone is I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's how match statements work. I don't think that is correct. I think we just have to type it every time, right? I'm gonna ask the other chat if there's an easier way to set this. I don't know. It's just... there's gotta be. Okay. So, ow! Alright, is there another way to write this? It is GDScript 4.3, so make sure you are using Godot 4.3 functions and stuff. I am trying to match OG's variables. Hey, welcome, Henry. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Get you that member song. I'm trying to match OG's variables. I'm trying to assign all of these OG variables to clone. Create a list of property names you want to copy. Iterate through the list and you set and get. I like that. Use a dictionary to map properties from OG to the clone. Iterate through the dictionary keys and you set to assign the values. Give me examples in code. Hook me up, dude. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, I like that. I like that. Look at that. That's beautiful. Yeah, we got a kitty. We got a kitty hanging out. Isn't that right? You're a sweet boy. Yes, you are. He's a sweet boy. Wow, they look almost identical. Like the exact, it's like everything is the same. You call it a list, but my friend, that's an array. And it looks simpler. All right, I'll do it. Give it to me. Slap it on in. Hey, that can, oh yeah, that control secret over. I know, right? I'm like, oh, that's clean. If I'm very specific, it can be quite helpful. Set clone to abductee properties, clone OG. There you go. So now, if I want to set something new, I can just add it in as a new property. Now, there's potential for this to be problematic. In the event, yeah, it's too powerful. It is possible that, like, let's say with the heads, right? That's not gonna necessarily be a simple variable to variable. It might be. So we're gonna have to look into that. But at least this is clean. So let's see if it all works. Cause right now, like, this is well refactored. So I'm gonna make sure everything still works. In the meantime, let's get Henry a member song. With a pre-approved member. I feel like we just listened to this one. Oh, Henry, I think you're friendly. Coming through and sending hearts to us. I send a heart right back to you. Cause friendly is what you are. Henry is friendly. Henry is friendly. And since that's what you are, you're gonna send us a heart. Henry is friendly, and because that's what you are, you send a heart. Here we go. Oh yeah, Henry is friendly. Since that's what you are, you send a heart. Henry is friendly. Since that's what you are, you send in a heart. Oh, Henry friendly, send in hearts. That's what you are. You're a heart who is sending hearts. Cause you're Henry and you're friendly and you're in my own heart too. There you go, Henry. There's your member song. Thank you for supporting the channel. I'm so glad you are. It means a lot. Yes, the cat slumbers. He's right here. Come on, buddy. You want to come up here? It's okay. Come on. He's so sleepy. He's so sleepy. There he is. Hello. I don't know what it is. Does he think he's being summoned? Hello. Oh, I love you. He's the sweetest boy in the world. Thank you, Henry. We're so thankful for you. Yes, we are. Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's sleepy. He's just a little sleepy. He's gonna try to sit. He never lasts. All right, let's see if I've broken everything. Have I broken everything? I love you. Oh, yeah. Okay. So head grab is probably gonna be fine. It is. Our humans are still gonna be headless. Can we pick them up? We can, and we can dunk them. Now, I don't know if you guys see it, but there's a weird bug that's happening, and I don't understand it at all. But like off to the side here, when I grab it sometimes, okay, of course not this time. See, I don't know if you can see that. One like flashes in. That seems new to me. I think we might have recently introduced that one. Mostly, it's working great. Okay, we're gonna just keep our eyes like over here. Watch for like a flash. See it? You saw it? It just happened. I like that you can move the alien head and arms of the mouse cursor. Yeah, right? Me too. Me too. That's why I want it to be able to shoot you while you're holding it. Because then you can like get out of the way of it while it's shooting you, which I think is really fun. Oops. I didn't mean to put that up there. I did mean to put this down. You didn't see it, Percipier? It just happened. It just happened. So it was like right over here. I'm gonna do it again. There. See? It's actually in like the same place. And it only happens with some of them, but not all. Whoa. That's a bug. That was a bug too. Oh. Oh, okay. There's definitely some problems. There's definitely some problems. You saw it? Okay. It's weird because it's always in like the same place. I don't know what that is. And I'm not sure how new of a bug that is. Or why, oh, I lost all my arms. Or why that's even happening. And we're on a new level, which means we rarely get a new human, but sometimes. Double heal, oops. My favorite of the bugs. Does this make anyone else hungry for banana candy? Maybe that's only Americans because they don't let anyone else eat candy that's that yellow. But that's what this color is giving. Don't bring off all the arms, please. Okay, let's see if it happens here. It did! That's so weird. What is that? Why am I whispering? There's a couple different things I'd want to try. The immediate and probably wrong thought is that its position only gets set the frame after it's spawned in. I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong. I do not think that's wrong. Hell no. I don't think that's wrong. Okay. So there's different ways we could fix that. So when we grab it, right, it's going to hide the one that we originally clicked on. Then it is going to instantiate a new one. It is then going to add it to the tree. It's going to make it grabbed, and it's going to assign it as a clone and make it available. So let's go study what available is here. If it's available, it becomes visible and interactable. But I don't think it's invisible by default. We'd almost want to say that it is invisible by default. What if that fixes it? Obviously, we run some risks somewhere, potentially, but I don't care. What if we just say visible false? Just slap that right in. So that way it actually is only gonna become visible after it has instantiated, which does mean there might be like a split second where it isn't visible when you pick it up, but like, who cares? It'll be fine. And I think that might prove your theory. That was, wow. I'm even gonna give you credit just for postulation. Like, I don't know whether that's Godot or coding consultant. We're gonna call that coding consultant. Because that could be true anywhere, anytime, for anything, ever, in the world. Maybe. Okay, so all the humans are appearing, so that's good. That makes sense because they're set to be available. So that should be no problem. That sets them to be visible. Looking for the flash. It's gonna be behind right where I was if it's gonna exist. No flash, baby, no flash. Brilliant. Well done, Precipier. That's probably a debug. Actually, I should give you a debug credit. I think that's debugging. You helped me debug. Nice. Now, did I see another problem? And if I did, what was it? I already forgot what it is. I thought there was something else that came up at some point. Was it... I don't remember. Oh, it was when the power-ups menu came up. There was something in my hand. Bug squashed. There was something in my hand. And the orb was visible once I leveled up. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, maybe that was just like a weird happenstance. Okay, I'm gonna say everything is normal and everything looks fine. There is one bug that does happen that I do want to test. So let's actually go ahead and restart. I'll just get killed because it's more fun to restart that way. Plus, I'm working towards my skin unlocks, which I'm trying to do in real time. That little subtle backslide is funny. What subtle backslide? Oh, you mean when they're... I know. That's actually a recent bug. And I don't even hate it, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't think it's that bad. Like... the player is almost and certainly never gonna notice it. Well, except when actually, because y'all helped suggest that we add a stun gun to the game, it made it possible, actually, that could be noticed by the player. It's only noticeable if the player movement has stopped. I don't know what, it's recent. It's within the last month that bug showed up. Yeah. Exactly. Except for the new stun gun. So if an enemy freezes you, then you'll notice it. Which, like, doesn't matter. I don't know. What am I testing? What the heck am I? Oh, I want to test picking them up and dropping them over and over again to see if sometimes that gets, like, they get unselectable. Oh, yep, it just happened. There it is. Non-critical visual bug. Yeah. In some ways it helps, because now they never stack on top of each other. Before they would stack right on top of each other, and you couldn't tell if there was one or two. Okay, so we do have a bug here, where when I'm clicking on them, now if I just grab one and pick it up and put it down, there's no problem. But when I switch between multiple of them, and juggle them separately, eventually they become bricked. And I don't know why. My guess would be there's some Boolean that's causing a problem. So I'm actually going to pull up the remote tab and see if we can't resolve this. So we're gonna get on full screen. I'm gonna pause it right now because they're gonna keep sliding super far away. Yeah, I have a feeling it has to do with all the Booleans. Like there has to be some Boolean that's not getting toggled or is getting toggled when it should or shouldn't be. Okay, so we're gonna hop into the terrain controller here and just try to identify exactly where this human is. Oh, actually, this is parented to the main scene. I forgot. Or is it the play? Where do these humans go, actually? Where are they? Spawned humans? But there's none in there. I'm not sure where these guys exist, actually, if I'm being honest. So that's true. That's true. Because they're supposed to get reparented when they hit the ground. And they are reparented, right? So if I unpause it and I move, you can see they move. So they've got to be, but then what's weird about that is when I hide Okay, they do actually disappear when I hide everything. They must still be parented to their original. They're not reparenting themselves to the new. That's actually a problem. Okay, so I would say it's a critical bug because like right now, that's not a big deal. But at some point, when it becomes important, like for example, them like running around and stuff, maybe, it could become important that they know which section they're on. But right now, they think they're still on this one. So, you know, for whatever, oh, I'll tell you where. There is going to be a power-up. I think you actually helped suggest this power-up, where a stampede of bulls, or aliens morphed into bulls, or cows, are gonna stampede across the screen, and they're gonna kill everything that is on a particular section. So it won't actually kill those humans if they're on that section, because it won't know that they're on that section. So actually it is a semi-critical bug, apparently. Because they only reparent when they're dropped. They don't reparent if they're drifting. Which, to be honest, is another problem. Right? Because they should be running around. Actually, I shouldn't worry about it right now. Because at some point, I'm gonna need them to be reparenting. Well, actually, what I was planning on doing was saying that, like, when humans start running around, they can't cross to other, sections. They can only run on their current section, which would be a problem here because they'd think they're on a different section. If the bulls stampede and there's an empathy event, what will happen? You'll just, I mean, that wouldn't happen because you actually can't get power-ups until level 2, and the empathy event only happens on level 1, so I don't have to worry about that. But you know, if, for example, there's a stampede and there is, like, an innocent human in the way, then yeah, you just become evil for doing that, for killing them. But the empathy event and the stampede would never coexist unless there was a horrible bug or someone hacked the game. There's only one in the whole game? Yeah, the empathy event only happens on level 1. That's your only chance to get empathy, is on level 1. So if you miss your chance, you can never get empathy again. You have to get it on level 1. Otherwise, you don't ever get it. And you can never gain it back once you start losing it. Because if you think about it, like if you've killed hundreds of people, innocent people, you know, doing a couple good deeds, why, you know, that doesn't undo all those hundreds of people who are killed. So it's like, you don't get second chances in that regard. Which is a statement, in a way, that I don't always necessarily agree with, but in the context of the game, it's gonna make sense, apparently. So that backsliding thing does concern me, because I do kind of want enemies running around to stay locked, or humans running around to stay locked to their section. And if they're running to a different section, we've got big issues. So that's a problem. But now back to the thing I was testing anyway. Let me see, I want to see what their booleans are set to. So let me make sure I find the correct humans here. Where are they? They're in here. Why are there no humans in here? Ah, they're children of the ground. That's deep. Are we sure about that? Why are they children of the ground? Oh, is that why? Is that why they're backsliding? The alien, after missing the empathy event, I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I don't know if that's a reference to something, but I love it. Yes, precisely. It is exactly that. Why are they... I guess... Does that make sense? Should they be parented to the ground? Get those beeps out of the ground. They're not dead just yet. They will be, probably. In all likelihood. That's really weird that they're in the ground. I did change... No, I do not understand why that would happen. Shouldn't they be parented to wherever the rest of the humans are? I think they're parented to what they collide with. So if they collide with the ground, they're parenting to the ground. That must be what it is. So they just detect the surface. They just detect, so the detect surface is the raycast. And it just gets whatever that is and reparents it to that. But really, we want to reparent it to the owner of that. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense the way I just typed that. Cat cam's kind of in the way. Sorry, cat cam. Alright, well, let's just test it, since we can. No error, still sliding. But they are not being reparented to the ground. Wait, they are? No, they're not. They're being reparented somewhere else. It didn't matter. Nothing changed. But if we pause this and we check, wait, where are they? Wait, where are they now? Wait, they're not in there either. Wouldn't the owner be the mesh incidents? Confusing. Okay, hold on. Let's undo that for a second. Save that. Also, by that point, it might also be reparenting it to the next section. I actually have no idea what's happening. Okay, pick it up, put it down. It should reappear. I have no idea what's going on. Oh yeah, because these are now on the next one. Because they haven't drifted back yet. Oy, oy, oy. So they're now on this one. 4.4 is going to make debugging so much nicer. Right. I don't even know all the reasons why, but I know that that is true. It's gonna be that good, huh? That's exciting. A lot of fences on there. But is it, the question is they should be on the ground, right? I mean, they shouldn't be, but they are. Oh god, we gotta hurry up. Before these humans disappear. Ground, rigid body. Okay, so there's all these rigid bodies. It'll have the Unity thing of viewing the active game in the scene window. Right, right. Yeah, I mean, that's like pretty much the same as this though, right? I just don't have to set it to always on top. Does it have some like extra nice things too? Or is it just like literally the same as what I'm doing, except I don't have to drag this? I don't know, maybe I kind of like this more. We'll see. I'm a little torn on whether I'm excited about that, personally. Maybe I should be excited about that. All right, I'm gonna add get owner back on here. And I wanna see if this instead doesn't go to the static body. Oh no, it's still going to the ground, even with get owner turned on. And I've bricked those too now. But it's not moving. So get owner just did nothing. Or I need to like restart the game. So yeah, maybe I need to restart it because maybe these instantiated in with the old code. So I'm not sure. That's undecided. What I do want to check though is the Boolean. So the ones that are bricked, what is their Boolean situation? That's what I came here for in the first place before I realized, wait, why are they in the ground? So I'm just gonna make sure these are bricked. They definitely are. And make sure I've got that one. Okay, this is that one right here. Now I want to see what its booleans are set to and what is making it so non-functional. You can move the camera around and click on things, exactly like how you set up things out of play mode. Click on objects, move. Okay, yeah, that is nice. Yeah, that is nice. I mean, for debug, I don't know if that really helps with debug. But yeah, you can already move the camera around like this. So like that already works. However, yeah, I can't click on things, but I kind of can, you know, if I like click on things in here. To me, it's just like, it's just a little more intuitive. Maybe the performance will be better. I feel like the performance could be improved in that regard, but maybe it will be better, and I'm just not understanding as well. It's something that they should have, right? I shouldn't have to like come up with these workarounds. But I'm quite used to the workarounds at this point, so it doesn't bother me. It'll be nice. It'll be nice. Okay, so this is not set to be interactable. The other one is set to be interactable. So interactable is now off. So that seems like a Boolean to keep an eye out for. I'd like to look at some other ones. Is available? True. Spawned? True. So that's the one. Is interactable. That's not being triggered correctly. It cuts out a lot of extra setup and steps. True. No need to dig through a list to find the remote object. That is true. That is true. Okay, yeah, that'll be awesome. Actually, that'll be awesome. The remote tab is super annoying. Alright, I'm sold. Somewhere on this abductee script, interactable is interactable. I mean, this is actually another place that needs refactoring, right? We have this if statement all up in this process instead of making that its own like function. So this also could use refactoring. I'm not gonna, but it could. Oh, we've got an await here. So interactable is false to start off with. It becomes true. Oh God, look at this. This is a mess. This is a mess. That's physics process right there. No wonder it's broken. If it's not spawned, spawn me. So this is saying if it is spawned, okay, no, that's not saying that. If is available, if global position Y is there, if global position is there, dear God. If is in group grabbed, that's what it is. If is in group grabbed, so if it's not in group grabbed, and it is in the group dropping, so if it's currently being dropped, and its raycast detects the ground underneath it, It might actually coincide. No, it doesn't coincide with the backsliding, because I see that bricking if I click on a bunch of them. That's actually present in a previous version when the backsliding wasn't present. So if they are connected, it's not quite like that. Okay. So if it's dropping and it collides with a surface, and if the interact zone, if it sees that it's in, oh, well, but that doesn't, no, not, oh no. What this is saying, so that's that green circle around the alien, the player, and it's checking to make sure that the thing that you've grabbed and you're dropping is within that circle. And if it is within that circle, then it will set interactable to be true. Assuming that it's in the group dropping and it's colliding with the something. So if all of those are true, then it sets it to interactable. That's the only instance that it's set to interactable. No, somewhere else in the world, it has to become interactable. Nothing makes... That must be in a different script then. That's the only explanation there. So we're going to search actually the entire project. Yep, there we go. Body is interactable, set to true. So that's... So those abductees that are already there that aren't necessarily dropped and detecting a surface, that's just if that circle touches them, it's going to make sure that it sets that to true. And that's on body entered. So it's somehow when I'm clicking on a bunch of them and dropping them and clicking on a bunch of them and dropping them, somehow all three of those conditions aren't being met, which is fair. That's a lot to ask. I would like to think that on body entered would fire, but it's not, because it's probably already in the area when it's up there. It would somehow have to exit and re-enter the area for that to make sense. So to me, that says when I'm clicking and dropping a bunch of them, somewhere in here, in either these two conditions or that condition, one of them is not being seen. So it could be that dropping isn't being applied. We add it to group dropping in a couple places. And there we've gotten a wait. I wonder if it must be here. It must be if I click within 0.5 seconds. It's gotta be the await. It has to be. That the await hasn't happened and we click on another one and so it never gets these groups updated. I think that's probably what it is. This timer is making sure that you can't pick up too many too quickly. But it's not really, I hate this, and I don't want to try to figure this bug out right now. All I know is I don't think this is related to the refactoring that I'm trying to do now. So I'm going to say that I will work on this bug another day, not today. As much as I would like to work on it today, it's A, something I'm probably going to stumble on another time, maybe, hopefully. B, it's not directly related to the refactoring that I meant to do, so we can actually get gun shooting and pick up a bull and holdable and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. And I don't really know how to solve it, and I think it's going to take a lot of time. You know, I mean, one way to test it would be to get rid of that, right? And then just go for it and see what happens. I have a feeling we're going to find out very quickly why that is necessary. All right, I guess we are looking into this. Guess we are. I guess we are. I like looking into things. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I also try to like live streams when I'm watching them. So if you're watching this live stream, maybe you can follow my footsteps and consider pressing that like button. If you haven't, press the like button yet. Give this the good old thumbs up. Let's get those thumbs ups. Thank you if you're willing to do that. I appreciate it. Like this stream. More people will see it now and in the future. You may have forgotten to give it a thumbs up, so I'm just reminding you. Thank you, Press of Fire. Thumbs. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna need some arms before I can even test this. I already broke one of my arms. Oh! So I can actually click these way faster than before now. And the bug is not happening. So I think that await is absolutely what's causing it. Why are we keeping the player from being able to grab so many so quickly? What's the use of that exactly? Why is that important? Oh, that's why. There it was. You see how the arm wasn't doing anything? I think that the arm doesn't have time to reset its grab position. It was quick, but it happened. And so sometimes you'll be like grabbing it with the force instead of actually with your hand. It's kind of hard to recreate, truth be told. There it is, right there. So that's what the await is trying to avoid, is this happening. We don't need an await to do that. I mean, somewhere we have to be tracking when the arm is done grabbing, right? We could emit a signal. I think you still have the potential for there being problems. I think that there has to be somewhere. There must be some place. This just needs to, I mean, I think it needs to be organized better. That's all. I think that this code is just kind of the best it needed to be to get the thing done. Again, it's pretty hard. There we go. It takes a second to actually get that to happen. Oh, and then that messes up other things, like the head isn't working properly. So it does have some consequence to get rid of that, but you do really have to. You gotta be a power player. I don't even know why you'd be clicking them that fast. It's a super edge case. But then again, like, maybe you're quickly trying to drag them into your mouth, you know? I mean, you can't, because you'll eat them, and that keeps you from... So, you know, maybe it doesn't need to be there. It's really only if you stand there grabbing them repeatedly that it becomes an issue. I would like to have that edge case considered. All right, we're just gonna go ahead and say that that's fine. I'll add a comment here for helps prevent arm grab timing issues or visual arm stretch timing issues, but leads to is interactable abductees. So it's kind of annoying to leave that there, but it'll do. Okay, I'm gonna commit right now. We're gonna say that abductee grabbing raycast neater removed waiting removed grab cooldown, basically. We'll say abductee raycast neater remove grab cooldown. I also didn't technically go and test the parenting thing with regards to like dropping it. Is it going to go to the ground or is it going to go to the top level? I didn't go test that. Can you trigger a specific method on specific animation frames? Yes, but it's not an animation. It's deforming the bone. So it's actually an interpolation, I believe, is the thing. Yeah, and it's actually this code is nuts. It's like another entire day of work. Like it's this code is wild. Whoa. I didn't mean to zoom, but we did. Hello. So like it's it's quite complex. So like we could put something on there. I don't have capacity to get all up in this. We do have this like grab ended. There's already awaits in there. I think that's just going to push it. I think it's just kicking the can down the line. Like I think no matter where I put that, it's still gonna potentially lead to that problem of the Boolean not getting set. I think that ultimately the entire system has to be a bit reimagined, which I am not going to do right now. But yes, to answer your question, a method can absolutely be triggered on animation frames. All right, so I'm gonna go back to the camera script and let's try to get the things we wanted to get in, which is head changing and ultimately guns being able to be changed for different humans and stuff. So we set up this whole properties thing thanks to the other chat. Now, is that gonna still make sense for the heads? You'll notice all these that we've been picking up have been headless. Fun times ahead, I know. Reimagine from complete scratch, time to delete project, I know. I mean, there's a point where refactoring is just like not the best choice, you know? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. For today, I feel like this refactor was good. That refactor, just not today. Maybe never. Certainly not now. So on the abductee script, not there. Down here, we set up the arms, the body, the legs, the military boots, the heads, right? That's what we're gonna look at right now, is the heads. So we'll say instead of refactoring, we'll say that task is more or less complete-ish. And I'm gonna say heads change, heads. Humans keep their heads when grabbed. That's what it is. Those poor things. So the head that's chosen is set right over here. I guess I'll move. If it's a military person, all it does is it makes head army visible true. That's not really a property that we can go find. If it's not military, it is going to pick a random one from the head array. So in theory, it could go find the random head variable, although this isn't like a script-wide variable, so we'd have to make sure it updates it to that. So we might also want to say, we should create a property, and we'll just say that whatever head is chosen, that property gets set to it. But is there like a nicer way to do it than me having to type it every time? I mean, whenever this gets set as, it could just go to that, and then whatever the army one is, but then we have to fetch from there. That's the only way that the head is going to get put back on there, right? So this code, I really need to refactor this human variety. Tell me everywhere that this gets called, please. Human variety is called by the camera when it's like saying, okay, now apply the cloned abductee's properties. And then it is also getting called, what? If it spawns. I don't like this. I'm going to say this is... I'm going to say setup human appearance. Alright. Set up human appearance. So that's setting up all that. That's setting up all that. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. If should randomize. It picks all these. And then it does all of this stuff. I feel like all this stuff should be its own function. That's what I think. So I'm going to create a new function, and that is apply human appearance. Now we do have this if it's military, but that we don't actually have to call with that. So we're going to skip that. So I'm going to grab all of this stuff here. Func apply human appearance, and then we're gonna put that in. Right. All those variables aren't gonna exist. Okay, that's actually a big problem. So then... That's tough. That's tougher. We could make these global variables. We just can't on-ready them. That's the only problem. They can be wherever. Yeah, see you for the jam tomorrow. We're doing a game jam tomorrow, everybody. Every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on this channel, there's a 1-hour game jam. I spend an hour making a game, and then y'all are welcome to join in as long as the game can be played in the browser. You can use any engine you want. So export it so it can be embedded by HTML. There's details if you want to go to the channel page. Look for the upcoming stream, the 1-hour game jam, and there's rules and information in the description box. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. And we might see Henry there. Thanks for hanging out today, Henry, and thanks for supporting the channel. Goodbye for now. So, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to make these be global. Or script-wide. I don't know why I did it like that. The biggest problem was just making sure... And then these will be more... I'm just gonna call this head bald, actually. Head bald. The biggest problem was I can't on-ready this stuff because there's possibly other things besides humans that could exist. But we can still have the variables be there and be empty if nothing is bothering to call them. Right? So now I need to do that. We have arm left, arm right, body, leg left, leg right. It's a lot of stuff. I'm not going to remember that. We're going to just copy all this. Probably should have copied it before I deleted variable. That's okay. There's gonna be a lot of stuff up here. I wish code regions would stay collapsed. Can we keep that at the top? Oh god, this is so much crap up here. I liked it when that crap wasn't there. We do on-ready some things, but these are things that are going to be on whether it's a human or not. And then these things are not directly on the human. Oh, well that's... Oh, this is probably not good either. Well, I don't think it matters if that gets set or not. I could also set these to export variables. Maybe I should set them to export variables, because I don't think it's going to fail. If it's not there, it's just going to be null. And if it's never checking for it in the first place, it's kind of fine. I think I'm going to make them export variables. And if I regret that, oops. I should really be testing the herbivore power-up. But I think it'll be fine. I don't think, like, when it starts, it'll be angry that there's some things that don't have that set. I think it just becomes null and everything is fine. Let me freaking try that. Thanks, Sean. I got it like in high school. But we still rocking that Nintendo 64 life. It makes me, I kind of, sometimes I'm like, do I just want like a bunch of like game reference clothes? Sometimes I think about that. All right, we're gonna set these all as export variables. I think we should go the way of the parachute, follow the path of the parachute. It knows what's up. Yeah, I love this hoodie. And it's like good. It's like good quality. You know Nintendo physical products are usually really, really good quality. This is no exception. Okay, we're gonna say at export variable. Then we just have to get rid of all of this. It's gonna be different on each one, you know. I think you have to just do them one by one. So obviously I have to set all these, and it's gonna be a inspector beast. But that's okay. Oh, excuse me, microphone. Human arm left. Okay. Arm left. Drag and drop. Arm right. One thing I don't like about this is that, you know, sometimes things get unassigned for various reasons. If the code changes just like a little bit, like I reorganized the code or something. Like I just set that human arm left, right? If I cut this, okay, I'm gonna undo it. Okay, that actually was fine right there. It didn't break it. So, you know what? It's okay. I swear, sometimes it resets it. I don't know how to show you right now, but I promise it does sometimes. We're gonna set the material here. I still have a black PS1 logo shirt from high school, but sadly, it doesn't currently fit me. I see. You gotta keep it though. Put it up. Hang it up on the wall. That's memorabilia. Yeah, this was just always too big on me. So it just kind of worked out. Wait, is this just called shoes? I think this is just like human shoes, brown. That's military boot. Head bald, so that's just the blank head here. Head afro. Head long. Don't buy things for your size, kids. Buy things for the size you're gonna become. Life pro tip. Okay, cool. This might work. And then it just cleans this up so much. And we still have set up human appearance, obviously. Obviously, like there's a bunch going on in there. And now there's not as much. Just don't get that. Sometimes we're not in control of that, you know? It can be harder to manage for some of us. And that's okay. It's a little spaced out for my taste. So it's gonna assign the head array. I think what we need is like a property that says which head was the one that was chosen. Which gun is the one that was chosen. The problem is it needs to feed back into what becomes visible. That's true, but for me it's a self-inflicted penalty. Oh. You know, I mean, I think it's important to be gentle with ourselves. We do our best in life. I meant you too. We try our best. You're not trying to be unhealthy. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not like, I've decided that I want to not have the body I want today. You know? It's like telling someone that smokes cigarettes that cigarettes are bad for you. Like, yeah, I know. It's good to be gentle with ourselves, I think. What's up, Pepe? Welcome. Thumbnails are raw as hell. Double-wielded shotguns. Yeah, it was like an accident when I was setting up like the human and the weapons that it'll have. I just like duplicated it, and there were two of them. And I was like, wait, this is awesome. Dual-wielding shotguns. Let's go. And then we got a special animation for it and stuff. Double shotgun. It just made sense. Because when I duplicated it, it just put it right there. I said, this is perfect. Let's go. And Pepe's a member, a long-time member. We gonna give Pepe a song. Can I sing to this one? Probably not, but let's find out. Let's give it a try. Let's take a risk. Oh, 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 Pepe, oh, Pepe, oh yeah, you hear Pepe paid us a visit. And now I feel a little more peppy, cause Pepe paid us a visit. And now I feel a little bit more peppy, thanks to Pepe. I'm feeling more peppy, thanks to Pepe. Pepe, that's a visit, and now I'm feeling a lot more Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. Funk coming through and making me feel more pepped up. Thank you, Pepe, for making me feel real peppy. Pepe paid us a visit. Now I'm feeling peppy. Pepe came through. Now I'm feeling peppy. Wow, that's your member song. No, this song does not get to go be approved. It loses the beat sometimes. But that was a lot of fun. I like where that went. I like where that went. Thank you, Pepe. You've been a patron, a member. You help out with the channel in different ways. You're a mod. You're just fantastic. So unfortunately, thank you. Unfortunately, there's currently a bug with my chat app, and it isn't having, if you're a member and a moderator, the emoji wall is not working. And you can see it doesn't have the member badge. That is a bug. I've been asking them to fix the bug where moderators who aren't members get the badge and get the emoji wall. And I think he tried to fix that and inadvertently made it so if you're a member and a moderator, you were also punished. So I do apologize that those claps aren't appearing. I'm working on it though. I'll get back on that shirt. Yeah, okay, very good. I appreciate your positive affirmations though. You're right, we do be harsh on ourselves too often. Right. But still, you know, having those goals and wanting to achieve that, that's fair and that's valid. You got this. Keep working on it. But at the same time, work on it with love. All right, actually, in order to love myself a little bit, I hate to say it, but I gotta go empty out. I've had 2 drinks today, and they're empty, and it needs to go on to its next stage in life. So I'm gonna be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back. If you're co-working along, there are the claps. I was wondering if someone would do that. If you're co-working along with me, go get yourself a snack, stretch your legs, do whatever. I will be right back. 2-3 minutes. Enjoy the music, stuff like that. Thank you for clapping to Pepe's Dead. That was so nice of you. Make sure you guys leave a thumbs up, by the way. Leave a thumbs up if you haven't yet. I'm gonna be right on back. Maybe we'll actually get the gun shooting today. I don't know. I got so much to do. It never ends. I mean, it's okay. Like, you know, it keeps going, and that's just life sometimes. Like, sometimes you gotta do different things. I do my best. I do, but that doesn't always mean that things are gonna go together the way that I want them to. I can try all that I want. It's still go. Oh yeah. Perfection. Not a drop missed. Let's go. Yeah, I toot my horn when I pour water. Okay. Let's get back to work. Let's get back to work. Let's be serious. Look what I can do. Nice. Yes, you must. It is your duty. We rule the screen. The mods can't catch us when our emojis are bouncing all over the place. Well played. You show those mods. What do they know? They can't even put up their own emojis. That is not intended. Please understand. I apologize to all the mods who are members. You would think that those are the folks who need to be double rewarded, not double punished. I guess it's not double punished. It's just regular punished. It is double punished if you think about the badge and the emoji wall being gone. Alright, I'm just stirring my quinoa. Add some sauce. I gotta stir it. Yummy. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Let us go forth and set things up. Where do we leave off? Ah, yes. Right, I need a property that knows what head the human currently has, and this is gonna feed directly into gun stuff. A property that knows what head the human currently has, and so it has to be set by that property, and it has to read for that property. Wait, it has to set the property and read from that property. So instead of just saying that it becomes visible, we'd want that down here in apply human appearance. By the way, apply. Oh, we are running apply. I was gonna say we are running apply human appearance. So we're good there. Head army. Whoops, I forgot to set that up here. I was silenced. What did I say, YouTube? What did I do wrong? You were? Oh, that's actually. I don't even. I'm in live chat, and I still don't see what you're saying. This does happen to you. I don't know what kind of internet they have in Australia, but YouTube is very suspicious of it. Right? I mean, surely it's not a personal failing. That would be weird. But that's what I've got. You can serve that. I could pull up the Discord. And we can keep an eye on your messages there too. This time was different. It really didn't like me telling everyone to kick the mods while they're down. It might have honestly detected violent implications. It really might have noticed that, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't be surprised. Kick the mods while they're down. Seeing 3 feet in a row, it's very confusing. It's like, is that like an alien with 3 feet? Is that a human with 3 feet? It's the way the emoji is like designed. It just looks like it is like standing. It's quite amazing. Quite exciting. Alright, I do have to set up head army actually. It's one I forgot. When I was setting up these export variables, upon realizing this would be possibly an ideal way to get our heads going. Export variable head army. My emoji will hold up the world. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh. What an OC. Just Earth with a single foot. Hops around. I'd watch that cartoon all day. Well, sometimes I would watch it all day. More horrifying than you'd think. Yeah. Right, like, is it like, how does it grow from the Earth? Is it like an extension of Earth, or does it like morph into human flesh? That raises a lot of questions. Like, is it made of like volcanic rock? Very, very concerning, actually. Okay, get the army head in there. Good, good, good. I'm gonna put this up higher, see if it gets angry. Nope, didn't get angry. Good. So I think we need a variable that refers to which head is currently chosen. And we actually do have variables for what weapon they're supposed to have. So actually, we might be okay with that property. We just have to choose where it sets what gun is showing. We have to make sure that that's accessible in human appearance, which is the gun really appearance? So that might be due for a refactoring, even though I literally just refactored it today. It should be like that sometimes. So I'm gonna make a variable just called head. It's just called head. It does need to be a mesh instance 3D. While we're here, what does make the guns work? I don't even remember. I just set it up yesterday. I totally forgot what the guns code is. Where is that? How does that work? Assign weapon. So we would need to run assign weapon. Or what does call assign weapon? If is armed. And that's in the ready function. We could still do that with appearance. If it's, because then it could potentially not be visible, but be armed and shooting at you. Which would never be possible. So only slightly mystifyingly, I'm gonna run this in human appearance. If is armed, assign weapon. I mean, the weapon is part of the appearance, right? But we also need to assign the head. So when we go to set this up, instead of saying head army visible, we need to say that head equals head army. And then we want to say that head equals random head. Then in apply human appearance, we need to say head visible equals true. Now I think this should be a property that can be accessed when we make a clone. And we're primed to have the weapon work as well. Pepe says, I was looking at the Games by You section on your Discord and saw someone had reacted to my Sonic post. And I thought, oh wow, someone is interested. Well, she sure is my girlfriend. She found my post. That's beautiful. I love that you sent your girlfriend over to the Hyper Game Dev Discord and she went through enough of everything to find yours. That's awesome. I feel like you posted recently, so actually, yours was pretty far down, but then you updated it. Oh, that's so sweet. She was like, I like this. It's so nice. Okay. Great. I mean, that should be kind of fine. I think I just have to add it as a property. We should make sure it works, but it should work, right? I haven't tested any of this. Let's go back to the raycache script, and we'll add this in as a property. Head, whoop, head, comma. So now it's just gonna find that. Can we just call it variables? I don't like that it's called property. I don't know, it's bothering me. There's just something about it, because I know that they're variables. Huh, cool. Alright, what's next? Next, we test. Now the gun hasn't quite been set up yet, but we're working on the heads. Will those heads be kept? We're also testing all of those export variables. Dang, this sauce is bomb. What the heck? We're testing all those export variables. Which hopefully won't go badly. I really need to add banana stuff on the yellow one. It's bugging me that it's not banana. Picking a banana stem here, and one on the chin. Which is a very oddly shaped banana. Alright, do we have heads? We have heads. That's good. What? Right. I changed the name of human variety, but I never actually changed it anywhere. So I don't think that needs to call with anything at this point. I think we would just say human... Wait, what is it? I forgot. Apply human appearance. Apply human appearance. It's interesting that it still runs through this. Even though when it's just the head, it doesn't need to clone anything. So, like, that's weird, right? This is only if it's grabbed by arms. Print head grab. Print arm grab. Strange. That's odd. I wonder if they're both running. Like, after it processes the head grab, it again sees it because you gain arms after you eat it with just your head. And then maybe at that point, it says, oh, you have arms. Which seems not good. Just seems maybe like it shouldn't be that way. But let's find out. What? Oh, appearance. Human appearance. Whoops. Oops! That's okay. Yeah, if I use VS Code or something, that probably wouldn't happen. I hear you, I hear you. I might use VS Code one day. We'll see. I've been using it more for web dev lately. It's amazing. Because I've been trying to, like, embed, like, a Godot app, like, in a website, and then have it talk to the website and back and forth. So having VS Code has been awesome, because I can open both projects in the same thing. I don't know, sometimes I think it's a little overkill. Plus, I really like using Godot. Alright, head grab, arm... Yeah, it's seeing both of them. I mean, functionally, that's not really a bad thing. But technically, this is just wrong. So I wonder if we can't fix that. Abductee grabbed doesn't run if we're currently attempting a grab. The head thing doesn't get counted as attempting a grab, because that does need to go back to false. Is attempting grab becomes false where? When grab ends. Does grab end even with a head grab? I don't think so. But I'd be interested to know. So I'm gonna break off my arms and do another head grab. See what happens. It does! But is that because it ran arm grab? Alright, let's try something here. Let's try saying is attempting grab. I almost wonder if I didn't do this because it was problems. But hey, you know, because now I've refactored this, everything is, like, I can do these experiments. I wasn't able to even mess with this stuff before. So, you know, fixing things like the weird grab problems are gonna be a lot easier now that I've refactored this, which is nice. So we do is attempting grab true where? Oh, up here. So we kind of want to say either way. We'd almost put this right here. It's attempting the grab no matter what. It is weird that it's not attempting the grab here. All right, let's get wacky with it. What if I put that right there? What is that like? That's probably risky business. Oh, now I can't grab anything. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, that worked. We see the head is interesting, isn't it? It's like kind of working. Now, it's not showing the correct head, but at least it's showing a head. Wait, maybe it is fine. Now, I'm trying to spam click here, and actually the spam clicking is like better than before. It's waiting, because now it's waiting for grab end. That might have been like a problem all along. Wait, no, yeah, it's not bricking them anymore. Is it? Is it though? It is. It isn't? It isn't. It's not bricking them. Wait, it is. Wait, it isn't! Wait, what? What is happening? It's almost like there's a something is weird. Something isn't right. I gotta click so many times. I mean, it's like, I think those are ones that are getting bricked. And I think that now that brick is in a like it's actually, you can break it, right? Click, 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 no problem. All of them are getting grabbed. Easy. Click, drop. See, I can't pick up and drop the same one as frequently anymore. Like, what is... This is, I mean, this is weird. It's definitely behaving a bit oddly. Specifically with cloned ones. And I don't really understand why or what's happening. It's like if I move my cursor away and come back, it doesn't work. This is wild. I didn't mean to be like troubleshooting this, but it just sort of presented itself. Oh, I'm gonna have to restart. I kind of want to not care right now. The head, okay. We can do two problems at once. So what's going on with the head? It's only showing the bald head. Why? I think I need to print what head is being set to when it's being set to it. I'm a bit confused, if truth be told. Are we still making sure that the head becomes invisible in the ready function? Well, the whole human becomes invisible in the ready function. When we're setting it up, oh yeah, we say that it's not visible. For head mesh and head array. Oh, because we're not running setup human appearance every time. We used to be running setup human appearance every time, but now when we spawn it, we're skipping setup human appearance and we're going straight down here. So we need to make sure that head, well, but that should be happening with that property thing that we're doing. So when we first set it up, we create an array, and that array contains all of these heads in it. And we iterate through, and we make every single one of them not visible. Head bald, head afro, head long. If it's randomized, I don't know if I picked up I should pick up an army one. That would be very interesting to see what happens. It's gonna set head to head army. Otherwise, it's gonna pick a random one and set head to the random one from that array. That should not be bald every time. So let me see. Well, it's tough. It's a little tough. Because at first, it's just going to be our head. Oh, and it grabbed. Grabbed ran once there. So that's interesting. We got head grab, but no arm grab. So we managed to resolve that. But obviously, things are weird in other ways. Okay, so if I grab this... I should have just moved too. Let me just move this. If I grab the army character, it's not a military head. It's a bald head. How is that even being set to that one? Because I have it being set to nothing. It's just mesh instance 3D. It's not export. It's not anything. It's just nothing. So it should be null, if nothing else. But somehow it's being set to bald every single time? I mean, it has to be because it's visible here. To me, that's the only explanation. I wonder if we need to do more than just visible. Like if it's not actually, like if we need to like say like, yes, but the thing that you're making visible is the thing that is on the human. I don't think so, because we're actually, maybe so. Let's print, because remember, we're export variabling this. But it happens with the parachute. I don't know, I'm very confused. All right, we need to print some things. I'm gonna say that when it sets, we're gonna say print. We could even say after either of those run. So right here, print head set up to head. And then in apply, we want to say visible head is, and then whatever that is. I'd be very curious to know what those become. That should be instructive. Okay, grabbed. Visible head is human head, long hair. It also, it didn't set one, and that makes sense because this isn't the instantiation section, portion, or whatever, so that makes a lot of sense. Pick this up. Now that should be running that function again and reporting to us what the visible head is. That's supposed to run apply human appearance. No, because it's a clone. No, not when it's a clone. Grabbed. Wow, and it's seeing grabbed every time? Is it seeing grabbed like once? So that's at 29, and it goes up to 30. So the grab is being detected. We're trying to do two things at once. I just ate some delicious quinoa. I could do anything. So grabbed is coming through. Can we say, can we actually add some context? Grabbed. And attempt is I mean, it must be true. And that's only gonna check it if it's false. So that doesn't make any sense, right? Actually. Wait, does it make sense? Oh, it does make sense. Because it's false here. And then it becomes true right there. Meaning that you can't grab again until it becomes false. So we would want to say, like, actually, forget that. We'll just say grab attempt true or false at that point. Grab attempt false, true, true, true. True, true, true. We want it to be false. If it's false, then it will let me pick it up. It's becoming false for a second and then getting set to true a bunch of times. I see. I mean, I see, but I don't necessarily understand. Well, don't set it as true. It's tough. Before, we were just skipping it if it was a clone. Why? Very confusing. We have grab ended on here. And that's where we set is attempting grab to false. On grab ended awaited. Oh, it's another await. Whoa. Oh. Okay, pick up this one. Grab attempt true. On grab ended awaited. Okay, so that ended. And then I'm able to pick it up. It says it was awaited, but then when I pick it up, it's false, but then it's true so many times immediately. So it is false, but it's like these trues crush it, and then it gets dropped. I'm making a cold brew coffee, but forgot about my ready-to-drink hot coffee and accidentally made some cold hot brewed coffee. I'm so sorry. I guess you could just like stick it in the fridge, whatever process you use to make it cold brewed, and it's future cold brew. ADD. I kinda want that to be an emote. This is the terribly sad day. I mean, maybe. So it sounds like you're saying you were actually in the mood for hot coffee. Cold brew has to soak overnight. This is an abomination. I mean, if it was hot, like you must have made it hot really recently. You forgot quick. It's impressive. Or I mean, seriously, like ADHD, short-term memory being an issue. That's so real. That is very short. That is the shortest possible term. I'm so sorry for your loss. You deserved that hot coffee. Sentenced to life in my stomach. At least you got some good coffee though out of it, right? You said you made cold brew? That's kind of nice. At least you got that. It's a consolation prize. Coffee's cheap. Oh god, this crap. Why were you waiting it anyway? Why are we even doing that? Why do you do that? Don't do that. You have to hand grind the beans. It takes so long. That does actually sound like a long time. Is attempting grab, welcome Mervkins. Is attempting grab being set anywhere else? That's a good question. To true or false? I assume you mean to true. Oh, yep, that's why we have an await. So, oh, right, the await I think is so you can't catch it in midair. Actually, I don't even know what the await is for. Wait. Why? Merv, I think that it was just that await was trash. I think that might have been it. It is now working quite well. Like, you're obviously able to, like, do this, which, you know, whatever, who cares? Right, so then... Oh, I guess this is supposed to... Oh, I see why I did that. Do you see? It's because every time I click, notice that the arm goes in, right? So it's like, that's where I probably need to refactor the arm stretch script, because it just toggles it. If I grab again while I'm in the middle of grabbing, the arm goes down, which means that if you click on something while you're grabbing it, the arm is going to shrink back in. And I think all those awaits were ways to avoid that arm from retracting. But I think it makes more sense to just try to like keep the arm from retracting rather than trying to remove the possibility that the arm can retract. I don't know. It's like, wow. It feels more responsive. That weight was a scourge. I think that await has been just like actually harming the game tremendously for a long time. I can't explain it, but the game just feels so much easier now. In a good way. Good question though, Murphkins. It's wild. So is attempting grab true? That was only being set in one place, believe it or not. All right, so what's going on with this friggin' head? What's going on with this head? I want to see what it says head is being set to. We know that it must be correct at some point. Let me at least give you a credit for helping me debug, because that's very thoughtful and I genuinely appreciate it. This credit entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game. I think I gave Pressipire a coding consultant earlier, and what it actually meant was to give debug. And then Murphkins, not on here. Let's get you on this list. Again, no compensation, but credit in the game. You agree to that. Let's see, debug, done. You helped me debug, you were helping me debug. Yeah. Thanks, Murphkins. Yeah, there's a GitHub repo in the description box if you're ever curious to poke through it. I've been working on it for about 1,600 hours or so. And yeah, it's coming together, it's getting there, little by little. I work on it on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I take every third week off. Okay, visible head set up to head army, head, and the visible head is head army. Head set up to head afro, visible head is head afro. Okay, that all makes a lot of sense. So we're gonna eat this one. It did a head grab, and now it's not bothering with the arm grab, which is really good. That is better. We're cleaning things up. So unnecessary code isn't running. Because before it was printing the visible head, and it was like, why? Why would you do that? There's no need for that. Okay, so let me just get rid of these prints. Although I'm sure someday we'll need them back. I gotta get out of the habit of commenting out everything. You know what, Sean? I did notice that the double heal was not happening. I'm not ready to say that it's actually fixed. But I did take note that the double heal hasn't been happening. But I'm so not ready to believe that it's actually fixed. I'm glad you noticed that too. glad you noticed that too. Welcome, welcome, Merpkins. This is the only show where staying on task is the challenge. I know that's right. This is hyper game dev for a reason. Because I am very ADHD. Emphasis on the H, the hyper. So, yeah, definitely it can be a challenge. Absolutely. It says that it's long hair. So it is... That's very confusing because that is not the long hair head. How is that possible? Aren't we all? A lot, yes, actually, a lot of us in this community are, absolutely. Where did that human go? A lot of us are. Some of us aren't. But yeah, it is kind of like a pretty consistent thing around here, for sure. Did I eat it or something? I don't even know where it went. That was weird, right? Did I dunk it? No. Where did... Let me rewind. Oh, wait, wasn't I holding a human? It did just vanish. I just rewound. I was holding it for a super long time. I let go, and it was gone. What? What in new bug? Okay, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna chill. Just gonna sit here. Wait it out. I let go. Click it again. That was an odd bug. I have to keep my eye on that one. I don't know what that was about. Okay, but you're... So let's grab this one, right? So it should say Afro down here. It does, it says Afro. But it doesn't look like an Afro. Okay, let's see what's going on. So over here on the abductee, it's running apply human appearance. It's making the head visible, and we're saying that the visible head is... Do I just have it set wrong? In the exports? Doesn't look like it to me. No, because it's reporting the mesh instance. Human head afro, human head army, human head. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. The array doesn't point to a mesh. The array is just a string, right? What's in the array? Head array equals head bald, which should be the mesh. That should be the mesh, but it might still just be a reference to it. It might not actually be something to make visible. Maybe I need to say like get node. Maybe we need to say get node. Let's try that. Okay, we're gonna say get node head visible true. Should be a node path, but is mesh instance 3D. Well, yeah, it is a mesh instance. Well, then that makes sense. I mean, it's obviously making something visible. What if I comment this out? Let me comment that out. Just to, like, confirm something. Not headless. So whatever is happening here is just not working. Because when I pick up a new one, it goes back to the default head. I see. So it's just fundamentally not working. which is very confusing. So if I hide this, I feel like it has to, what? What? So they should go back to headless again. I think it must be that whatever it's pulling from the array, it doesn't actually know to access it on the human that's there. That's the only thing I can think of. Unfortunately. I do think guns might work easier. I might want to look into what's going on with guns, because I think they might already be set up in a way that's better, but I don't know. Okay, they're all headless. How? I only hid one of them. And before, they were showing up with the hairs and stuff. Oh boy, this is weird. This is very weird. What about these ones? Because that's actually instantiated. These are not. Let me run through it again so it changes all their heads. Dude, I am very... Oh, because I commented out head visible. Thanks, Murfkins. Oh, Murfkins. Thank you. That's Eagle Brain. That's Eagle Brain. We call that credit Eagle Brain. Eagle Eyes came about because some people would notice when I'd like make a typo, or I'd, you know, there's like code that is an easy fix and they're looking and paying attention. Eagle Brain is like, you remembered that I did that. You're staying sharp. That's straight Eagle Brain. So thank you. Thank you very much. Why didn't that add one? Oh, wow. Did we really get down to a row that doesn't have the formula on it? No, it has the formula. But didn't we just give you a debug credit? Oh. Wait, it's seriously not counting Eagle Brain? BH. Wait, do any of these count? Oh, shoot. None of these have been counting towards anyone's scores? Wait, oh, okay, we did get down here to an old formula. Oh yeah, this is the old formula that ends at AC. Look at that, that's wild. We've gotten so many people on here. Before, I just dragged it down. I was like, that's as far as we'll need. No. There we go, now it's 2. We just crossed that threshold too. So then I should be able to just drag this down again. Another amount that someday I'll be like, what's going on? Surely I won't need to have gone that far. We'll do 300. There's not gonna be 300 by the end of this. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I recall exactly 6 months ago, you made a typo that you fixed 3 months ago. Where's my gosh darn Eagle Brain? Yeah, that would be, man. Wow. That's like ascended brain credit. Like, that's, wow. That's on a whole nother level. That's God tier. That's stalker. That's the stalker credit. Just kidding. Yes, so you're right. I did comment out head visible, and that is... Thank you, Murfkins, for pointing that important point out. And that does explain why they were showing up as bald. So that's the only reason why the bald was working, is because it wasn't being made invisible again. My source is, trust me. It must be true. It must be true. I mean... You've been nothing but trustworthy. And you always say, before you say something trustworthy. So, I trust you. So they should be... Okay, well there you go, that's why that's happening. So I think what's going on here... Wait, do I know what's going on? Who would go on the internet and lie? At least knowingly, I think that's less often. But certainly, somewhat often. Yeah. Not you. So we know that the setting head to visible works just fine normally. When it doesn't work is when we pick it up and it's up doing the property application thing. There we go. Now it's headless. Yeah, exactly. Well, yes, Sean, that's exactly what I was testing. Precisely. Because I just now made the default human not have a head. And now they're all showing up headless again. See? So, yeah, exactly, Sean. That was it. So, I gotta figure out why. We know that the apply human appearance is working, because if I comment this out, they don't have any heads. So we know that head.visible does work to ensure that it works. My guess, but it prints it. That's kind of what confuses me maybe the most, is that it does actually print it out. So if I pick this one, right, this has an afro. If I pick it up, it says afro. It said that it did it. And so that must be running on the clone, which is what we're holding. But somehow it's not becoming visible. That's so deep. We like all started bald. I kind of hope so. Full head of hair in the womb, baby. Zygote with a mullet. I'm ending bald too. Good luck. Oh, you actually are saying that you're bald. I see. I was like, you're gonna try to time it just right and like. Oh my gosh, I'm about to die. That was you in a car crash about to happen. Good luck, bro. This is weird. You're just genetically gifted. You don't even have to try. What am I wanting to happen? Yeah, so, good question. So, to explain that, you have to understand, like, why it's working the way it's working. Whenever a human gets picked up, it is spawning a clone of the original. That is to say, the original is not the one that's held in the hand. And the reason for that is for object pooling purposes and stuff. So this whole game works there's sections. There's like big ol' strips here. And these humans are pre-placed on here. And sometimes they spawn, sometimes they don't. And this runs across and it keeps looping around again. Yeah. So you get it. So it needs to match the head. Yeah, anyway, so I won't explain all that crap. But when I pick this up, I'm trying to match the head. Now, we already do the clothes, right? So it knows to pick a green shirt, for example. It knows if it's military, it needs to be camo. Things like that. Oh, that's actually a bug. Oh, I see why we wanted the await there. There's a lot of problems. Anyway, we're just gonna ignore them. There's some things to fix here. Wow, it behaves differently with the spawns. But yeah, I needed to match. And I just kind of recently redid the way it matches things. Oh, wow. When it's a first-time clone, it keeps it held even after we drop it. But if it's already been a clone, it drops it on one click. Oh god, the complication just keeps coming. It just keeps coming. So yeah, so the code that spawns it is over here. So it instantiates a new one, and it runs apply human appearance. And apply human appearance so first it sets cloned abductee properties. Okay, actually I should have said that. That's what happens first. It sets cloned abductee properties. That's this function. So what it does is it looks at the original human, the one that was on the ground before it got picked up, and it looks at the one that is currently cloned in the hand of the alien. It takes whether or not it's part of an empathy event, and it translates that from the original to the clone. Is it military? It transfers that from the original to the clone. What's its shirt color? From the original to the clone. Pants color? Original to clone. And in this case, I'm saying, what is its head variable set to? Take that from the original and put it in the clone. Now, once those have been set on the clone, it then, so that's all this, it then, on that clone, applies the human appearance. So this function is over here on the abductee, and that's this one. And so what that's supposed to be doing is it's supposed to be setting the head, and that head is supposed to have been set by that setter-getter that we were just looking at. And I'm even checking, what is the one that just got set? What is head set to? That's the same thing this came from. And it's printing, indeed, what it should be. And yet, it is not. Now, we know the clothes are all applying, because we see that color match just fine. The empathy event is working correctly. And if it's military, that all is working correctly. So the clothes, the material stuff works fine. The empathy event Boolean works fine. But something about this mesh doesn't, even though it comes through. That's probably what confuses me the absolute most. So this should have long hair. So if we click on this one, it's gonna say, oh yeah, that's gonna have long hair. Where's the long hair? Okay, so something to check is remote tab. So let's go look. So we're gonna go find this human right here. In fact, it is mesh instance 592789. So let's see if I can just even find that. 592. Pop that open, that open, that open. Fence? No. 789. Okay, for whatever reason. Oh, that makes sense, because that's not what the human is, duh. That's the hair. So actually, that doesn't make sense. Okay, just kidding. All right, we're gonna come into not collector, but terrain controller in scene. We're gonna find the one the player is on, or rather the human that we're interested in. There we go. So the human's in here. Press by your right. That would be nice if I could just click on it and get to it. Oh, that'd be fabulous. Okay, there's the human. And hey, look, it's not parenting to the ground anymore. Excellent. Good news. Okay, so that's this one. This is the one. Its head is currently set to object. That's the long hair. What? Like, I almost wonder if it's setting it visibly somewhere else. Like, if it's not retargeting that mesh to the right one. Oh, is it visible? That's a... Oh, yeah, we should check that, too. Is that something I can easily check on here? Good question, guys. Is it visible? Visible on! But you know what's interesting is even if I check that on and off, it isn't appearing. So that makes me think that this, let's look at the path. This is not the same long hair head. I think it's the original long hair head. This isn't the long hair head of the clone. This is the long hair head of the original. It's not changing it to be relative to the clone. That's the problem. So what we actually want to do is get the string of which head it is and use the string to go look for the head and then change it that way. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do. Thanks for the debug help, guys. Truly. Credits. Where's that debug? There's that debug. Merfkins. Presipoya. Okay. So on the abductee script, instead of setting head as a mesh instance, I'm gonna set it as a string. Indeed, that's the way the guns are set up, actually. Is they use strings and they look for the name of the node based on the string. So the guns, as I suspected, the guns, what I kind of didn't suspect, the guns are set up better than the heads. I should have just set the heads up just like the guns, but I didn't really know until I figured it out that way. So the way we assign the weapon weapon mesh string, weapon mesh, get node, and then we just say the string. Easy. So I'm even gonna refactor that to head string, just because head is just like, I don't know, I think we could just say head string. I think that'll be nicer. So head string, and then we don't actually need to export variable any of these heads. That's all useless. Hey Merfkins, thanks for your help. Take care. Good luck on your own game projects. Seems like you have a good head on your shoulders. A good visible head. Goodbye, take care. Thank you. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of all that because we don't need any of those heads set up ahead of time. I think this is all actually very valuable to keep set up ahead of time because we're not trying to, yeah, I'm going to keep all that set up. We're gonna leave that there. Now for the head array, we actually want these all to be strings, which is a little terrible. So we actually should set up like a dictionary. That would be wise. Or we can keep this in array. No, we don't need a dictionary. We can keep this as an array, but there's no reason to set it up in here. Sounds like the worst pickup line. Hey, you sure do have a visible head on those shoulders. Depending on the person, it might be the perfect pickup line. What's up, gamer? Welcome. Gamer Sangeki, not to be confused with gamer therapy. So we're just going to get rid of that as well. We gotta reimagine this. So there's weapons, right? Well, now we've got heads. So I am just gonna call it heads now. That's an array, and it will just have all of these in it. I was gonna say, a lot of people with gamer their name. I know. I know I can, but you gotta understand, like, I'm live streaming here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at the name that I see and I say it out loud. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the beginning of your name is gamer. So my brain is gonna automatically say that first thing. And the chances of me, you know, reading further than that and then remembering, oh yeah, that person wants me to ignore the beginning are very slim. So I've heard you, but understand I may not be able to fulfill your request because I'm only human, man. But heard, Sangeki. Okay, we obviously have to call this a variable. it's just like hard to remember. But I've heard you. I've heard you. Head bald, head afro, head long. It's weird that that's leaving out the military head. So I guess we're gonna add one more. We're gonna say variable head military. And that's gonna be a string, and it's gonna be set to head army. Okay, so that's a special one. Now we come down here. It's also a head. We're gonna come down here. We wanna say for head string in heads, get node but that's not just gonna, we gotta say get node blah 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 skeleton, right? So when we do assign weapon, we're constructing the string here. So we have to construct the string over here as well. It's a long head. It is a long head. Let's just say for head name, string in heads, get node. So I'm actually gonna set up the variable here. Now that you mention it, I very much prefer the name Sir Preciperius III and will be deeply offended if called by any other name. Wow. Wow, I had no idea that you were so reasonable. I mean, it would be deeply rude of me. It has been rude of me. I apologize, Sir Preciperius III, for having not honored this for the long time that you've been here, a part of this community. You've even been a member for 3 months. I have to do better, Sir Preciperius III. Thank you. Thank you for helping me be a better woman. You did that. It's true. All right, so we want to say variable head string That's it. See, to me, that's actually a little confusing. No, it's not confusing at all. What you want to say is none of that crap. We want to concatenate it. Oh, what? You guys change this to a whole another level, and I am for this. You guys are the best. Awesome. Pretending to be a royal member worked way too well. Are there knights and drop Bear Town? What? We are part of the Commonwealth. Oh, drop bear. Right, drop bears. I forgot that you were telling us about drop bears in Australia. Are there knights and drop bears there? I see. Now I get it. Wow. The way the meta-ness of this is getting to be really impressive. The references on references. Sometimes I think we need more redemptions to memorialize these moments. You know, like a drop bear redemption. Where literally a drop bear drops down. Probably a knighted drop bear, let's be honest. Guys, let's just at least focus on this. Thanks, Sangeki. But also, it's okay to have a little fun once in a while. I've actually had a lot of good focus time today. Although, to be fair, I can't say that I have achieved what the title has promised at all. Whatsoever. I'm probably going to change the title by the time this live stream is over. But we'll see. Right. So what's happening? Drop bears or not? Head string equals, or is a string equals human giant armature skeleton 3D plus head. But head is nothing right now. It needs to be a specific head, right? So that's where we pick random. Oh, we are in setup. Oh, we're in setup right now. Wait, why am I putting this here? Okay, get rid of this crap right now. Get rid of all that. That goes away. That's dead. You dare try silent Super Precipice the Third? My drop bear knights are mounted on their kangaroos and are ready for war! What a visual, what an imagination, what an impressive imagination that you have. Head string equals head army. One quick question, did you develop a pathfinding system for the enemies or it's just triggered through the scenes? There is... I'm not sure what you mean. So there is no pathfinding yet. I want to make my own pathfinding for the enemies. There's helicopters, and they just keep moving forward until they reach a certain distance from the player, and then they stop moving forward. And then they just look at the player. But other than that, there's no pathfinding yet. Although that is something I would really, really, really like to set up soon. Unfortunately, I do have to get through all of this. But yeah. Oh man. Alright, so we don't just want head string, we want like head name. So I think we should set a variable for head name, and this is a string. So we want to make that the head string gets set to, we're calling it head military now. And this is actually head name. Gets set to head military. But this should be... No, this should be a... Oh man. This should be a script-wide variable, so we can set it on the other one. There's a lot of things here. I know. I know. We have variable head name. This is gonna be a string. We have heads and we have head military. Those are all the ones. Head name is gonna be head military if it's a military, and we should randomize. Otherwise, that is to say, not military. Then we want to define a random head, which we pick randomly from this array, even though it doesn't exist anymore. It's now heads. Picks a random head, and it's going to assign random head to the head name. Actually, yeah, for future consideration, the pathfinding may encounter issues with the people being children of those moving segments. You may need to decouple them from the tiles. So that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. It makes a ton of sense, yeah. Wow. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Well, that's gonna be fun. Probably would be good to like make sure. That's gonna be tough. All pathfinding is done in world space instead of local, sadly. Right, you were just recently dealing with that on your own project. Yeah, because, you know, the ones that we pick up and put back down, the clones, those already will be good for that. Because, well, not necessarily, actually. Wow. Wow. That is an excellent point. I basically have to completely rework the human system. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm sure. Well, but what if I animate them? It's not that's not path. That's not what pathfinding is. Wow. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very tough. Yeah. That's a great suggestion, is to decouple them from that. Well, I'm sure we'll figure that out when we get there. But props for thinking ahead. Props for thinking ahead, Pressapire. Alright? Head name equals random head. Pathfinding after 1 month. Easy work. So easy. Alright, so head name gets set to head military or the random head, depending on if it's military or not. We're going to apply human appearance. It is going to... Wait, what was this thing I had on the clipboard? Oh, we got to construct a string name. Right, well, that's going to be in applying, right? So we have the armed assign weapon. I think we should make a special function for assign head. So we're going to say assign head. Do you really need complex pathfinding, though? Will it be needed? Yeah, so the pathfinding is going to be for humans who are escaping. So let's say you stumble on a human and they're afraid. So I want them to run away from the alien, right? I want them to be trying to get away from the alien. And I was thinking that they're going to go and hide in buildings. So they would just run up to a building, so they'd have to know where a building is. They'd have to get there, and then when they get there, they're going to be inside of that building. So that could be as simple as literally turning them off at the door and then turning on one inside of the building. Something like that. And then enemies who are like charging you, they're going to be running around, you know, shooting at you. Maybe they'll go for cover. I don't know. I don't know that there's really much cover in this game. There is, actually. Yeah, so they're going to be running away from the alien and then, or running towards the alien, basically. Either they're chasing the alien to attack them or they're escaping the alien. Now, the helicopters, right? That's how we have the helicopters set up. The helicopters are not bound to a section. They're just floating around, and they, you know, avoid that issue. So the humans will have to be similar, but on the ground. And I'm just kind of thinking of shooting raycasts out from the human, and they're just going to look for, am I bumping into something? If so, I should move away from it. We're going to experiment with stuff like that. But that is very much a different time, all right? I know you guys are really inspired by that idea right now, and it's very exciting to think about. But at the same time, we could go into a whole rabbit hole about it, and it's just not it today. It feels like a lot of work. Aren't they only going to be on screen for a short amount of time? Will players even see all of that? Yes, absolutely. It's going to be honestly crucial to the gameplay, because right now a human is just standing there and you just walk up and pick it up, right? It's too easy. The humans need to be hard to get. I don't know if it'll be a lot of work. I have to get to that part yet. And then if it turns out to be, you know, I can always change how the game works, but I'm okay with it. I hear you. I hear you. I don't think it'll be that bad. I think it's gonna be work, but I think it's a core mechanic of the game that you have to chase down humans. It's Harvest Earth. You're harvesting Earthlings. The Earthlings need to be challenging to harvest. I just think the game feels ridiculous if humans are just like, take me, I don't want to die, oh no. They gotta run away, they gotta. Worst case scenario, I just don't care if they clip into things and we let them run through buildings and stuff. Worst case scenario, but I don't think it's gonna be that hard. I think it's not gonna be that easy, but I don't think it's gonna be that hard. All right, so we want to assign the head. Again, there's so much to think about, all right? I swear to God, this is not... you guys should talk about it, but I'm just going to ignore it. I want you guys to be mentally stimulated. I do. I really want you guys to be mentally stimulated. I do. But at the same time, I got to finish one task at a time. Instead of raycasting, which will be bad for performance, you could check the angle between the human and the alien. If it's positive and in a certain range, you can trigger the pathfinding. Yes, something like that. Yeah, I'm talking about buildings and stuff. But yeah, there's other ways other than raycasts. I think raycasts will be okay. But I hear you. I've heard that raycasts performance cost, but I don't think this will be a complicated raycast. I think it's going to be pretty simple. I get that. A good prototype would just make them run in a random direction. No need to do pathfinding that way or hide in buildings. They can still collide with buildings. I know, I should stop saying it's a prototype. It's like not. It stopped being a prototype 6 months ago. I should take that out of the description. It's not a prototype anymore. It just is. So, yeah. It's okay. Things change. We learn things and we move on. I've decided to commit to this game idea no matter what. You know? Regardless of it being a prototype. Like, it's just, I'm doing it. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'll have it run in random directions. But again, I want what I want. I want to make this game. There's this, I see this game and I want to make that game. And if I have to change things because it's too hard, I will. But I don't want to change things in anticipation of how hard it's going to be. Like, for example, getting rid of the cows, right? That was something that right when I came up to it, and when I realized, holy crap, implementing the alien morphing into a cow is going to be unthinkable amounts of effort. And so I got it out of there and we got rid of cows. If I get right up to the point of getting humans to start moving around and having them detect buildings and stuff is too complicated, I'll get it out of there and we'll just have them run in random directions. And if they clip through buildings, they clip through buildings, you know? But, you know, I think there's other things too. It could be, we could even detect easily if they run into a building. If they clip through a building, we can just say they become inside of that building. That would be really easy. So I don't think it's, I think you might be imagining something more complicated than what I'm willing to accept. You know, what I know that I want is I want humans that do not stand still. And whatever that looks like is going to be based on what's easy to do and or what I think is possible within my realm of capability. And so that may change what it becomes. It may not be the best case scenario that they look for an actual door to a building, walk into the door, you know, and they're actually bumping, they bump into each other, they bump into this, they take cover, you know, all of that might be pie in the sky. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to say, okay, well, how about instead of that, we do something a little simpler. But one thing I will not compromise on is having them be stationary. They are not going to be standing still. That's terrible. Thank you. Yeah, me too. I got this in high school, and I still wear it because it's comfy and it's good quality. And I love to represent. So good. My first game console was Super Nintendo, I think. It could have been Sega Game Gear, but I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Super Nintendo. And yeah, it had to have been Super Nintendo. It was Super Nintendo. And but the one that like really like made me be like was N64. The rest of them were just like, oh, games, nice, cool. N64 was like 3D, it's real. No, I like them. I love all of them. They all have a special place in my heart. Assign Head. Ocarina of Time, best game, very good game. I'm like, not best. No, I don't have an opinion on best. It's an excellent game. Yeah, I sunk many an hour into that game, that's for sure. Good stuff. Majora's Mask, not as good. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can assign this head. So we're creating a function for that. Func assign head. And in here, we're gonna create a string called head string. 64 is my first console experience. We'll probably buy a nostalgia console to relive the glory days. Yes, do it. Do it, it's worth it. It's worth it. Period. Especially if you can get like a nice CRTV, like get the whole thing, get the full experience, retro experience. Although I'd be happy with a handheld too. Head string is a string, human giant plus head. Okay, good. We don't need that. Then we want to iterate through all of the heads. They said they don't blow on the cartridge, but hey, it worked. They said don't blow on it, but it worked. Yeah, because you could get moisture in there, and that would be not good. Or blow chunks from your mouth in there, old food and things. But it did get the dust out. It's a trade-off. At the end of the day, you gotta do it. But they have to say not to do it. Okay. Assign head, variable head string. String is set to this. If you can see it, you can go to it. It was mind-boggling at the time. Love that game. Yeah, right. Like the big old mountain in the back, Death Mountain and stuff. Yes, totally. Dude, they did awesome with that. They did really well with that. Yes. That especially, that's such a great specific thing to point out about what makes it so amazing. So we have a head string that is set to human 3 giant head plus head. We need to iterate through heads? Why? Why are we doing that? I don't remember anymore. I'm completely lost. I'm totally lost from whatever train of thought I was originally on. It's gone. It's so gone. So the problem is the heads aren't appearing because we're setting the wrong mesh to the wrong thing. So I'm creating a bunch of strings that are then going to look for the correct mesh to set the head to. And the way that we're doing that, the way that we're doing that is by, when we set up the human appearance, well, we have some, I need to go remind myself what's up here. We have head name, which is blank, which this is what's going to be read when we pick up the clone, or create the clone. We have an array of heads, head bald, head afro, head long, a special military head as well. So then down here we set head name to the head military string. We set head name, if it's not military, to random head. Then we apply human appearance. If armed, we assign a weapon. Then we assign a head. When we go to assign a head, we're constructing a head string. That's based on whatever head. Now this says head. We need head name. Why is head? What is head? Is that anything? I don't think there's anything that's just called head. We have head name, heads, and head military. So this is just fundamentally wrong. So we would want to add head name onto this head string. We don't need to iterate through anything. Instead, we just need to say get node head string and then we say visible equals, in this case, true. So that's going to be assigning which head is on there. Now I do actually need the original head to be removed, right? That's where that array was, that was what that array was for. That array, or that, sorry, the for loop, my mistake. That's what the for loop was supposed to be. Removing the old head and adding a new head. So if we say for head, in this case we can say head, for head in heads, get node head visible false. So this will make all of the existing ones not be visible anymore. That does not include military though. So I think I need to refactor this. We're gonna call this all heads. And, or let's say heads all. Hit not declared in the current scope? That's okay. You mean heads all isn't declared in the current scope, by the way. But whatever, Godot. Oh, up here. I see. That is true. So this actually would go away. We don't need that at all anymore. And instead of pulling from heads, I'm gonna have this say heads innocent. Now up here, can I say variable? I don't know if this is possible. Variable, this will be heads innocent. Can I say heads all? I don't think so. Array equals, there's no way that's gonna work. I kind of would like to append all of these into here, but I don't think that's gonna get set up here. I mean, I could just make it an empty array, and then like in the ready function, we could do that. So we're gonna say that is append heads all. I just don't remember. Appends a value at the end of the array. So value goes on to the array. So we do want to append it on here. So if I just put an array in there, will that append each one onto there? Or will it just append the entire array in there? I'm not actually sure. I think what you'd want to say is for heads in, heads innocent. The reason why I'm doing this is so the military head can be included in here. I know it's nuts. I know it's nuts. For heads in, heads innocent, we want to say to heads all, pop front, heads innocent. Wait. Oh. Wow. So it would be heads all append, heads all pop front. So it would just keep doing that until, sorry, heads innocent. But you don't really need to iterate that, do you? I think you would just say head. That's what you would do, right? For head and heads innocent, append each head to heads all. And then I'd also want to say add military head, or heads all append head military. Which, to be fair, could be another one. Set it equal to innocent and append the military. This will work though, right? I'm gonna actually make this a function. We're gonna say prepare heads. Func prepare heads. I think this will work. I don't really understand. Set what equal to innocent and append military. For heads, head in heads innocent, append everything, append each head, because we're iterating through it, append each one to heads all. And then also append head military to it. So the reason why I'm doing that is so when we go to assign a head, we can make sure that whatever was there before is removed, no matter which one it is. Then it is going to set up a string that points to whatever head name is set to. And then that string is going to be the one that is visible, the visible head. So that means back on the camera script, we want this to say head name. right? Probably. Maybe. Set it equal to innocent and append the military. I bet in some way that works. There's always so many ways to do things. But you know, at that point I was just kind of talking it out. We'll see if it actually works. I might have to come back to understand what you meant. What's the debug? Okay, that's fine. Oh! Invalid assignment of property key visible with a value type of bool on a base object of null instance. Yikes. Ah, because we need to construct the head string. We didn't construct a head string here. That's what that has to be, is a head string, in order for that to work. Let's say current head string. And then we're gonna make another one for last head string. But for that, it's gonna need to know which one is visible, which is terrible. So I honestly think you should just copy this and put it in here. I think that's gonna be the easiest. And then just concatenate that. That's gonna be much easier. Let's do that. Oh, nope, that'll work. I think that'll work. It's just easier. We don't need to make a string for this. I mean, we do, but we don't have to make a separate variable for it. Will I actually get to guns today? We ain't shooting guns today, I know that. But we still might be able to actually get the guns loaded in and appearing in their hands. And hopefully if you pick it up, they'll still have that gun. We shall see. Ugh, what? What is it now? Same problem? Why? What is it trying to set that to? Head underscore bald. Ugh. That's not what it's called. It's not called head bald. I gotta go change those strings. Those are not the correct strings. This has to be human underscore head. This one has to be human underscore head underscore afro. And here, human underscore head underscore long dash hair dash one. For the military one, that's human head army. Do it again. Do it again then. We can't just make up the string and Godot's like, oh, you mean this one? Yeah, I got you. That would be wild though. That would be ridiculous. I don't even know if I'd argue it should be able to do that. Show me heads, Drew. Is that a reference to something? Who's Drew? Alright. We've got heads. Looks like they're correct heads. Let's eat up our military one so we get arms. Now, I am noticing a bug. Look, empathy isn't increasing to 1. I actually noticed this bug a while ago, but I forgot and I didn't remember to think about it again. So that's supposed to be going up to 1, but it isn't. So we broke that at some point. Oh, it's got the right head. Nice. Bald is bald. Afro's afro. Afro's afro. Nice. Very good. But we do have some problem here. Let's make sure the long hair works. There we go. Long hair is long hair. Nice. Let's spawn a helicopter. And it keeps the helmet. It should be Bob because I'm old, but Price is Right reference. Oh, show me heads, Bob. I see. I did it! Yes, the heads are now appearing correctly. I've broken 8 other things in the process, but yes, humans keep their heads when grabbed. We did do it! It is functioning. I'm very concerned about all the other problems. I'm very concerned about the other problems. But yeah, that at least is fixed. Yeah. I mean, removing those awaits, they're leading to other issues. At least. I am not sure. I am not sure what's going on with the empathy point not going up. Task dopamine achieved. Yeah, yes. Dopamine achieved. Dopamine achieved. Feel the dopamine. Let it wash over you. Enjoy the dopamine. Yes, the heads are up. The heads are up. Yes. Heads show up on clones well. Much grab stuff broken. I want to say good because it's shorter. But I have broken things. I've broken many things. Yeah. I mean, I don't even feel like it's you're right. I could, I mean, but it's true. Like, yes, yay, it works. It's good. And there are things that have become broken, literally, quite literally, because of some of the grab refactoring that I did. And personally, it's hard. It's hard. I want to just go right into the next problem, which is resolving those issues that came up. And there's quite a few. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's just what I gotta do. I gotta do what I gotta do. Life is about give and take. Yes, it do taketh, don't it? It sure do. It sure do. We do have a little give. We got a little give. I will take that give. And now I have to give in to what was took. I think that stopped making sense at least a few words ago. I do know a little bit of what's going on with the grab problems. I'm not sure why the empathy isn't being counted. That is rather alarming. So if I eat a innocent human, that was not how that was supposed to work. If I eat an innocent human in the empathy event, does empathy go down? Dang it, I keep missing it. I gotta stop cheating. I need to just play it correctly. That'll make it easier. Okay, but remember, the player is not going to be able to go fast at this part. Okay, eat the innocent human. It doesn't go down. So it's actually, it's like died. It's not even keeping track of the first empathy event. The first empathy event isn't doing anything. How strange. Why? I mean, it has to be with some of the grab refactoring, right? It's gotta be. So I'm gonna have to look at how that's calculated. Now, I think if I do 2, so if I get 1, empathy, it says 0. I wonder if it's just not updating, but it is true. I don't know. Let's go find the next one here. Okay, eat that one. Now, it went up to 1. And actually, yeah, no, you can see the little heart is only grown now. So is that gonna be a 3rd empathy event then? Since it hasn't reached maximum? Yeah! So this just ignoring the first empathy event entirely for some reason. And then that one counts. Now why would it do that? Why would the first one be like a dud? Is it like always the first one, or is it like a certain one, or is it... How has this happened? Like, I wonder if like one of those variables, like is attempting grab, has to be like true or false or something? Maybe somewhere with the property setting, it's used to checking that in a certain place, but now it's in a different place. Man, really wanted to get to weapon stuff, but I can't let this. Okay, so I'm just gonna ignore that first one, and let's pick a different one. And ideally, it's one that's appearing in a different spot too. I can't tell if that's the same spot, so I'm skipping that one. We want not just this different spot. It'd be ideal if it was also a different empathy event. But I didn't pay attention to which one's which. Okay, let's just do this one. No empathy. So it's not the specifically first one. So what is our globals right now? What is our global empathy set to? So in globals, our empathy is set to 0. Empathy is not unlocked. Something is happening, though. Something must be happening. Because how does it know after the first one? Now it can start counting it. I want to try being evil, too, outside of an empathy event. Like, what if I eat an innocent person and it's not in an empathy event, and that's the first thing that I do? What is that like? Maybe there's like an omission of information about what is grabbed or eaten or something. Maybe that was moved and it's somehow only available after one thing is already grabbed. That seems strange. Okay, eating an innocent. Oh, I missed. Dang it, I missed it. And I spawned a helicopter. Come on. Oh, no evil. So it's whatever first thing that is grabbed or interacted with. So I think that our refactoring stuff has broken it. One thing I learned developing games is that flags are the most cause of bugs. Oh, yeah. I mean, man, I think that they do. I'm going to have to slightly agree with that. I'm going to have to agree with that. At least for my projects, my Booleans are just like, yeah, they're causing so many bugs. And I don't know if it's just because I'm not treating Booleans well. I feel like there's like safer ways that I could set up flags that I don't set up. Because it's easy to just lose track of them. They seem so simple. Oh, it's true or false. But a lot of things are writing on that true or false and whether or not it got set and when it got set and how many times it got set or not. Create as enum. Oh, do I understand what you're saying? I don't see what... Okay. Interesting. My brain isn't good enough to really be able to totally understand why that would help, but you sound like you really know that that would help. I'm inclined to believe you, although I'm not able to understand why I should believe you. Other than the confidence with which you say it. Yeah. So, as far as checking empathy goes, where does all that happen? Do we do that on the HUD? On the HUD, we check abductee destroyed. On abductee destroyed, if is military, this is printing? I don't see any of that printing. I'm confused. I don't think I see this printing every single time I eat an enemy. Maybe it is printing and I just didn't realize it. Well, it's this on abductee destroyed. So, first of all, we want to see print abductee destroyed. And then this emits on the body part and in the score doc. The only one I can really test right now is body part, and that's if you hold it over the head. So that's probably going to be that player head hover function, which is related very closely on player head hover to the stuff we refactored today. So an abductee is grabbed by head. It emits player head hover, false and true. So the first one is if it's military, and the second is if it's an empathy event. How could it possibly know if it was an empathy event? Or if it was military? How could that... That can't be what this is. Oh, I see. Wait, do I see? I'm a little confused. That's something else. Oh, I'm looking at something else. Sorry. Head hover. That was embarrassing. Head hover. Is hovered is head. Okay, thank you. Is hovered false? Right, because we're not actually hovering over it. Is head true? That is correct. I would have to think that our order has changed too drastically. So I'm actually going to look back at the way it used to be. try to get some clarity about what happened there. Player head hover right here. This is impossible to read. I need to open this up in the browser immediately. Ah, my scroll got messed up. Camera. No, I'm glad the heads got fixed. I'm glad. I gotta solve this problem. I gotta figure out what I did wrong now. That's why, you know, the refactoring was just gonna mess everything up. For instance, instead of having multiple Boolean flags like is visible, is active, is highlighted, and enum can define states like enum status, visible, active, highlighted. Nice. But what if multiple of them are true? That would mean only one of them is true at a time though, right? This reduces confusion and prevents invalid combinations. Right, but you're just giving an example. So it would have to be constructed in such a way that some of them could be true at the same time, but make sure to. So I would have to like know ahead of time which ones are invalid combinations. This is interesting. I'm gonna hang on to that and probably not know how to use it for a long time, but I'll definitely give you a coding consultant credit for that. That's interesting. It entitles you to no compensation, but it entitles you to a credit in the game. And my appreciation. It's interesting. Player head hover. So I'm looking through this code here. And we want to go back. To this version. And we're just gonna look for head hover. Okay. This is not the right script then. Camera 3D, please. Oh, because that's not one of the changes. Open up the script. If you wouldn't mind, just open it up for me. Let me see it. Okay. So before we refactored it, it would check, make sure the raycast result had something. It'd make sure that the thing that we're grabbing is in the group abductee. It assigned the original to the result. What just happened? It assigned the original to the result. So that is, say, OG versus clone. So this is OG. Oh my god. Just be normal. Be sensible. Move around normally. Oh god, stop opening things. If it is not a clone... Oh, I did get rid of this meet original has method spawn me. Is that it? Is it because I got rid of meet original has method spawn me? I swear to God. So that used to be there. If it's not attempting grab, right now we have... not attempting grab right up here. If attack target is in group abductee and we're not attempting grab. So I moved this around a lot, right? It used to be abductee was here, then it checked if it's not a clone, then it would check if it had the method spawn me and it wasn't attempting grab. The name attribution is immaculate. Thanks. It's evolved a bit. Perhaps lost its immaculateness. Immaculativity? Immaculatity? Immaculacity. Something. Protect target is in group abductee, and we are not attempting grab. Abductee grabbed. Attack target. So it's quite a bit more. It's like more buried and less buried at the same time when it emits player head hover. We know that it's happening because the eating is occurring. So like that's very confused. I'm very confused. Oh, my God. What in the world is going on right now? Thank you. I'm very confused. Why would that have anything to do with it, though? Why would that have anything to do with it, you know? I guess we just have to start printing things, because I just genuinely have no idea what's going on. We're gonna go to the body part, really just everywhere player head hover runs. Well, that runs here. That's the only place that it runs. Sorry, abductee destroyed. That's what we need to check, is abductee destroyed. Print head knows it destroyed. We're gonna say, I don't even know. I guess we'll say if abductee is empathy event, head knows it destroyed an abductee abductee, and let's say an event abductee. Head knows it destroyed an event abductee. I spy do eating. My favorite method name of yours. Do eating. It is now time to do eating. It is to the point. It is necessary in such a game to clarify that the eating has been done, or that it needs to be done. Please commence with your eatation. Nigh is the time. It just made sense. It just made sense. I also have a print on the HUD when any abductee gets destroyed at all. So is it going to know that it's eating one in an event or not? Wow. So no, it did not know that. And it also did not know that an abductee was destroyed. Now if I eat another one, now abductee destroyed and head knows it destroyed an event. Verily, it doth make sense. So that means on abductee destroyed is not getting emitted. So we need to go back one more level. Print head is eating. And it must, I mean, head knows it is eating. I mean, we see the animation occur. So we should even say head destroyed abductee. Does it even know that when we hovered over it, for abductee and grabbed abductees? Is that a thing? We do create that variable. If is hovered or is head, so that's, we do run this and we say true is head. So it should create this array. The array exists, there's do eating. If the part, which it is, it should see that it's a head. So really this is not head destroyed, this is very confusing. For abductee and grabbed abductees, why are we iterating through that right now? This is another very chaotic if statement. This is not gonna change because this is really, this was a beast to set up. It was absolute chaos. If grabbed abductee's integer is greater than 0 or is head. So it's like I'm thinking that it's not seeing it as head. Print player head hover. Alright, Sengeki. Get some sleep! Get some sleep, you deserve it! Thanks for stopping in. I'll try to remember. Sengeki! We'll call you Sengeki. Good night, Sengeki. Thanks for your help. Your company. Player head hover. We're just... Player head hover is hovered true or false. Is head true or false? I just don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Got to figure it out. I'm also still trying to figure out next month which day of the week I'm gonna choose to be like a private stream, where I just like work off stream. And then I'll like add it to a playlist later. Player head hover is running right away, apparently. I'm thinking Thursday, but I don't know. It seems like Wednesday is when more folks come through. And so that seems like that would be nicer to leave available. Okay, so we've got is hovered true and is head false. That's amazing. That just runs right away. Really weird. Don't understand that, but okay. Why is that running? I don't know. But it is. So that in and of itself is rather interesting. Oh, it's already running. Oh, it runs. Oh, it literally, it's probably because I hovered over the head of the player. So if I move the cursor over here, is hover true, is head false. So it is noticing that the cursor is going over its head. That makes sense. Okay, so now we're gonna click on that. That went up a bunch. So we do have a lot of falses. Is head true? So it does see that it's true. What it is not getting to, so that much is running. Is hovered or is head? So I guess I should have checked that as well. I can't imagine why that wouldn't be working. I think we can pretty safely assume that that is working. Right, even when I hover over it, of course that comes through. So that makes sense. But, I mean, we kind of want to see if it happens in that moment. So do eating will happen. If grabbed, we know that's happening because we see it like, nom, 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 nom. We see it like chowing down. So do eating is definitely happening. What seems to not be happening for abductee and grabbed abductees, if is part, so we're gonna say head or iterating through grabbed abductees. And we could even say each one. So we're not printing anything here. Grabbing that. Right there. Iterating through grabbed abductees, and it saw that human right there. So that worked fine in that instance, but is that working fine at this instance? So this grabbed abductees, so maybe something isn't being added to the grabbed abductees list, which kind of would make sense since that's something that we've been messing around with, I think. Maybe the group grabbed, it's not being, I think I might know what's happening. Camera 3D. Look. Well, I'm actually not sure. Something needs to be added to the group grabbed before player head hover happens. The clone is being wow, so that's probably why it was working before, because we were before when I was like, why is it running the arm grab stuff? Well, it needed to run the arm grab stuff because it would create a clone very, very quickly, say it was grabbed, and then that's what would come through in player head hover. So what I actually need to do now is make sure that the thing the grabbed abductee in this case, add to group grabbed, which hopefully won't have any adverse effects. I'm a little concerned that it will, right? Because the only things that, so we know we have to, it has to be a clone. It has to be a clone. That's the only way that this code works correctly. we do have to create the clone before we run this. Which means separating this out by abductee grab by head and grab by arms just got more complicated. It's not so simple. That's why that's not working. It's like I need to create the clone regardless. I think we should make a function that creates the clone. So I'm gonna say create abductee clone. And it's gonna need to be based on grabbed abductee. This is tricky. This is very tricky. Because this also is we're gonna need to like return probably something. So maybe we say like variable in this case we don't really need to return anything. Because this will just add, it doesn't have to even be anything. Well, it kind of does. It's a little tricky because remember also I moved when it gets assigned all these properties, right? Set cloned abductee properties. It's not necessarily in an empathy event yet. Oh, this is very broken. This is actually severely much more broken than I could have imagined. Oh no. Wow. That's chaos. I'll have to really think about how to redo that. So I'm gonna actually say fixing grab refactor frown face. This is a toughie. This is a toughie. That was my task today. My task was it had nothing to do with guns today, unfortunately, and I hate that. It upsets me. But indeed, I know I don't mean to be hard on myself. Thank you, Sean, for catching that. I'm just disappointed. You know, I'm disappointed, and it's part of why I didn't want to refactor at all today. I kind of knew as soon as I decided to do that I was in for a hellish time. And I was right. It's just gonna keep on giving me hell. And it's hard to say if it was worth it or not. Just so it would be easier for me to add an extra thing on here. So what? At what cost? At the cost of now things are broken and I have to spend a lot of time figuring out how to make sure they don't break. It's fine. So because what's happening on player head hover is it's checking for things that are added into the group grabbed. And based on things that are added to the group grabbed, it determines is the thing that was destroyed an empathy event or not. You know what I could do? I could just emit abductee destroyed right here. You know? And we're just lying in a sense, but it's kind of fine. So come back to the HUD. We need to say is military, is event. Well, that's not too hard. We just say emit grabbed abductee is military. Grabbed abductee is event. Simple as that. This might not be so bad. I'm a little afraid that this itself could have unintended consequences. But it actually might be as simple as that. We just pretend that an abductee was destroyed. But an abductee was destroyed. It's just not necessarily logically, like technically, it's not responding to an abductee being destroyed. It's just, I don't know, coroutine? I don't think that's the right word. Technically, at the same time, it should be happening. Okay, so this should make my empathy go down if everything is correct, which it may not be. Okay, we got a bug. Invalid access to the property is event on a base object of rigid body abductee. Oh, my bad. This is supposed to be is empathy event? Yeah. Typed it wrong. Any chance you'll just let me continue that one? Please? If I save it and I press continue? Yeah, but it's continuing it as if it skipped it. We need it to not skip it. It has to be that first one. Although, I don't know that it actually was the first one. I think that it's just anytime. I probably should have broken arms off and tried it again. Maybe I did, but I forgot. Because it should be anytime a head event happens or a head grab happens. Which is tough because it's very possible that if it's tied to the first time, that a head grab that isn't the first head grab could lead to over abductee destruction. Okay. Empathy went up. Very good. Excellent. I'm gonna break off an arm. And we're gonna do this head grab now. So this is another head grab. It went up. That fixed it. Now again, it's not actually technically following. It's not seeing that an abductee is destroyed. I'm telling it, hey, just so you know, technically an abductee was destroyed. At the end of the day, this is probably more efficient. So, I think this is actually fixed. There's other problems that were introduced by some of the changes that I made. Namely, that we can untoggle in the air the arm being held out. And I think Sengeki's suggestion about a enum could actually be perfectly relevant for that situation. But you know, that's just a whole other bunch of code that I'm not ready to dig into. I think that's a W. I think I got to the bottom of that. So we're gonna call that fixed, and we're gonna make sure we push that. So I'm gonna say head grab now correctly destroys. Alright. Very good. Okay. So, what can I get to? Okay, so now I feel a lot better about heads and stuff. I know that it's too late. I can't fix that I didn't celebrate the moment earlier. I know I can't fix that. And I apologize. I apologize for not making this entertaining enough in that regard. But I just want my game to work. Let's comment all this crap out of here. And I honestly, also, Sean, I truly still have not seen the 2 health bug. It's very possible that that got fixed. I still haven't seen it. I wonder, dude, I bet it was on head grabs. I bet you it was because it was running head grab and arms grab. And then both of that was giving it 2 hit points. So this is all for the best. This is all for the best. I knew it was gonna be hell doing this refactor, and there are some ways that it's made things more complicated, but in 90% of the aspects, it has made everything better. And I'm very grateful for that, despite going through moments of frustration and disappointment. I feel good. So what's next? Guns! Let's do guns! Alright, I finally made it to guns. It only took me 7 hours and 43 minutes. Cool. The military enemies are supposed to be holding guns. And right now we do have a function on the abductee script. I'm gonna change this task to guns. That's what that's gonna say. On the abductee, I never thought I'd be so excited about guns. On the abductee script, we have assign weapon. That runs on apply human appearance if is armed. So we do want the military to always be armed. So is armed true is set absolutely nowhere. So we do want to set that. Now that this code, you see, this is what I wanted. 2 birds with a flurry of stones. Yes! Yes, exactly. Dude, okay. I'm actually really glad I refactored it. Praise be to Dungeon Martian for suggesting it, despite many points me not being happy about it. Okay. Check it out, right? It's so much easier for me to come in here and say, with these properties... Okay, wait. Where's an if is military one? So here we're just copying it 1-to-1. If we pick up an existing military. So it's not actually here, just kidding. The refactor wasn't everything, but it does make it easier in theory. Because we can have is armed now be in here. This is the great glory that is this. Look, is armed. Bam. Add it in here. Boom, boom. Super simple, a lot less complicated than it was before. That's the great refactor gift. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. I truly appreciate you, despite me being very unhappy about doing all this. It was worth it. But we have to actually make sure that it knows in an empathy event to set the one that is military to be armed. So on an empathy event, we have human right is military, human left is military. In this case, we would want to also say is armed. I think that would be as simple as that. Now they're going to be armed with the pistol by default, but I actually want them to potentially be armed with any of the guns, but not necessarily any of them, right? Because that's very specific. Dude, it'd be awesome if like when you pick it up, they start shooting you. Okay, that would be really cool. So the different guns we have available are pistol, stun, semi-automatic, assault rifle, shotgun, double shotgun, sniper, or rocket launcher. I'm sorry, but I think sniper and rocket launcher are out. Double shotgun feels like overkill. I think double shotgun is more of harder levels type of enemy. We want that to be a nice reward that the player gets for getting further in the game, that you discover double shotgun. So shotgun is definitely an option. Assault rifle, that's also a bit of a more difficult one, so I don't know if that one should be right away. Semi-automatic is not terribly difficult. It should probably be pistol. I think it should be pistol, actually. I was gonna say it would be nice if it like randomized which gun. No, it should. It should. We'll say between pistol. I mean, this is level 1, right? Like the player is gonna pick up this thing, and I mean, if it's an assault rifle, the player's gonna be getting wrecked, dude. The semi-automatic will do 3 bullets at a time, so that's also pretty bad. Especially if it hits the head of the player, it's just gonna immediately kill you. The pistol won't. The pistol's the only one that won't necessarily immediately kill you. The shotgun very well might, because if it's close enough range, if you pick it up, right, it could just shoot 3 at you and bam, you're dead. The sniper, on the other hand, actually could only do 1 damage. It's just very accurate. But it just feels kind of ridiculous to be at close range threatening somebody with a sniper rifle. It makes no sense. Well, I was excited to have it randomize which gun, but I actually think it only makes sense for it to be a pistol. So I'm just gonna set it up for pistol for now, and we're just gonna be okay. Which means I don't think I actually have to do anything. I think it's actually ready to go. Now, it's not necessarily checking the type of gun to be armed by, so that's something I do need to add in as a property, because it's easy enough with pistol, because pistol is the default in the enum. But anywhere else, not so much the default. Let's see what happens. And maybe in these last times of moments, which I am here, which won't be that short, but won't be that long either, maybe I can actually get that pistol shooting some bullets. Okay, so let's just start one thing at a time. Is it armed with a pistol or not? It is. That's a stun gun. That's a stun gun. That ain't no pistol, but it is armed. Okay, so now if I eat it, it's just dead. So you don't have to worry about it shooting you because you immediately ate it. So that was actually no problem. Now on the second one, it's still holding a stun gun. If we pick it up, it's holding it and it's just pointing it at your head. It's pointing it at us. So I'd actually want it to do look at, right? I'd want it to like turn around and face the player. We also want, this is something I haven't set up yet, that empathy event text needs to stop rolling once we rescue it. Oh, that's the other bug. That bug has been happening. And it gave me empathy. It killed it. See, now this is where, again, I'm frustrated. Because that's a new bug, and I don't really know what it is or why it happens. But it's like sometimes it just destroys it without giving you a point and without healing you. That's a new bug. I guess my next tasks are gonna be fixing grab bugs. I don't even know how to make that bug happen. Truth be told. But it be one. Huh. Okay, well, something to think about. Something to think about. For sure. Well, anyway. What was I testing? Oh, the gun. So the guns are being picked up. Why is it the stun gun? Why is it the stun gun, pray tell? The stun gun is... So we have this weapons dictionary here. We have an enum that... It should be pistol. I guess we need to set this. I'm confused. I thought pistol was going to be the default. Maybe it is stun. Is it stun? Oh, it is stun. Okay, stun is the default. Well, let's use this as an opportunity to practice how we set it as pistol. I think that would be a good thing. So I think we just set has weapon. So that would be the same thing, really. I think we just come over here to the raycast, and I think we just add in here, comma, has weapon. We make sure that that gets copied over. And then in the empathy event, we would not only say human right is armed, we would say human right has weapon, pistol. Human left has weapon, pistol. And now that we know that stun is the default, we'll see, is the one on the ground carrying the stun, or is it carrying the pistol? Versus the one that gets picked up. Is that one carrying the stun or the pistol? Yeah, and then I do want to set the empathy event situation where when we, at least when we pick up one of them, their dialogue needs to stop. We don't necessarily want the human to be like, yeah, you saved me, until its opponent is truly vanquished. On some level, it doesn't matter because the player is gonna just keep moving past it. But, you know, whatever, we'll see. Okay, so it is a pistol. We've got a pistol there. Uh-oh, I spawned a helicopter. Eat it quick! Tear it down. Die, 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 die. Okay. Then, what do we want now? Oh, we need to get the next don't kill that human. We need to get the next empathy event. Okay, it has a pistol. Pick it up. And it's holding a pistol. Nice. Easy. Beautiful. Let's get that gun pointing the right direction. So this will be interesting. Does everything you hold face the player? Yeah, I think so. I really want to add in for like innocent humans when you're grabbing them an animation where they're like, put me down. I've been saying that forever, but I really want that. So I think they should be facing. So we should say on the abductee, if it's grabbed, it will be looking at the player. Now, I don't know that I have a great function for that right now. If it's in group grabbed, look at player. Could be vector 3, but his character body. Position? Probably should be the head of the player above all else. Would probably make the most sense. Because it might kind of look down at the origin, which should actually be really bad. So we need to make sure it's the head. I don't know that I have that set up on here. So we need to stop this immediately. Because otherwise it's not going to shoot the right place if it is shooting. So real quick, let me just see what player is factored like on here. Player. I know on the copter we have the player head set up right here. Okay, so let's just borrow that. Instead of player global position, we'll say player head. Find that look at again. Player head. Okay. Now let's try it. And then we can start spawning bullets out the same way that we spawn bullets from the helicopter. The pistol shouldn't be that different. I might even want, I don't know, some kind of global bullet code. And think about that. You know, instead of there being separate bullet code for every different thing that can shoot bullets. We do have a drone that the player can spawn next to it. That shoots bullets. Is that similar? Is it different? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay. So that, we don't have any arms. I could have just picked up that human and tested it as well. Here, let's just try it. Whoa, this is crazy. That looks awesome. I mean, it's facing the wrong way. But dude, it feels amazing. Wow, it feels so good. It's just, I can't explain it. It's very reactive, you know? Before it was just staying in one place, and now it's like dynamically moving around. Why is it facing the wrong way now? That's weird. I don't think I understand that. So I guess I just have to like make the Z position negative? I'm guessing. Wow. Alright, that was so weird. So, I mean, I'd want to say that we kind of want to reconstruct this. We really need a function. Variable. You could even do that in ready. Is that what this all is? Yes. Again, probably better as its own function. If I've learned anything today, I need to be putting things in their own functions. Do it. Player head position. Function player head position. So that's gonna be we're constructing a vector 3 here. We want variable player head X. Is that Z? I think it'd be, I don't even understand why it's flipped. I mean, to be fair, the player is like flipped the wrong way. See, this says front, and that's the other side. So like that is true, and that's Z. So I think it's Z. I think Z is the axis that we want to do that on. So I'm gonna say X equals player head global position. I wonder if local would have just fixed it too. What if we try local? I'm gonna try that. Real quick. Before I get real wacky with it. Local position is a thing, right? No? I think we just say position. Let me just make sure that that doesn't like automatically account for it before I go constructing something I don't need to construct. But I'm glad you're having ideas. I'm glad you can be an ideas gal for yourself. That's okay. But first, let's confirm. Let's confirm the necessity of such an idea. So we gotta get our limbs. Oh, I passed it before I could test it. Nope. That fixes nothing. So please go. Oh no! When I put them down, oh dear. They don't get put down straight up and down. They get put down at whatever angle they were at. So we have to reset their rotational positions. Otherwise, they're going to be in these horrible positions when they fall. Well, that introduces some problems. It always does. Okay, so we do want to keep all this commented in. Let's create a new one. This one is going to be Y. That equals X. That equals Y. And then for the last one, Z equals negative Z. So I think what you could have probably just done is said player head position vector 3 equals, and you do need this to be a variable. I think this will be accessible by all the abductees probably, right? You might want to put this on the player head itself. Why don't you put this on the player head? That's going to make more sense than putting it on the abductee. Alright. Player. Find that ready function. Slap in player head position. I'm going to call it set player head position, set player head position. This is going to have to be actually based on wherever the head is. Collision area head, that works. Oh, but it depends. So actually that's not great. What did we set? What is it that we're setting on the copter? Player target, player head. Wait, which is what the bullets go towards? Player target or player head? Look at player target. But the bullets actually go towards player head. I think it should still look at the head. So we're actually looking at the collision area head. So that's kind of weird because if you're short, isn't that going to be different? Right? Player Where is it? Alien V3. Detection areas, head. Yeah, because there's the hurt. Wait, they're in the same place. The collision moves based on the remote transform. But that's not going to be true for the hurt head. So that would mean it needs to... We need something that moves whether we have the hurt head or the healthy head. I think it goes to the same place. I actually think it's not that big a deal. I think it pretty much points to the same place. Believe it or not. So we're gonna go with that. And we're gonna not worry about it. We're not gonna freak out. So we're already on the player, so all we have to do is Alien V3 to set that up correctly. I'll still grab all this. Come to the player. Oh, we do have the head. I guess we could try to aim at the head bone. That would be interesting. It seems difficult. Because where we use the head index, set bone pose rotation. So I guess we would get bone pose position. That could work. Is that different for hurt or not hurt? It is, but you have to say which skeleton. So you have to say skeleton hurt or regular skeleton. So that would be how you would do that. You know, I kind of like that idea. Screw it, let's do it. I'm going to make a variable for variable head position. That's important. Head shots. We could do the same thing for other limbs too. We could set an arm position based on the bone. I think that's not a bad idea. Head position is going to be a vector 3. And here, I'm going to say skeleton, get bone pose position. I even wonder if this will just like not need to be flipped around. It might. I'm not sure. Skeleton get bone pose position. Head index. And that returns a vector 3. Yes. Yes. So we're going to say variable head healthy head pause healthy, variable head pause hurt. Copy this, and this time it's skeleton hurt. And then we'll worry about all this in a second. We might need that. For now, we're going to say that head pause gets set to, well, it depends. If, now where do we determine if it's hurt or not? I'm actually not sure. That's gotta be in here somewhere. Hurt arm code. How does it know to use hurt arm code? Is my question. I have no idea. I don't know. This is something that needs refactoring in and of itself. For sure. How do we know if... Does it... Attacking limb hit object amount. It must check the health of the limb. If amount is set to 1... No, that's something else. And is grabbing? I have no idea how it tells if it's hurt or not. Genuinely do not know. I think it does both of them, and it just doesn't show it or not. I don't think it does need to check here anywhere. It's just always doing both simultaneously. I think that's what's happening. But in this case, we need to know which one it is. I mean, I kind of don't need to. I just kind of want to. We could still point at one of them. The way that I would check is we would want to go look for the body part, the head body part, basically. Which is going to be an area head, this right here. So we can actually look at the head. Nice. If head current health is set to 2, then we know it's healthy. Right? And we would want head position to be head position healthy. What do you mean mixed use of tabs and space? Oh, thank you. If it's not set to 2, then the head position equals head position hurt. Right? Now, it still might be flipped, assuming this even works the way that I want it to. It still might be flipped. But hopefully it's not. And this will at least be more adaptable. Uh-oh. Inbound access to property or key current health. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. Now that looks like that would be hard to find. Current. We got this. So that sets it up right away, so we get to find out how wrong it is without having to load the whole game, which is always nice. And it loads. But do we have... Oh! I forgot to say that it looks at that position. Completely forgot about that. Abductee. I think we still have time to set that up. Abductee. We don't want to say player head local position. We want to say player head pause. Phew. That was a close one. That was a very close one. It might already be too late, but hopefully it's not. Oh, it's too late for my cursor to not be messed up in the wrong place. I hate when that happens. Alright, it's okay. I'm gonna open. Okay, I do have to restart it. I can't with the cursor being offset, because then I'm gonna open up programs I don't want to open. I gotta wait for that, and then it's like, I don't deserve that. You don't deserve that. We don't deserve that. Godot doesn't deserve that. Right? That's what I thought. Realist. Yeah. That's not gonna sit up there very long. Didn't I have a way to get it to, like... stay put? Know your place. Okay. Oi. I didn't want to gobble an innocent human. I feel the fear. That's good. But it's okay. We need to just eat it. Dude, I think the 2 HP bug is fixed. I think that's confirmed fixed. Oh, it looked like it was facing a much correcter way. Okay, grab. Well, okay, maybe not. Actually... Why isn't that being constantly updated? Is it? I guess it is. It's just like not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. I think bones are different. I don't think bones are like other things. So, well, that was fun. Well, we can just change it. Instead of doing bone position, we can instead specify. Let's come in here to this collision area. We can say get node global position. Now in this case, I am gonna need to flip it, I think. But if it's the collision, maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do. We're gonna find out. And then we can do the other one for the hurt. And we'll say collision a-hurt underscore alien head. So we can still go between the two. Okay, let's see what that's like. Might still need to do the polarity flip on the Z. Also, we don't need that print anymore. That's old. That's real old. Huh. What have you done? What have you done, Godot? Do you forsake me? I kind of like that. Whispering at the plushie as if it's the engine, you know? It kind of works for me. We're gonna search for iterating. I don't need this. I don't need that no more. Godot, are you gonna load or what? Are you the best engine out there? Who's the best engine? Is it you? Is it you? Yes, you. Okay. Alright. Limbs. Now let's grab somebody. Okay, why is it doing the same thing? That makes me think I have my code wrong. It almost looks like it's picking a fixed point and it's not constantly updating. and it's just looking at that same point. I feel like that's what's happening. Yeah, because, Lise, you're setting this in the ready function. This has to update every frame if that's gonna work. I love you, girl, but this is wrong. So we can actually possibly go back. Here, I'm gonna copy this, though. I do this a lot. I forget that things need to be called every frame for it to work. We don't have to change that at all. We just gotta change where this is called. And sure, let's put it in here. Set player head position. You didn't even need to restart it for that. But I did. Well, no, we're taking something out of the ready function. And it's not like it was going to matter if it, because we were overriding it. Anyway, it's fine. You're always gonna get better, Godot, and I thank you for that. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. You make my life feel more purposeful. What's that? You're not the engine, you're just an inanimate object? Okay, just let me believe. Just let me feel this. Fair. You're so based. Give me a grab. Here we go. Huh? Wait. No, I'm confused. This should be getting updated constantly. Head position. Print. Head position. And let's do it after that. Yeah, I'm confused. It seems like ever since I started fetching this from the player, it has just not been functioning correctly. I think I've made a severe error. If I'm being honest, I think I've made an error. In the process, if it's in the group grabbed, it's gonna look at player.head position. Do we still have the head set up in here? Or did I get rid of it? I really thought that was gonna work. I really did. And you know what? I was really wrong. We still have player head in here. That's the one that's flipped the wrong way. And that's when I started adding in all the code to make sure that it reverses that polarity. And I was gonna set that up in ready, which doesn't make sense. We do have to actually set this up in process. I guess I was just wrong. I might be able to keep that same function, but I keep it on abductee. I don't know why reaching across to another script is causing a problem. I wonder if it's because abductee is like a class script and trying to like constantly fetch something in that way doesn't work. Did I make a change? Did I actually change anything just now? Or am I just testing it again without having tried anything different? I'm not actually sure. I don't think I changed anything. I think it's all the same. Oh, I was printing this time. Yeah, it's the same number. The number isn't updating. That's the problem. Yeah, because you're basing player on ready. That's why. That's the player head position on ready. You have to fetch and set that every time. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna say, look at player. We're gonna make that its own function, right? We're gonna come in here, func look at player. And then we'll just paste that right in there like that. But we don't just want to, we want to set up, or we want to update player. So we're going to go get that same information right here. Update player to what that is. And then give us our new look at position. Right? And then look at that. Right? Okay. All right. It is printing it infinitely, which I guess makes sense. That is what we're supposed to be doing. I'm saying update player by getting tree, getting node player, and then looking at that head position. I could set a new variable. I could say variable player node or something. And then what if I change that to player node? Also, where's this print happening? Is the print happening on the player? It is. Oh, so it's only doing one place on the player itself. Yeah, because it's the same problem. It's both are a problem, actually. Because here, you're getting the skeleton and the bone position, but it's not updating it live. Right? Am I correct? Do I understand things or not? I don't think so. This can't be right. That can't be true. Well, try this. Go back to the abductee. Go back to player head that you had set up. I mean, you're gonna have the same issue as before. It's tough because I like, a part of me wants to think about making this useful for other things, like refactoring the grab stuff. And so having like a position based on if you're hurt or not could be really useful for other stuff. I don't just want to put this on abductee. So if I update the player head position, get out of this, and say, look at player head. What do you think about that? You're just gonna crash. That's cool. Yeah, that's also an option. That's totally an option. But that should work. I just think it's gonna have that invert problem. I mean, we had it working before without me updating this constantly. I'm obviously very confused, if you couldn't tell. Man, I do wish I could have worked on this sooner. I'm glad I'm working on it now. But it does mean I'm gonna get sucked into it and work much later than I should. I want to shoot bullets at the player while an enemy is being held in the hand. That's what I want. I can't believe how well that camouflage works. It's very legit. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's like if it's gonna be legit camouflage. But it kind of needs to be less legit, I'm gonna be honest. It's a little too legit. Like, it shouldn't have the pattern of camouflage, but not actually be functional camouflage. What? Invalid type and function look at and base... Ugh, I forgot to say position. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It forgave me. And it's still looking the wrong place. But I didn't really need to do that. I can comment out this line and it's still gonna work, right? Yes. So that had nothing to do with it. I don't know why fetching it from the player was such a problem. But I'll tell you what, I'm about burned out on doing this in the best possible way, so we're about to just set it up in whatever's gonna work. Which means slapping this on in here. I'm just gonna go back to the player. Like, I wish this made sense. We need to get all this. You can do the healthy stuff too, potentially. Maybe don't. Yeah, maybe don't do all that crap. It's fine. Cross that bridge when we get there. It's tough because it's like, do I just want to do it so it works? Or do I want to do it right so it works good for the future? I'm gonna be honest, it's the first one. Like, I'm really sorry. But I kind of just want it to be good enough for now. So I can, like, test the feature. Prototype for myself. Okay, comment this all in. That was useless. You didn't ever need to do that. Player had global position X, global position Y, negative position Z. And then we're gonna say variable player head position vector 3 equals player head X. We went through so much just to like come right back to this. Player head X, player head Y, player head Z. Ah. Vector 3. There we go. Alright, let's try it. Wait. We gotta say look at is player head pause. Wait for that to save. See what we're working with. Whoa. It's different, but incorrect. So then I guess it's X that we want to flip around? Is it going to be infinitely more complicated than I could have ever imagined? I think you want Y-axis, now that I think about it, because that's what it's rotating around. Do I look like I got a math brain? I'm out here just slapping negatives on things. Okay, let's move to the next one. Obviously, they their positions need to be different. Oh god. This is infinitely more complex than I could have imagined. Oh dear god. They are not looking at the player at all. Why? How do I make them do that? Why aren't they? I wonder if it's because of the relative position that they're at. Because, like, when we grab them... Oh, there it's facing a little bit, kind of, sort of, maybe. Maybe not. I mean, no, it's in front of the player. But see, why isn't it looking up? Does it all need to be negative? Did I just need to just type in negative? Was that it? Was that the secret? I guess that makes sense. It was completely looking opposite. Nope, that doesn't make sense. Incorrect. Well, I'm confused. It seems one must be mathematically wise to resolve this problem. And that ain't me. I'm confused. That one. Don't break off the arms, please. I need those. I need those really, really bad. But see, now it's not looking at all. What? Why are you like this? Oh, shoot. Just X. Okay, it's being weird now. Now it's not even behaving in the way that it was before. Okay, now it is. Now it's rotating around, but it's just facing the wrong way. I mean, I guess I can always just flip the human around. I also wonder if it's not the grab target, like the thing that it's teleporting to. Like, maybe I want to flip that around. So actually, that was, I think it's this right here. Grab target. Player/grab target. That's what it goes to. So I could try rotating that around 180 degrees. But I think it's gonna need to on-ready it again, so I'd probably have to restart it to confirm that that change took effect. Would be my guess, if I was even gonna notice that. Don't face away. On some level, it makes sense that the human would be like, oh god, I don't want to look at you. But that's like a personal basis. Like, some humans would choose, some wouldn't. I would think, at least in the world of this game, the humans want to watch themselves be devoured. Or they want to watch that which is about to devour them. Mostly because that's just what I want. You know, fight, flight, or freeze. We're saying freeze. It stares, agape, and that's it. Alright, limbs acquired. Person held. Grab target being flipped around did absolutely nothing. That did not change anything. Okay. Cool. It does do something, right? What if I scale it up? Nothing. I think, well, Lise, I believe the grab target position is being set in code. That's not its rotation. Yeah, dude, its position is very specific. So I don't think you're gonna succeed. Just changing little things like that. Well, frankly, I have no idea. I have no idea why the abductee is flipping the wrong way. I could go to the abductee script. We could say where is the look at? We could say, in addition to look at, global rotation Y equals global rotation Y, or equals 1/8 degrees to radians. $180. What's that gonna do? Probably nothing. Because again, we're snapping it to that target, and that target is snapping to something else. So I think it's gonna obey whatever that's doing. I don't think it's gonna care whatever I tell it in here. You also have to remember that this is instantiating it. Oy. Yeah, I don't really know how to fix that. I just don't. What if I set the whole thing to negative? That's probably the same thing as before, when I set each individual one to negative. Yeah, it's just like, I don't even know. Wow, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be. I think I just have to like look at it with like fresh eyes and really dig into each level of like, what is this position that it's at, and why is that making it be inverted? I just don't know. It's a much more complicated problem than I could have imagined. As happens in 3D game development. That is unsurprising, really. It's too bad. It's frustrating because, you know, the copter is able to look at the player in this same way quite easily. But I think it changes when the position of that thing is relative to the hand. That must be what's making all the difference. So I think I just like be happy that I got the heads to appear. I wanted to do like clothing changes today. Definitely a lot that I had in mind. It's so weird the way like Z kind of does something good. Negative Z, but it's like it's not quite there. What's up, Mervkins? How about X and Y negative? There's only so many combinations. I know, right? I know. I think I've tried them all, right? Haven't I? I would love for it to be as simple as this. Let's see. See, XY is really weird because now it doesn't even rotate towards anything. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. It's just like really strange. It like lies down. Like something with Y negative causes a whole mess for some really weird reason. Yeah, it like flips it down onto its back. And yeah, it like locks it into, it's really weird. I think that it's like relative to the position of the hand. So like there's this grab target that the human is going to. Self global position set if it's in the group. Oh, there might be a bit of a conflict there, huh? But that's not rotation, that's position. And we're trying to tell it to look at a position. So that should really be modifying the rotation, not the position. But this is actually saying that if it's grabbed, move it to the position of the grab target, which shouldn't affect the rotation. You know, so then I'm like, well, can we flip around the abductee itself? Like, maybe. Like, we could try just saying 180-degree flip on that. But I don't know that that's gonna do anything either. I mean, we don't even see that, like, happening, right? Nothing is changing anywhere. Because all those things are just, like, set elsewhere. I'm surprised I can't even see it scale. Appear differently. Yeah, because that's, well, I mean, I guess if I change the rotation and restart it, didn't I try that? Then they're gonna be all flipped the wrong way. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna stay in that rotational position once we grab them. So yeah, something weird's happening there. I really wanted, when you pick it up, them to shoot at the player. But I think that is actually a whole can of worms. So yeah, the title of this stream is a lie. But it's hard to know. It's tough because I'm like, this is what I want today. But that isn't necessarily what the game needs. I think at some point I gotta stop titling these. I just gotta keep it generic. But you know, it's nice to be able to say that I know what I'm working on today. Even for myself. Yeah, they're not flipping around at all. Interestingly, their rotation is wrong. Is that because we still have a negative in there? Why is their rotation wrong now? Now it's acting like it's got Y negative. Okay, there when I changed X, that's so weird. Yeah, I don't really know why they don't flip around. Oh, and then the other thing that I was thinking is it has to do with the player head. Right, but no, but you just changed that. We just set that. So that's not it. I don't know why I thought I didn't try that already. I did try that. Yeah, I just don't know. Very strange. I guess I just gotta take what I got. Like, you know, like, let's say this, right? Let's try something for fun. Yeah, this is a really weird one. This one is, like, out there. Could say player head, global position, and that gives us the same situation. I'm just gonna comment that out. We don't even really want this to run, truth be told, because it's gonna cause us some problems. Although, what we could try, just for fun, so I'm gonna come back to here, where we have a bunch of humans standing around. Headless humans. Oh, I didn't test, like, if we can give a head to the human, and it will remove it accordingly. So that way we don't have to have headless humans everywhere. Because that's a bit unsettling, isn't it? So I'm going to click on that. First of all, it bothers me that they're all not facing forward. That was just for one purpose, so they're gonna be back to this. And then I'm actually gonna add to a different one. Let's say, which one is that? Cattle Ranch 2? Give me, or Cattle Ranch 1? Give me Cattle Ranch 2. And then I'm gonna add a human on here, and let's make it an enemy. Right. We're gonna say, is enemy, is military, is armed, has weapon, pistol. You could even do a different one, just for fun. Save it. Oh, I forgot to add in the code. So we could say that if it is an enemy, is armed, we want kind of, and it's not an empathy event, then it looks at the player. Really, we could say that for any human. Just any human, look at the player. Look at the freaking terrifying alien that's running around. No, because we want them to escape. The only ones that, like that Godot plush you just did, the only ones that aren't going to escape are the enemies who are trying to attack. They don't need to escape. They're there to give their life for this cause. So, actually, I'd want to say, on the abductee, if is enemy. Oh, we don't even have that anywhere? Wow. Alright, let's do it then. Let's do it. If it's in the group grabs, look at player. We want to say if is enemy, look at player. So no matter what, it's gonna look at the player if it's the enemy. So that's using the same code. Except this time, this one isn't gonna be grabbed. It's gonna be one that's just standing there outside. I have a feeling that it's gonna be facing the player instead of away from the player. And if that's true, then we'll know it has something to do with grabbing it. If it is facing away, we know it has something to do with something else. Alright, so you can see it is definitely facing the player. The gun looks wrong. Something looks very wrong. I would zoom in, but I gotta restart something. Oh no, it's facing the wrong way! That is unexpected. Okay, so it is not related to the... Oh, look, its little underwear aren't camo. I just realized. Whoops. Its underwear isn't camo. It has a little blue thong. outside of its military regalia. Oops. Number one, oops. Number two, it's facing the wrong way. So it has nothing to do with the grab target. It's actually either endemic to the... But so that's the same thing that the helicopter is looking at. And the helicopter... Wait, didn't I flip the helicopters around? I did! The helicopters are actually facing the other way. I forgot about that. So the humans do have to be flipped around if they're gonna be looking at the player. They gotta be flipped around. That is very interesting. I mean, if we come here, we look at the human, right? We're gonna put the Z on front perspective. Oh, that's the back. Now I'm more confused than ever. Rear perspective. But the human is also set up that way. What's the copter's set up like? Dude, I'm completely confused. I don't understand anything. Open up the copter. Rear perspective. So this is also flipped. Look at player target global position. So it's also looking at something called player target instead of the collision. Okay, let's set up this player target. A marker 3D. Let's try that. Maybe I should have been doing that all along. We're gonna replace player head with player target and say player target, global position. Let's try that. Leave it, it's a feature that they're facing away. Everything fears you so much that they shoot everything directly opposite of you. This was intended. $25, please. Don't forget to leave a positive Steam review. I should have just done what the helicopter done, which is looking at this new target that I created called player target. That changes everything. I would even say we could remove the look at player thing. Oh, it's still facing the wrong way. That didn't fix anything. So how does the helicopter face the right way then? The helicopter's looking exactly in the right spot. What's up with that? Explain that to me. Well, I really thought that was gonna be it. I really did. Same thing, that marker. Physics process, look at player target global position. This is literally just the same thing. It's the same. The copter. 0, 0, 0, 0 all around. It should be facing exactly the same way. Rear perspective. Facing forward. What gives? I do have this mesh collection in here. Flipped around. That's what I meant when I said I knew I flipped the copter around. Was right here. But now it's opposite of what is normal. So I mean, I could, actually, take this human 3 giant, and I could flip that around 180 degrees. And we could potentially say, flip it 180 degrees whenever it's look at time. So before, when I was trying to flip it, I was flipping the top level node. But now I'm flipping a mesh inside of, or that's a child of the top level node, which might work better. But we have there's some problems with this, right? I mean, if I want a bullet to shoot, it's not gonna care which way the friggin' mesh is facing. The bullet is gonna go the direction of the look at. So it doesn't really matter if the mesh is facing the right way, if the bullets are going the wrong way. Yeah, unless somehow we could say that it's relative to the position of the mesh, which just is getting ridiculous. Oh, the humans are all flipped around now. Let's see if that one, for kicks and giggles. Yep, now it's facing correct. But obviously, again, the bullets are not. Look how it's like rotated on every axis. Obviously, that's not good. That's... Oh... I didn't think about that. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Obviously, we don't want the entire human to be pointing up at the alien. We only want the arms to be pointing up. That means I need to have, like, the torso be aiming up and down while the entire thing moves left and right. Now that is a lot of work. It's fine. Not right now. Not right now. Someday. One day. Well, look guys, I don't know much. I know a lot is ahead of me, and I know that today is not going to be the day that I sort it all out. That's about all I could say about that, guys. Like, oh man. Oh man, there's a lot more work to do. There is. And I'm ready to do it, but I cannot do it today. Wow. But you know what? I'm glad of what did got done today. And we can just flip it around with the changing of some buttons. What did get done today? So we might, oh God. What did get done today was, almost properly entirely setting the close of the, enemies. Yeah, I may have forgotten to change their little spandex pants, so that's kind of a mistake. But they are more completely military regalia'd. And this is good. I guess it's like leg 4. Which one is it? 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Which? Oh, it's on the body. It's on the body. There's body 0, 1, 2. I believe 2 is gonna go ahead and gonna wanna be our little spandex. In fact, that should be changing on every single one. That's not just the military. That's all of them that need to have that top being changed. So that's important. Yeah, I'm really proud of what got done today. I completely refactored the code for grabbing humans. Oh my gosh, that has been a mess for time immemorial, and it is now less a mess. That is a wonderfully good thing. So I'm really glad about that. It even fixed a couple bugs, and it created a couple bugs, but it fixed more than it created, and that is a good thing. It has made a path to fixing the ones it created easier, ironically. In addition to that, the heads now randomize. It chooses a different head, and it will also display that head when you pick it up correctly. So that's a really big win. And then the military character now appears with the army helmet. It appears in full military regalia, which is very good. Let's see if I can catch it. Oh, there we go. We still got spandex? We still got spandex? I can't tell. I'm not sure. It might. But it looks a lot. Yep, it's still a oh yeah, absolutely. You got your undies on the wrong way. You might want to fix that. Okay. Why? Oh, you made that 3. That's supposed to be 2. That's why. That's got to be 2, not 3. That's supposed to be 2. Okay. Now we're really gonna see it. Now it's actually gonna be what it's supposed to be. But let me show you the code that got refactored. That's pretty exciting. Look at this beauty. That just gets and sets based on a string, so that way when we grab something and it clones it, it works good. How can there be an error? How can there be an error? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? There's no error. What? What? Wait, no, I refactored this today. It's better. Could not resolve external class member abductee objects. Could not resolve class abductee because of a parser error. What? What does that mean? What? I don't understand. Wait, but so what? Why does the game run? Wouldn't everything break? Well, refactoring, it really be like that sometimes. Expected a closing parenthesis. Where? What you want about? Are you just telling me that I just have to save it? Is that a thing now? Oh. Okay. Great. Everything's fine. So, this is the code that was refactored. It's really good now, believe it or not. It used to be deeply, deeply, deeply indented code that was extremely difficult to adjust or make changes to, but now I can just add this nice little string into this array and everything is better, which is super awesome. And it is just easier to look at. It's easier to figure out. It's easier to deal with. It works better for the most part. And again, the military appears with all of its regalia, spandex included, and I made sure the heads grab correctly. I wanted to set up gun stuff. It does kind of. It will pick up. Oh, this spandex looks good. It does pick up the correct gun position and choice. So that's really, really good. So check these out. We got these bald ones, we got these afro ones, and we got these long hair ones. I wanted to do skin tone, I wanted to do clothes, we didn't get to it, that's okay. Pick up a bald one, it has bald hair. Why is it facing the other way now? Okay, so they get flipped around when they get picked up. I added that. That's code that I did. I forgot that I added it. But I did. I did make that code. Somehow. I don't know why it's happening. Why is it flipped around? I don't know. I don't know. Why picking it up flips it around? That's new. That is a new problem that I just introduced somewhere along the line. So that's cool. Great. What did I do to deserve that? What does that mean? How does that happen? How does that get fixed? Oh, right here. -180. I set its rotation to -180 on the top level. And I forgot that I did that. Wait, but it's still flipping it around. Alright, okay. Guys, I just don't know anymore. I used to know things, but I just don't. Okay? It puts the right hairs on there, and that's really great. I love to see it. It makes me really happy. The gun position ones, let's find one that has a gun that's standing around. Let's see. There's one. It's facing the wrong way and it's trying to look at you. It's holding the gun. You can't tell because I basically broke it, but it is holding the correct gun when we pick it up. So we did get some progress in guns being held. We got the hats correct. We got the clothes right. So that's all good. That's all I can say. Don't forget to leave a thumbs up if you're here hanging out with me and you haven't left a like. Please hit that like button. It helps so much. And you know, after this confusing day of progress, it does help me feel a little better. Hit that like button, guys. Thank you so much for thumbing it up if you haven't yet. If you're watching it after the live stream, you can tap or click in the bottom left to see the next live devlog. Tomorrow I'm actually going to be doing a game jam. Go here to see the last live devlog. If you tap or click in the bottom right, you'll see the next one. I hope I see you there. And if you want to come check out our 1-hour game jam that's happening tomorrow, I hope I see you there. Okay, guys, I gotta go. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. That has to be okay. Wow. It's like I fixed one thing and I broke 10 others, but I'm happy. I'm not upset. I feel really good about it.